the special effects scientist of the world of American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Diana is miserable. The battle between the two sides intensified. Diana's truth lasso drew an arc in the air, neutralizing Gao Li's attacks one by one, and she also released a powerful energy wave to Gao Li with the Guardian Silver Bracelet. Seeing this, Gao Li immediately used his extremely high jumping power to roll in the air to avoid the energy wave. Then he used the force to land behind Diana and swung a stick. Diana's reaction was just as fast, and she calmly welcomed Gao Li's attack. Gao Li poured all his strength into the King Long stick, jumped up like a flying dragon in the sky, and attacked Diana with all his strength. Bang! Diana cleverly used the Guardian Silver Bracelet to guide Gao Li's attack to the ground, but he continued to attack Diana with more fierce attacks. The two people's movements were so fast that people could not see clearly, and only their breathing and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. In the continuous attack and defense, Diana suddenly seized an opportunity and chopped Gao Li's King Long stick with the sword of the God of Fire, instantly neutralizing Gao Li's attack. Gao Li had to fight barehanded, clamping the sword of the God of Fire, but he was still being pressed down more and more. It seems that the outcome has been decided. You can dodge countless times, but I only need to hit you once, Diana said with confidence, but heard Gao Li's weird smile. Really? I don't think so. Super transformation. Kamen Rider Kuoga's amazing Titan form immediately switched to Gao Li, and the purple gold amazing Titan light flowed between his palms. Huh. Diana's heart flashed a trace of vigilance. This Gao Li Wayne seemed to have the strange ability to switch power, and each change could bring relatively new characteristics. Fortunately, before this, Diana was stronger than Gao Li in both physical fitness and technical experience, so she could have the upper hand, but I don't know what new characteristics this time. Looking at Gao Li's confident look, I'm afraid he will be difficult to deal with. Diana can only continue to press down on the sword, hoping to deal with Gao Li quickly to avoid complications. As Diana got more serious, Gao Li's strength soon couldn't stop the sword, and was pressed on his shoulder. Diana originally wanted to give Gao Li a minor injury to show the difference between the two, but this cut made her look surprised. So hard. From the feel of the hand, there was a huge resistance. Before Diana could continue to increase her strength, she found that the light on Gao Li's palm had spread all over the sword of the God of Fire. The next moment, the sword of the God of Fire seemed to be rapidly eroded by some energy, and it was starting to change spontaneously. What? Diana's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly shook Gao Li off and retreated several meters. I saw that the sword of the God of Fire in her hand had already transformed into the appearance of the Titan sword by about half. I'm afraid that if Diana was a few tenths of a second later, it would have completely turned into the Titan sword. What kind of a hell of an ability is this? It's so weird. Diana recalled how Gao Li looked when he transformed into the blue dragon stick. She felt even more deeply now than she did then. She could clearly sense that the sword of the God of Fire had lost nearly half of its power. To be precise, half of the power of the sword of the God of Fire had been transformed into another special energy, which was extremely incompatible with Diana, making it impossible for her to use the sword of the God of Fire as she wished. Could it be that his ability is to transform everything he touches into his weapon? It seems that he can't even touch anything. Diana pondered secretly. This was a very tricky ability, which was too restrained for close combat. But it didn't matter, she was not only good at close combat. Diana immediately distanced herself and prepared to fight Gao Li with medium and long range attacks. Want to fight with medium and long range? That's no problem. Gao Li once again took a transformation posture, and the power of gold flashed like the sun in the sky. Super transformation. Kamen Rider Kuoga, amazing Pegasus form. As for the raw materials of the Pegasus crossbow, Gao Li easily scanned with the super perception of the amazing Pegasus and found the decorative bow and arrow that fell on the ground. Due to Diana's cultural background and the fact that the Amazons are good at shooting, bows and arrows are almost standard equipment for them. Even if Diana uses them less, she will inevitably have one as a decoration. Gao Li immediately did a backflip, pulling away more distance, picked up the decorative bow and arrow and instantly transformed it into a Pegasus crossbow. Diana's heart sank when she saw this scene. It seems that her speculation was correct. Swoosh. Gao Li pulled the Pegasus crossbow in his hand, and an invisible arrow instantly cut through the air and rushed towards Diana. Diana was not in a hurry. She raised the truth lasso upwards, and the lasso instantly turned into a ray of light, shattering the invisible arrow. Then Diana counterattacked. She waved the truth lasso, releasing powerful energy from the lasso and directly hitting Gao Li. The amazing Pegasus form has super strong sixth senses and insight, which made Gao Li immediately feel the power of that energy. It seems to be a hidden killer move. Can't take it head on. Gao Li did not dare to neglect it. He quickly dodged and aimed the Pegasus crossbow at Diana, releasing the second invisible arrow. Huh. He noticed my hidden trap? Diana was stunned, always feeling that her intentions were seen through. But this also made Diana's face surge with a belligerent smile. This is interesting. With a snap, this time the arrow was shattered only 1 foot away from Diana. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Gao Li knew that his attack could not break through Diana's defense, so he decided to change tactics and use his sixth senses to cooperate to find Diana's flaws. It seems that his judgment and observation have improved. Diana did not show weakness either. She knew that only by constantly attacking Gao Li could she find his flaws. So Diana quickly waved various artifacts, and a beam of light rushed towards Gao Li. Boom. 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 The battle became more and more intense, and the two's attacks and defenses intertwined crazily. The Pegasus crossbow kept shooting out air waves, like a series of agile snakes, rushing towards Diana. Diana waved the truth lasso in her hand, pulling the air arrows aside, or quickly smashing them with her sword. The battle continued, and the two's movements were so fast that it was hard to keep up. Diana danced on the battlefield like a dancer, and Gao Li always aimed at Diana calmly. His arrows shot out from the Pegasus crossbow one after another, aiming at Diana's tiny emissions. But Diana was not so easy to deal with. The sword of the god of fire burned in Diana's hand, and she turned into a beam of light and shuttled through the battlefield. The divine shield blocked her attacks again and again. Gao Li was also not powerless to fight back. Every time his Pegasus crossbow shot, it would release powerful energy waves, as if he was not willing to be outdone. Airwaves attacked Diana like arrows. Especially, there are many charged attacks and special moves that gather huge gold power. Boom. The waves of the collision between the attacks reverberated throughout the ruins, creating a huge energy storm that enveloped the surroundings and swallowed everything on the spot. Diana lifted the rubble and looked at Gao Li, who also came out from the ruins in front of her, and breathed a sigh of relief. I have to praise you. I had a good fight. I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. But the noise here is about to attract the police. I don't want to make too much noise while living in seclusion among humans. As she said, Diana raised the sword of Vulcan and pointed at Gao Li in the air. Therefore, I may not be able to fight with a mentality of enjoyment next time, but I will really exert all my strength and defeat you quickly with all my strength. Gao Li moved his neck and smiled slightly when he heard it. What a coincidence. I was just experimenting for fun just now and didn't fight seriously. So in return, let me take you down quickly. Diana snorted coldly. You are so tough. What a pitiful self-esteem this little boy has. In Diana's opinion, Gao Li was undoubtedly just bragging, and he said that just because he didn't want to admit defeat. After all, in the series of battles just now, Diana was always in an advantageous position. Gao Li just shook his head lightly and didn't answer again. Facts will prove everything. As the light flashed, Gao Li changed back to human appearance. Facing Diana's surprised and puzzled eyes, the endless golden Yinglan ring condensed by magic power appeared between Gao Li's fingers. Come on, transform. The golden magic light column shot up into the sky. Not long after, Diana fell to the ground panting. At this time, her heart was still very confused. What happened just now? What happened just now? Question mark? Diana only vaguely remembered that not long ago she thought that the little boy was stubborn, because of his self-esteem, but he suddenly turned into a terrifying demon king. What she said before was not wrong, but it could be said that it was not quite accurate. The so-called "I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time." In fact, Diana had never faced such a strong opponent. There was no such thing as "I haven't met you for a long time, but I have never met you." He was too strong, so strong that even with Diana's never give up spirit, she almost felt desperate that she could never be matched. "You, who are you?" Gory sat beside her and had already lifted the transformation. "Didn't I tell you before? I'm Gory Wayne, Bruce Wayne's younger brother." Diana gritted her teeth and said, "Don't joke. How can a human be so strong?" Diana had fought with the Greek god of war before. Based on her experience, she even suspected that no main god could beat Gory. This is also natural. If Gory were to make his own guess, it is very likely that even Zeus, the king of the Greek pantheon, would not be able to defeat Gory. However, this idea was too disrespectful to Diana, so she did not even think about it. "Why can't humans be so strong?" Gory asked back. "You are being racist. Why can't humans become stronger?" This question made Diana speechless. If we don't talk about strength, but only about mental strength, she has actually seen many humans who are enough to amaze her. But then again, Gory looked at the ruins of Diana's villa. "This is a bit destroyed. You can send a bill to Wayne Group when the time comes. We will be responsible for compensation." Diana. She was speechless for a moment. "Is this what you say as a winner? Should she also praise you? You are a nice person." "No need, I'm not that poor, and I did lose to you, so I naturally have the awareness of being a loser." Diana reluctantly took some effort to sit up and took out Bruce's device and handed it to Gory. "Take it back. Don't worry about the secret being leaked." "To be honest, I couldn't crack the military grade encryption inside." Gao Li chuckled, took the device and said, "Of course. After all, the Wayne Group and the Feidian Group have exchanged patents, and the encryption system contains a lot of my technology. Not everyone has the ability to crack it." Looking at that smug face, Diana felt a little itchy. "Since you are so confident in the encryption system, why did you come here so quickly?" Gao Li touched his chin and said, "Before the war, I said that it's not that I don't know anything about you. In fact, I have collected information about you a long time ago. It's just that when there is nothing to do, I won't deliberately disturb the other person's life, so I haven't contacted you until now. Today is just an opportunity." Diana frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, "No matter why you want to collect my information, are you sure you don't want to change the place? The momentum of our battle is not small. Don't worry, I arranged the magic for concealment at the beginning. In fact, no one outside can see our fight." Gao Li is also afraid of trouble and has made these preparations long ago. "Okay, that's good." Diana nodded and then listened to Gao Li saying, "As for why I want to collect your information, if you are interested, you can go to Gotham with me to discuss it in detail." Diana sighed. "According to the rules of Amazon, you are the winner. You have the final say." After the two of them packed up, Gao Li took them back to Gotham with the Rainbow Bridge. They went directly to the reception room of Wayne Manor, and Bruce and Diana got to know each other formally. In particular, Diana kept staring at Bruce, which made Bruce a little confused. "Excuse me, is there something strange about me?" Diana said calmly, "I was thinking, your brother is very powerful, but I don't feel a similar sense of threat from you. It seems that you are still just an ordinary human being. Why is the gap so big?" Diana was really confused. Obviously, the two are brothers connected by blood. According to Diana's common sense, it is impossible for one to be so different from the other. "Bruce, I'm really sorry that I'm just an ordinary human being and not that strong. When I make the anti-Diana plan at that time, I will immediately let you know what cruelty is. P.S. Thank you the Calico Cat for the 100-point reward." Chapter 177. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. In the following time, Gory roughly explained his ideas to Diana and Bruce. "Bruce, I have said before that the supernatural is an inevitable trend in the future. We are about to enter an era where superhumans emerge endlessly, not to mention that there has been a supernatural world like the magic world since ancient times. Then this means that supernatural disasters will become more and more frequent. At this time, I think it is particularly important for heroes who are committed to protecting people and defeating evil to communicate with each other and work together. Bruce frowned and said, so you mean, you hope that we can join forces and unite? Bruce in this world, because he already had a senior hero Fang before his debut, he was not the first masked vigilante in Gotham, so he did not have the obsession of Gotham can only be protected by him like Batman in other worlds. Moreover, the battle with Fang was really good. It was extremely difficult for him to defeat Bane at that time by himself. But as Batman, Bruce was still used to being alone by nature, so he was a little uncomfortable at this time. Gory nodded and said, that's right. Bring together a group of powerful people and see if we can achieve more. When people need it, we can help them win the battle that they can't win. Although it was a direct plagiarism of Nick Fury's famous quote, it obviously convinced Diana and Bruce. They are not arrogant people. They deeply understand that there are limits to relying on themselves alone. Especially after the Kryptonian invasion, they saw clearly that the enemy could be so powerful and there could be so many of them. That's fine with me, Diana asked, but who are the members? Gory touched his chin and said, tentatively, it's Flash Barry Allen, Batman Bruce Wayne, and you, Wonder Woman Diana Prince. Actually, I also want to invite Superman, and I think he will agree, but I haven't told him yet, because a certain member seems to have some prejudice against Superman, and we have to negotiate with each other before we can talk. In addition, there is a guy who can talk to fish, and a young cyberpunk. I haven't contacted them yet. You can do this by yourselves in the future. I recommend recruiting them as members. Bruce raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The certain member that Gory mentioned was too targeted, wasn't it? Diana asked in confusion. What about you? Don't you want to join? Obviously you are so powerful, if even Bruce Wayne can participate, why do you? Bruce's mouth twitched. How long are you going to whip my corpse? Question mark? There was nothing that could be done about it. Diana was not familiar with Bruce before and had never personally experienced the power of Batman. She could only look at the surface strength first. Gory shook his head and said, I don't need that. I don't like being bound by any organization, but I can be a consultant for you and help you when you need it. Consultant? Diana asked, what's the difference? Gory spread his hands and said, it means that you can work when you want to work, and you can take a vacation when you don't want to work. Diana. She paused, then advised, with your strong ability, if you can join us, our efficiency in helping others will be increased tenfold. Isn't this the original intention of your establishment of this organization? Gory modestly said, you're overpraising me. I'm just an ordinary scientist. I don't have the same strength and belief as you. Diana. I don't know why I always feel like I'm being ridiculed. I'm so angry. Bruce tried to smooth things over by saying, after talking so much, we still don't know what the organization you want to establish is called. Gao Li groaned. How about calling it the Avengers? Ahem. Or the Justice League is fine. Anyway, you can discuss the details yourself. The matter was temporarily settled, and Gao Li would contact Superman in the Flash, while Bruce and Diana would contact Aquaman, Arthur Curry and Cyborg Victor Stone, who were named by Gao Li. At the same time, in the garden of Wayne Manor, Xiao Guang, who was eating snacks, trembled his ears and retracted his gossiping eyes. Since Gao Li and Diana did not go to the Batcave, but directly discussed in the reception room, the sound insulation of ordinary buildings certainly could not hide Xiao Guang's sensitive hearing. The alliance of superheroes? So cool. Xiao Guang always felt as if the cartoons he usually watched had become reality. I really want to join. As soon as this idea came into Xiao Guang's mind, the imagined reaction of Gao Li appeared involuntarily. Why are you meddling in this, kid? Go play somewhere else. Ask Dick to accompany you, dear. Daddy has work to do. Except for the research that Gao Li specifically designated, he basically didn't let Xiao Guang participate in the serious work. The reason was simple. Most serious work was already a bit troublesome, and Gao Li was too lazy to spend more energy to add a naughty child or a wolf cub. In short, all creatures, including human cubs, are deeply uncontrollable in their infancy and can easily do bad things, which means that Gao Li needs to spend extra time to deal with the aftermath. So Xiao Guang's association can be said to be not much different from reality. By the way, go find Afu. Xiao Guang's ears suddenly stood up, and he felt that he had come up with a good idea. Maybe Afu can help me convince Dad. Xiao Guang gently knocked on Alfred's door, and his golden animal eyes looked particularly bright in the dim light, flashing with anticipation. Afu, are you there? The door slowly opened, and Alfred appeared at the door with his usual elegant smile on his face. Master Right, what's the matter? He asked kindly. Xiao Guang came in, and sat on Alfred's sofa. Alfred, I want to talk to you. His voice revealed a hint of nervousness. Alfred smiled and sat next to Xiao Guang. Okay, Master Right, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Guang took a deep breath, and looked at Alfred firmly. I want to join my father's superhero league. His voice was full of determination. Huh? Alfred was surprised. It took him a few seconds to react. Xiao Guang must have heard what Gao Li and Bruce were talking about just now. After all, Diana came to visit, and Alfred also needed to serve tea and water to entertain her. They did not deliberately hide it from Alfred, so he listened in on part of it. But Alfred did not expect Xiao Guang to have such an idea. Master Right, you. Alfred paused, then coughed lightly, and adjusted his tone. Can you tell me why you want to join this alliance? Xiao Guang clenched his fist, and waved it in the air. Because it feels super cool. So cool, just like in the animation. Alfred. It's true. Alfred looked at Xiao Guang, and after thinking for a while, he said, Master Right, do you know that joining this alliance requires taking great risks? Even in the cartoons I watch with you every day, the heroes in them face life and death challenges every day. Hearing Alfred's cautious words, Xiao Guang nodded, trying to show a fearless determination. I know, but I'm not afraid, because I'm super strong. At least I look stronger than those people in the animation. Xiao Guang seemed quite confident, but Alfred didn't actually know what his strength was. He only knew that, based on his life experience, children always like to exaggerate themselves. Master Right, no matter how powerful you are, there will still be great danger. I hope you can listen to my advice, and not join for the time being. Let's talk about everything after you grow up. Xiao Guang was a little disappointed. I understand there will be dangers, but when can I grow up? I recently measured my height, and it has hardly changed from last year. To be honest, Alfred didn't know. He thought Xiao Guang was probably an immortal. Alfred held back the softness in his heart and gently comforted him. Master Right, at least you are still a child now. You can do something within your ability to help others. There is no need to join the superhero league. Xiao Guang pouted, his mind turned, and immediately changed his words. He showed his realistic acting skills, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sky outside the window with a melancholy face. There were white clouds floating in the sky, and the sun shone through the clouds. Well, this cloud looks like a chicken leg. Xiao Guang cleared his mind, then turned around, and said to Alfred, Alfred, you know what? I've always been very grateful to you. You're always so good to me, always taking care of me, and caring about me. I know you're doing this for my own good, and don't want me to get hurt. But, I also know that there are some things I have to do. Because only in this way, can I truly grow up. Alfred looked at Xiao Guang's stubborn eyes and persistent attitude, feeling helpless. Where did Master Right learn these slick words? Was he led astray by Master Dick? Alfred sighed softly and said, Master Right, I know you have your ideas and decisions, but I just hope you can grow up healthily and safely. When Xiao Guang saw that his method didn't work, he immediately revealed his true colors and rolled on the ground in front of Alfred. Can you help me talk please please please, Alfred? Alfred felt a headache upon seeing this, and thought to himself why not just perfunctorily deal with Master Right. Master Right, I will talk to your father and let him know what you think. But you also have to understand that Master Gori may not let you join, because he is worried about your safety. Alfred gently touched Xiao Guang's head and said gently, Great. Thank you, Alfred. Xiao Guang cheered, and ran out happily. Alfred shook his head slightly. He would keep his promise, and mention it to Gao Li, such as when he brought tea and snacks to Gao Li, when he was doing experiments. But based on Alfred's understanding of Gao Li who was concentrating at the time, would most likely just say I know and then forget about such unimportant issues. That was Master Gao Li's problem. It's not that he didn't say it. Sure enough, after several days, Xiao Guang still didn't get Gao Li's permission. He also knew Alfred very well and knew that Alfred would not lie to him. Since he promised him that he would tell his father, he would definitely tell his father. So what was the problem? Gao Li was almost forgetting about it. After all, he was busy with a lot of research projects. Even asking Clark if he was willing to join the alliance was such a simple matter. Gao Li dragged it on for several days. But before Gao Li contacted Clark, Clark actually contacted Gao Li first. Mr. Wayne, it's bad. Something big happened. Clark's voice had never been so anxious, and it also contained an irrepressible anger, which made Gory serious. Calm down. What happened, Clark? Clark gritted his teeth and said, Lex Luthor kidnapped Lois, and after I rescued Lois, I found out that he also kidnapped my parents. Not only that, Luthor threatened me to go to Gotham to kill Batman, your brother Bruce Wayne. Do you know his identity? I know, Gory said calmly. Then what specific help do you want now? Clark was a little confused in his anger. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I just came to you subconsciously at the first time. Luthor told me that if I didn't kill Batman within the specified time, he would kill my parents. If he died or was caught by me, my parents would also die. I don't know what to do. Clark tried to use his supervision and super hearing to look for it, but found nothing. It seemed that Lex really understood his abilities and had made comprehensive and adequate preparations. I know you are anxious, but don't worry, let me solve it. Gory pondered for a few seconds. When Alfred entrusted him to help retrieve the device from Diana, he told him the general cause and effect of the whole incident. Although after decrypting the device, he found that everyone's work was in vain, because Gory had already collected all the information about the strange people collected by Lex, but at least Gory learned about the existence of a person. That was the mercenary leader sent by Lex in the Nimiro incident. Bruce first found the mercenary leader and then traced it to the Lex group, so he went to steal information when Lex Luthor held a banquet. It was only because the Russian mercenary leader was really capable and led his subordinates to do a lot of dirty work for Lex Luthor, and there was a strong connection. From this point of view, if it was Lex Luthor who did it, then they were most likely the ones who kidnapped Clark's parents tonight. Chapter 178 Doomsday. Thinking of this, Gao Li immediately operated on the computer and asked the satellite Zia to track it. Sure enough, the result came out soon. I should have found your parents. You can go and rescue them yourself. It's faster than me. Oh, by the way, you can tell Luthor that Fidian group helped. Gao Li reported a set of coordinates and did not forget to tell Clark to discuss Lex before he left. Okay, I will. Clark took a deep breath and felt a little relieved. He used his super brain to instantly figure out the location of the coordinates and then used his supervision to take a look. Well, I didn't see anything, but this made Clark feel relieved because the entire building was wrapped in lead blocks to block his perspective, which just showed that there was a ghost here. Then I'll go, Mr. Wayne. Thank you. Clark flew away gratefully, and when he arrived at the scene, he found his parents. At this time, the Ken couple were pointed at by the flamethrower. In order to prevent them from being injured, Clark directly solved everyone at an extreme speed. Even before they could react, they were all defeated. It can only be said that an angry Superman can burst out with unlimited potential and efficiency. Dad, Mom. After Clark dealt with everyone, he immediately went to untie the Ken couple and then called the police. Let the police take them home first. I have to find trouble with that bastard. Clark. Martha called him. Clark did not land, but looked at them. What's wrong, Mom? Be sure to pay attention to safety. Clark nodded, turned around and flew away. When he found Lex, Lex was waiting for him in a place that looked like a biological laboratory. Oh, the time is not up yet. I thought I would wait a little longer. Lex had just finished speaking when he saw Clark landing with empty hands. There is still some time. Don't you have any tricks? Don't forget that you still need a bat head, or do you want to taste the well done Gotham barbecue? Clark did not speak, but just looked at him coldly with his shoulders crossed. Lex was a little irritated by Clark's attitude, and his eyebrows slightly raised. It seems that you don't take my word seriously enough. It doesn't matter. There are two anyway. Why not let one of them help you face the reality first? Lex snapped his fingers. There were a large number of sensors in his body and around the biological laboratory, which could help him give orders and convey his own status in a veiled way. This was also the reason why Clark didn't dare to touch him before. If he accidentally triggered the unknown conditions set by Lex, Lex's men would receive the message and kill the Ken couple. Clark still looked at him like a clown. After dozens of seconds, the smile on Lex's face gradually faded. What's going on? Why haven't your men called yet? Lex was quite doubtful, and Clark finally spoke. Don't waste your energy. I have just knocked down all your men and handed them over to the police and successfully rescued my parents. You lose. Lex's expression turned cold, and he began to wonder whether Clark's words were true or false, whether it was a bluff, or he had made a lot of preparations to prevent Superman from detecting the specific location of the Ken couple. However, Clark's next words completely broke Lex's defense and made him no longer doubt the truth. By the way, it was Mr. Gao Li of the Hidden Group who helped me find the location of my parents. It seems that the Lex Group is indeed far inferior to the Hidden Group. The painstaking concealment was seen through by Mr. Gao Li in the blink of an eye. Okay, Hidden Group, right? Gao Li, right? How dare you ruin my good thing again? Lex's expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of anger. Next, I will let you see. No, let the whole world see. What is the technical strength of the Lex Group? Am I really the smartest person in the world? Clark was a little alert and asked immediately, what did you do? I don't mind telling you about my great achievements, but it's too late. The censor has received my instructions. As Lex's voice fell, a burly figure like a monster broke through the outer wall of the biological laboratory and rushed out. Ha ha ha, see, this is my masterpiece. I studied the genes of you Kryptonians. It's so interesting. You have all made biological adjustments with specific tendencies. From this point of view, the genetic engineering science of the Kryptonians is indeed far superior to that of humans. It can actually make everyone a genius in a specific field. But who am I? I'm the smartest man in the universe. Lex upgraded his self-proclaimed title again and laughed wildly. Even though genetic engineering technology is far behind, I can still rely on my own wisdom and research to get involved in it to a certain extent. So I was thinking, why not find a way to mix the genes of all the Kryptonians together? In this way, we can gather their advantages and create perfect creatures with talents and specialties in various fields. The monster had already looked over because of Lex's voice, but Lex was not afraid at all. He just muttered to himself intoxicatedly, I didn't lose. I don't hate sinners. I hate sin itself, and your existence is sin. So I can't let you win. If humans can't kill the god of death, let the devil take his place. So he appeared, a hybrid of 43 Kryptonians, born to destroy you, your Doomsday. Doomsday has many versions of its origin in different universes. For example, it was created by General Zod and Fire using the DNA of the strongest creature they could find on Krypton. For example, it was created by Lex using Zod's corpse, after learning Kryptonian knowledge. For example, it was a super weapon created by the Zod family and the L family. For example, it was transformed by Lex using the anti-world Superman. No matter how Doomsday was born, they all have power beyond Superman and terrible evolutionary abilities. Just like the mainstream destiny of the world, there will always be an existent codename Doomsday, created for various reasons, and becoming Superman's mortal enemy. Roar. Doomsday roared in a low voice, with a bloody light flashing in his eyes, and Lex was also knocked to the ground. Clark flew up upon seeing this. Even if Lex had committed many evil things and even kidnapped his parents and girlfriend, Clark would still save him and hand him over to the law. It is because of such a firm bottom line and character that Superman can become a benchmark superhero. Seeing that Doomsday was about to hit Lex first, Clark gathered powerful strength in his fists and shot at Doomsday like two meteors. Boom. A deafening roar cut through the sky, and the whole city seemed to be shaking. Outside the building of the biological laboratory, a red figure fell from the sky, like a meteor cutting through the sky. It was Clark. As soon as Clark landed, a huge figure also descended. Its body was huge, covered with an indestructible shell. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, and its green eyes revealed endless coldness and evil. It was Doomsday. What a strong guy. Clark was secretly shocked. He didn't hold back at all just now. Even though he was surprised, Clark still stood firmly, with a firm and bright look in his eyes. Because he knew his mission, he could not retreat, in order to protect the city and its people. Doomsday was like a messenger of darkness, full of the breath of death. The two faced off, and the air was filled with an indescribable tension. A fateful decisive battle was about to take place. Roar. Doomsday roared deafeningly, and launched a fierce attack on Clark. The fists of the two collided fiercely, and a powerful shock wave erupted. The surrounding buildings were shaken, and fragments were scattered. Gah. Clark struggled to resist. His strength was comparable to Doomsday at first, but Doomsday's attacks became more and more fierce, gradually surpassing Clark, and every heavy blow made Clark feel powerless. Boom. Doomsday suddenly burst out with orange energy waves, attacking Clark like a glowing tide. Clark reacted quickly, avoided Doomsday's attack at lightning speed, and then launched a counterattack. Who? Clark exerted all his strength, and repelled Doomsday to the top of a tall building. Doomsday roared angrily, waving his huge claws, and rushing towards Clark, but Clark evaded the attack nimbly, jumped up, grabbed Doomsday's neck, and threw him back to the ground. Doomsday howled in pain, and struggled to stand up, his green eyes flashing with anger. The two fought fiercely again, punching each other, and each attack was done with all their strength. The surrounding blocks seemed to have become a battlefield. Buildings were destroyed, vehicles were overturned, and flames and smoke filled the air. Boom 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 boom. The battle intensified, and the moment Clark and Doomsday fought, it seemed to have triggered a major earthquake. The lights of the high-rise buildings swayed in the shock wave between the two, and the night of the city became chaotic and mysterious. Damn, he seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Clark gritted his teeth, waved his fists, and launched a strong offensive against Doomsday again. Doomsday widened his eyes, feeling the strong threat brought by Clark, and released energy shocks again without hesitation to resist Clark's attack. Clark had no choice but to try to fight back with heat rays. The energy of the two met and made a deafening explosion. The vibration of the city became more obvious, as if the entire metropolis was trembling for this extraordinary battle. With a swish, Clark and Doomsday separated, their eyes crossed, and their fighting spirit became stronger. Doomsday once again burst out with an orange energy shock, and launched a fierce attack on Clark. Clark did not retreat, and stood up to meet the explosive power of Doomsday. The night was instantly ignited. The battle between Clark and Doomsday was like a fierce collision of planets in the universe, with stars overflowing, and a shocking brilliance. This area has become a battlefield between Clark and Doomsday, with war smoke and fire all over the sky illuminating the night. Fortunately, it is late at night now, and most people in the building have gone home after get off work, otherwise I don't know how big a tragedy it would cause. But Clark himself was defeated step by step, and Doomsday became stronger and stronger, and had surpassed Clark's strength in all aspects. The battle was like a battle between heaven and man. Broken buildings, flying sparks, everything disappeared in the vortex of this battle. The city seemed to be caught in a Doomsday storm. At this time, Doomsday had evolved in the battle with Clark. He was covered with a hard shell as red as lava. His sharp claws tore through the air and made a piercing scream. There was a hellish flame burning in his eyes, as if announcing the ruthless ravage of all life. With one punch, Clark was knocked away and could not resist. The alarms in the metropolis sounded one after another, and the army responded quickly to prepare for this huge threat. Tanks, fighters, armored vehicles, all the forces that could be mobilized were mobilized, and the overwhelming army was deployed around the city like an iron wall. The army set up many defense lines in the streets and alleys. Machine guns, rocket launchers, snipers, all the forces that could be used were ready. Doomsday stared at the gathered army and let out a thunderous roar. The sound was like the roar of thousands of troops, shocking people. Roar. The commander-in-chief who was in charge of this time was a black man named Calvin. He looked at Doomsday on the screen nervously and murmured, "This time the enemy is unusual. Even Superman was beaten so badly. We must be careful." However, when Doomsday took action, everyone realized that these conventional military forces were simply vulnerable to it. Bang! Doomsday waved his huge fist and slammed it hard on the ground, and the area within 1,000 meters trembled. A powerful shock wave spread out from it as the center, sweeping all the surrounding buildings and vehicles. Under the impact of this force, the army's first line of defense was instantly torn to pieces. The tracks of the tanks twisted and broke under the strong impact. The windows of the armored vehicles were shattered, and the crew inside fled in panic. The launcher of the rocket launcher collapsed in the shockwave, and the unfired shells caused a series of explosions on the ground. The sniper was shaken to the left and right in the window of the high-rise building, and the rifle in his hand could not aim at the target at all. Boom. 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 Doomsday took heavy steps, and each step was like an earthquake, causing the ground to crack and bricks to fly. As his movements became more and more intense, an orange energy shock wave spread out, and everything turned to ashes wherever it passed. This energy wave hit the army's second line of defense, and it was another devastating impact. Chapter 179, The Flash is dead. How inhumane. Fighters flew towards Doomsday, trying to contain it with firepower, but in Doomsday's eyes, these planes were as insignificant as ants. The red heat rays swept past, and the army's planes were immediately blown apart, turning into sparks blooming in the air. Tanks charged on the ground, firing shells, but Doomsday's body was extremely hard, and when the shells touched its surface, they were like bullets hitting rocks, and could not cause substantial damage. Blood-red light erupted from Doomsday's eyes, heading straight for the army's armored forces, thicker and larger than the heat vision released by the Kryptonians. Boom. The armored vehicles disappeared in the red light, as if they were swallowed up. In front of Doomsday, the army's power seemed so small and powerless. It was like an unbeatable behemoth, rampaging through the streets and alleys of the city, ruthlessly crushing everything that stood in its way. Even the president and Calvin, who had been watching the battle, had an illusion that everything could not escape this vortex of destruction. Bang! Doomsday stepped hard, and suddenly a gust of wind swept out. The wind was mixed with gravel, glass fragments and burning flames, engulfing all the vehicles and buildings on the street. After this gust of wind, the scene of the surrounding blocks had completely changed, with ruins and blazing fires everywhere. Everyone retreat! Everyone retreat! We can't fight it. Panic spread among the army, and the army commander shouted at the top of his lungs in the communication channel. However, Doomsday did not seem to intend to let them go. It turned around, and its eyes turned red, and locked onto the remaining troops. At the same time, an invisible force emanated from it, compressing the surrounding air, and making it gurgle. Then, Doomsday opened his bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound wave swept away like a tsunami, completely drowning the remaining troops. Just this sonic roar set off a violent storm, plunging the city into chaos. Doomsday's huge body stood proudly on the top of the ruins like a red-black mountain. At this critical moment, Clark's figure flew over as fast as lightning. His blue-red clothes cut a ray of light in the night sky, and he roared and pushed Doomsday up. Roar, ah, ah, ah. Doomsday let out a low roar, responded to Clark's challenge with his fist, and knocked him up again. The two stood opposite each other in the night sky. The atmosphere solidified, and an inevitable battle was about to begin. I will never allow you to create more killings. Clark rushed towards Doomsday, his fist cut through the night sky like a meteor, and collided with Doomsday's red body. With a loud bang, the exploding fire wave quickly spread around, illuminating the sky like daylight. Doomsday did not show weakness. Its body was extremely hard, and every time it was hit by Clark's fist, it brought a trembling recoil force. The two tangled together in the night sky, forming a magnificent picture, even more dangerous than the Kryptonian siege Clark faced before. On the ground, in the military's senior command room, Calvin and scientists closely watched this life and death duel in front of a huge screen. We must find a way to help Superman, an officer shouted. Hasn't the previous sacrifice been enough? We can't risk interfering with this battle. Another officer replied calmly. At the same time, Clark and Doomsday's battle escalated again. Clark was beaten, and flipped in the air many times, and flew back unremittingly, trying to subdue Doomsday with his speed and strength. Doomsday fought back with his brute force and ferocity. Their battle continued from the Earth's atmosphere to outer space, dyeing the entire night sky red and blue. Although Clark tried his best, Doomsday seemed to become more and more powerful, and his red body like lava was particularly eye-catching against the background of the universe. Clark's majestic figure rushed over like a ray of light. The two collided in the boundless universe, and the intersection of power and power caused waves of space ripples. Under Clark's full strength burst, the power was like a falling star, unstoppable. However, Doomsday was not defeated. He roared, struggled, and launched a counterattack against Clark in his own way. Their battle spread in the depths of the universe, and the satellite smashed by the residual power bloomed like fireworks. Military observers on Earth watched this duel in the universe through satellite images from farther away. Their eyes were full of tension and awe. Every fight between Superman and Doomsday seemed to be depicting a picture of the end of the world. The president is urging us. Calvin nodded with a solemn face after answering a phone call. Can we wait a little longer? A female officer asked if Fangs can arrive. I can't wait any longer. That monster is too strong. Every extra second will cause a lot of damage. Who knows when Fangs will arrive? Because of the previous disasters, Gory asked Barry to go back in time. So from their perspective, Fangs often arrived at the scene as soon as the disaster happened. Therefore, when watching Doomsday again this time, it will feel that Fangs is too slow to come, and there is no way to wait at all. I understand. The scientists nodded in tacit understanding and discussed the response plan. After a heated discussion, a bold plan emerged in their minds. They decided to launch a nuclear bomb at Doomsday and detonate Doomsday in space. Although this may be dangerous to Superman, they believe that this is the only way to stop Doomsday. Soon, a huge nuclear bomb was launched and headed straight for Clark and Doomsday in the night sky. The sound of the nuclear bomb was like the low hum of death, and everything was silent at this moment. Clark sensed the approach of the nuclear bomb, but he did not retreat, but turned around quickly and rushed towards Doomsday at a faster speed. He tried to push Doomsday into the deeper universe, as far away from the Earth as possible. However, the disadvantage of doing so was that the speed of the nuclear bomb was so fast that Clark could not get rid of Doomsday in a short time. Raw. Doomsday also felt the crisis, and he threw a punch at Clark in anger. Clark dodged and knocked Doomsday away with his clenched fist. The next moment, the nuclear bomb broke through the air in the darkness and hit Doomsday accurately. A dazzling light burst out, illuminating the outer space like daylight. Clark and Doomsday were swallowed by the shock wave of the nuclear bomb explosion, and their figures gradually disappeared in the light of the stars, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The military's senior command room fell into silence, and scientists nervously waited for feedback on the screen. Doomsday, marked as projectile number 1, was hit hard by the shock wave of the explosion, and turned into a red light that fell from the sky and fell back to the Earth. Superman, who was labeled as projectile number 2, was floating in the aftermath of the explosion, with almost no reaction. Boom. Doomsday smashed into the sky like a meteorite, and when the smoke on the screen dissipated, everyone was surprised to find that Doomsday appeared in the pit again. Moreover, its body was even bigger than before, and its appearance was more ferocious. Impossible. Calvin's voice was full of shock, and the scientists couldn't believe what they saw. Doomsday seemed to have been reborn, and its body exuded an unimaginable energy, which spread wantonly to the outside world. Under the bombing of the nuclear bomb, Doomsday became even more powerful and his power became even more amazing. Every breath he took seemed to announce his existence and threat to the world. And this time Doomsday became even more violent, like the wrath of hell. Faced with this unstoppable force, the military command room was completely in despair. After the short battle just now, there have been a number of fearless journalists taking helicopters to report on the scene, especially since several helicopters of their peer newspapers have been shot down. Everyone in the world received this breaking news about the fate of mankind, but Bruce, Diana and Gory learned about it earlier than them and just arrived at the scene. This is terrible. Even Bruce couldn't help but sigh. Just by looking at the light on the sky, he knew that a nuclear bomb had been detonated there. Who would have thought that this monster was not only unscathed, but also became stronger? Is that Clark in the sky? Gory received the image from the satellite's ear, and his heart sank slightly. How about this? Let's fight together for the first time, although this enemy is stronger than expected. Diana clenched the artifact in her hand and was about to rush out, but was stopped by Gory. Wait, what's going on? Diana frowned slightly. Diana was more convinced of Gory, who was much stronger than her. First, turn back time and repair the damage to the city. As soon as Gory finished speaking, Barry saw the news rushing over from Central City. Mr. Wayne, what happened? Bruce wanted to answer subconsciously, but then he remembered that he was still wearing a bat mask. Besides, he was not familiar with Barry, and the other party should be asking Gory. Just run as usual. Barry, save everything. After getting Gory's order, Barry nodded and started running immediately. The ground under Barry's feet began to flash with lightning, and he accelerated hard in the face of Doomsday's gaze. Barry ran wildly with his feet. His speed was as fast as lightning, so fast that it seemed to tear time apart. His heartbeat was accelerating, and every beat seemed to be calling him, calling Barry to transcend the constraints of time and space and leap into the unknown. Then, Barry's pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw from the corner of his eye that Doomsday was following him closely. What? It was a terrifying sense of oppression, like a storm in the dark night, rolling in. Doomsday's power and speed are like an endless abyss, making it impossible to see the bottom. Barry's heart was instantly scared. This monster is faster than the Kryptonians. This is impossible. I have obviously accelerated so much. Barry was shocked. He has always been the fastest existence. How could anyone keep up with his super light speed? However, even though Barry's speed continued to increase, he found that he seemed unable to escape Doomsday's pursuit, and Doomsday always followed closely behind him. It can be said that in countless multiverses, Doomsday's most famous achievement is killing Superman. If we talk about the most famous performance in speed, it is in the Death of Superman event. Doomsday actually caught the running Flash with his bare hands while destroying the Justice League. Doomsday is stronger than Superman in both speed and strength, and Superman is almost the closest existence in the universe to the speed of the Flash. Therefore, Doomsday, who is much more powerful than Superman after evolution, can even make Barry feel unprecedented pressure in terms of speed. Damn it, I have to go faster. Barry gritted his teeth. His muscles were like taut strings, and after the explosion, his speed increased again, so fast that it seemed to tear the timeline apart. But Doomsday was still following closely behind him, and his acceleration was even faster than Barry's. Barry had to launch another fierce sprint, trying to directly cross the barrier of time and space and return to the past. Unfortunately, his efforts seemed to be in vain. Doomsday still followed him like a ghost, and the terrifying shadow seemed to strangle Barry's heartbeat. Why can't I get rid of him? Doomsday's speed was getting faster and faster. His maximum speed limit might still not be as good as Barry's, but his acceleration was even higher than Barry's, and he gradually caught up with Barry before he accelerated to the highest speed. The huge palm grabbed Barry's body, and Barry suddenly felt an irresistible force locking him tightly. Barry struggled hard, but Doomsday's power made him feel extremely small. The monster-like big palm tightly grasped Barry, and the force was enough to crush Barry. The severe pain made Barry's eyes become empty in an instant. His body trembled weakly, and the desperate look in his eyes was heartbreaking. Doomsday began to clench his fists, and Barry wanted to break away by shaking his body, but it was a pity that Doomsday's reaction speed was at the same level as his, and it was too late. Both sides slowed down to a stagnant state. Bruce, Diana and Gory only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they heard a sound of bones breaking from Barry's body. In just a moment, Barry was squeezed into a ball, and Doomsday completely ended Barry's life. Gory's pupils suddenly shrank. He never expected that Doomsday's speed could catch up with Barry. Now not only Superman has lost his ability to fight, but even the Flash, the biggest reliance of desperate situation, has been killed. Bruce and Diana were silent immediately. What should they do? Exclamation mark. Chapter 180, Extreme Speed Force Form. Gory had not concealed the details of the previous disasters from Bruce and Diana. After all, they were scheduled to become teammates with the Flash, so how could he hide the Flash's abilities? Therefore, they knew that the previous disasters were all saved by Barry's efforts, and the number of casualties was not so terrible. Who would have thought that this time Barry would die in the very beginning? The situation is really terrible. Bruce's face sank, which meant that they had lost all chances to start over. Diana also felt a little bit reluctant, but she still pulled herself together and prepared to fight Doomsday. Only Gory's eyes were cold, but he was not angry much, and he was still very calm. Because what Bruce and Diana didn't know was that Gory still had the ability to start over. Huh. Bruce, I want to apologize to you first. What? Bruce was slightly stunned. What was he talking about in front of the enemy? I was beaten for my past concealment, and of course you were beaten, but it was definitely because of your fault. Gory shrugged. Now the situation is urgent. It seems that I can't keep it secret any longer. Bruce wanted to ask again, but was shocked the next second. Because he saw Gory took out something very familiar. It was exactly the driver on Fang's waist. This is. Even with Bruce's calmness, he couldn't help but think a lot at this moment. It turned out that Fang, who had a profound and significant impact on him, had actually been hiding around him. Was it his brother Gory? Fang was actually by my side. It can only be said that the two brothers of the Wayne family unexpectedly embarked on the road of protecting Gotham City at the same time. Thinking of this, Bruce also had mixed feelings. However, as Gory loaded the driver on his waist, Bruce immediately found something different. Although it was very similar to Fang's belt only had one slot, while Gory's belt had 2 slots. This is not a lost drive, but a dual side drive. Although Gory can still use this to say that he is only providing technical support for Fangs, since there is no need to hide his identity now, Gory is too lazy to make up a lie. Gory, what are you going to do? Diana also asked in confusion. Could it be that Gory is going to transform into the form that beat her that day to fight this monster? But this transformation method looks very different. It is the memory that you knocked down that day. Of course, you also saw me recover it. Gory took out the Speed Force memory. I want to use the concept extracted from Barry's body to reverse time and space with the Speed Force and save everyone. After that, Gory inserted the memory into one side of the dual side drive and stretched his other hand upward. Come here, Extreme. An eagle's cry came from the sky, and the Extreme Eagle cut through the sky and fell from the sky. That's right. In addition to the successful extraction of Barry's Speed Force memory, Gory also successfully obtained the concept of Extreme from Clark. As for why Gao Li wanted to extract the concept of Extreme and create memory, the reason is very simple. Because Extreme memory is almost the most special existence among all memories. Simply put, Extreme memory is an amplification memory, which is applicable to almost any other concept. Gao Li, who has T2 series technology, can create an extreme memory that can transform alone, but Gao Li went a step further and wanted to bring out the characteristics of extreme memory to amplify the ability of another memory. Therefore, Gao Li created a bilateral drive. Originally, the technology of the bilateral drive can only allow 2 people to transform together, but the extreme memory is also an exception. It is almost not counted as a one-person memory, but as an amplification effect superimposed on other memories. For example, after Shotaro Sao and Philip transformed into the final form, they did not directly switch the entire form like other Kamen Riders, and transformed into Kamen Rider W Extreme form, but transformed into Kamen Rider W Gale Ace Extreme form. The strongest Kamen Rider W envisioned by Philip's mother, Sanosuke Fumian, is also the Kamen Rider W Gale Acceleration Extreme form transformed by Terukichi Ryu and Philip. In other words, even if it is transformed into the final form, the basic Gale memory and Ace memory or acceleration memory still exist, and the ultimate power is just amplifying them comprehensively. In fact, there is a very intuitive example that can prove that Gao Li's thinking is correct, that is, Sanosuke Wakana's later monster form Clay Doll Stream. This is the most typical use of 2 conceptual powers at the same time by one person. Although this is achieved with the help of the power of genetic memory, it is because the bilateral drive technology was developed by Sanosuke Fumian specifically for Philip, and is completely in the hands of Sanosuke Fumian. The museum only has the first version of the lost drive technology, and there is no technology to connect to Jaya memories. Originally, with the extracted concepts, Jaya memory is difficult to completely match the original. Gori quickly went over the plan in his mind, and even with Berry's speed, he was caught by Doomsday, and he didn't even have time to shake to escape. Berry needed time to shake his body, which was enough for other enemies to escape, but it was too slow for Doomsday, whose speed even exceeded his at that time. And just like the Jaya memory that extracted the concept of the Infinity Stone, even the most adaptable zone memory can't be said to be completely the same as the Space Stone. If Gori used the Speed Force memory alone, he might not even be able to reverse time and space. However, with the Extreme memory, it's completely different. Transform. Gori folded the Extreme memory and inserted it into the double-sided drive. He modified the structure of the Extreme Eagle so that it could fold its wings in half so that it would not affect the memory on the other side. Speed. Stream. A large amount of data was like a halo surrounding Gori and soaring into the sky, mixed with a lot of Speed Force's iconic lightning. Since there is no well of Earth in the DC universe, the Extreme memory does not have the ability to connect to the Earth library, but the corresponding transformation threshold has been greatly reduced, and the adaptability has also been greatly improved. With the speed of Bruce and Diana, we probably can't expect to intercept Doomsday, so let's add another insurance. Gori, who transformed into the ultimate form of Kamen Rider W Speed Force, moved his neck and pointed at the monster he vaguely guessed what it was. Destruction Day. Why do you have speed and strength comparable to or even beyond Superman? Why do you look ugly and not very smart? In fact, Gori didn't finish asking the question because he had already started running at a very fast speed. The skill of 10-meter long distance running can be directly effective as long as there is a format start and continuous questioning, limiting the speed of Doomsday. Roar. Doomsday didn't understand why and rushed towards Gori with all his strength to tear him apart, but he was immediately stunned. With his confused thinking and poor IQ, it was really difficult to understand why he couldn't run as fast as before. No, in fact, he was already running fast, but the actual distance he moved was pitifully small. This reality was completely different from what he had imagined, which made Doomsday even more confused. What kind of ability is this? So powerful. Diana gasped, especially after she had seen Doomsday's power. I didn't expect that Gori used some means to make Doomsday move as fast as a turtle. On the other hand, Gori had instantly accelerated to an unimaginable speed, even faster than the Super Kabuto. Sure enough, it's the same as the theoretical data. It's stable. After Gori experienced it himself, he immediately cheered up. Initially, in Gori's calculations, ordinary Speed Force memory can accelerate to sublight speed when it is used at normal speed, and if the Extreme Drive is used, the Speed Force memory can run at full power, making Gori completely equal to the speed of light in a short period of time. Although it is far inferior to Barry, it is already the same as the speed of normal Superman at full speed. In this state, everything is almost equivalent to time standing still. The main reason is that the speed of light is a threshold of the laws of cosmic physics. It is difficult to completely break through this limit unless you are a Speed Force user like Barry, who is born for extreme speed. After adding the Extreme memory as an aid, the Speed Force memory was immediately upgraded to the same level as the original Barry. Just by exerting the ability under normal conditions, you can run at the speed of light. Once you use the maximum drive, you should be able to reach the highest 10 times superluminal speed like Barry in a short period of time. Let's try it and reverse this desperate situation. Speed. Maximum drive. Gao Li started the maximum drive without hesitation. He felt that he was super accelerated again and reached the state of superluminal speed directly. I saw that around Gao Li's body, the light seemed to be ignited by an invisible torch, turning red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and rainbow-like colors were flying around him. Gao Li's heartbeat was like 1,000 hammers, and every beat seemed to declare war on time. Success. I'm surpassing the laws of physics. Gao Li was very excited and even felt that he could fight any challenge with speed. At this moment, he was challenging the limits of the universe and the constraints of time. He was going 10 times faster than the speed of light to reverse the flow of time and change the current outcome. But suddenly, a void appeared in front of Gao Li. It was the space-time barrier he was about to break through. Gao Li felt that his heart was like a gunpowder barrel about to explode, and his body was like a rocket driven by a strong wind, carrying him forward. Then, Gao Li's vision became blurred, but his consciousness was extremely clear. He saw his shadow twisting in front of him, and even his voice vibrations were visualized, as if a rainbow was drawn in the air. Gao Li therefore heard his heartbeat, which echoed in the long river of time like thunder, and his memory began to lose a lot of energy, and the speed force burned like fireworks. At that moment, time began to flow backwards, and the world became distorted in front of Gao Li. Time seemed to have turned into a huge waterfall, pouring up from a low place. Gao Li could hear the ripples of time rippling in the air, and could feel the vortex of time spinning around him. Gori saw everything was continuously moving backwards, like a moving picture scroll, and Barry was also resurrected. The difference was that as a speedster, he saw Gori running as soon as he was resurrected. Is that Mr. Wayne? Barry saw the driver and speed force memory on Gori's waist, and then he suddenly realized who the Kamen Rider in front of him was. But then, the memory of being killed came like a tide, making Barry's face extremely pale. Ugh. He returned to normal speed and began to vomit. Even though Barry was vomiting in a very embarrassing way, at least he was back now. Gori successfully reversed time at a speed faster than the speed of light and returned to before the tragedy happened. It seems that I can't go on. Gori also quickly returned to normal speed because the self-repair ability of time and space has reached its upper limit, and if it continues, the world will be reconstructed. The reason why it can only flow backwards for such a short time is that the previous chase between Barry and Doomsday has reversed time to a certain extent, but it has not been able to completely go back in time, leaving Gori with a certain amount of control space. But Gori did not wait for the timeline to recover before performing the second operation. Time and space are still in a very fragile state, and the upper limit of the time that can be reversed is naturally shorter. Mr. Wayne, thank you for saving me. Barry thanked him weakly, his face pale. Gori waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you go home and rest first, and leave the next battle to me." But Barry wanted to show off, but Gori held his shoulders. "Listen to me, I promise you, I will win in the end." In addition to Barry's poor condition and his body and mind in urgent need of recovery because of his death once, the most important thing is that Gori judged that Barry would not play a big role in this battle. First, Doomsday's speed is enough to match Barry, and second, even if Barry reaches a speed limit faster than Doomsday, it is still just scratching Doomsday. Perhaps Barry's crazy use of the Speed Force attack may even break the defense of ordinary Kryptonians. The problem is that Doomsday is much harder and stronger than ordinary Kryptonians. Not to mention that it may not be possible to break the defense. Even if it is broken, it is not enough. On the contrary, Doomsday is more likely to evolve again due to being attacked by the Speed Force and obtain the same speed limit as Barry. Doomsday will undoubtedly be more difficult to beat then. The last and most important point is that the elasticity of time and space has been stretched to the limit. If Barry is killed again, Gori will not be able to save him by going back in time and space. After all, Barry is his friend and a junior who is taken care of by him, and Gori does have stronger strength, so he would rather take more risks himself. Boom. As soon as Gori finished speaking, a deafening sound came from the uninhabited island in the distance, and Doomsday fell like a meteorite. Chapter 181, a historic moment. The end point of Gori's time reversal was just after the nuclear bomb exploded. After they said a few words, Doomsday had already fallen back to Earth. Diana and Bruce are not here yet. If you think about it this way, the identity that was exposed just now is almost the same as not being exposed. It was all wiped out by the time reversal. Haha. Gori waved to Barry. After hesitating for a few times, Barry decided to believe Gori's promise and turned to leave the battlefield. After all, Mr. Wayne had never lied to him. No matter what strong enemy he faced, he always kept his word. Anyway, let's fight first. Gori quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. At least hold on until Clark returns. Gori didn't believe that a mere nuclear bomb could kill Superman, so he was not too worried and immediately wanted to fight Doomsday alone. On the other side, in the military command room, they were once again shocked by Doomsday after being reversed in time. The shock wave emitted by that monster is getting stronger and stronger. Every time we hit it, it will become stronger. We can't attack anymore," Calvin said with a dead look on his face. The president on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. "What do you mean, Calvin?" As if he couldn't believe it, the president asked again. Calvin trembled and said, "I mean, this thing can't be killed." The command room was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of extreme despair. A monster that is stronger than Superman and cannot be killed will completely destroy all mankind in a short time. And humans have no means of resistance. "Sir, look." Suddenly an officer pointed at the screen and shouted, "A new target has been detected." Calvin was slightly stunned and immediately mobilized the intact satellite to see the situation on the scene. "Is that Fang?" The style of the armor is very similar, but there are many subtle differences. Calvin frowned, but according to the intelligence, Fang seems to have the ability to change its appearance. It seems that it could really be him. That's right, only Fang, who can confront the Kryptonian army head on, can deal with this kind of monster. It's Fang. Fang is coming. Finally took action. The voices in the command room came one after another, and everyone rekindled hope. Gory, who was highly expected by everyone, had already snapped his fingers and cast the connection magic. Clark, Bruce and Diana not being here was not a disadvantage. At least Gory could use kryptonite and magic without restraint. The kryptonite sword emerged directly from the connection magic circle, which was equivalent to zero distance movement, and teleported directly to Doomsday. No matter how fast he was, he could not avoid it, unless he dodged it the moment the magic circle appeared. But it was obvious that Doomsday did not have that level of intelligence. Raw. For the first time, Doomsday's low roar showed obvious emotional changes, just because he felt that he suddenly became countless times weaker, and the most intuitive manifestation was that he could not move as fast as before. Sure enough, just like Zod and the others, they are not as fast after being affected by kryptonite. Gory laughed and slapped the extreme memory on his waist. Stream. Maximum drive. Gory jumped high and kicked Doomsday. Boom. Doomsday's entire huge body was kicked into the ground, forming a big pit, and a deep bloody hole appeared in the center of the twisted body. With just one blow, Doomsday stopped moving. So hard. Even without the Kryptonian armor, it was weakened by the influence of kryptonite, but it was still so hard. How could it not be kicked through directly? Gao Li was secretly shocked when he saw this. Doomsday was indeed a monster among monsters. His physical ability was too outrageous. But the next moment, something even more outrageous happened. Doomsday, who seemed to have been kicked to death, had actually begun to be reborn. Roar. Doomsday roared angrily to the sky, and the iconic orange energy wave reappeared, erupting violently with him as the center. Gao Li's expression condensed, and he quickly retreated with super speed to avoid Doomsday's energy wave diffusion attack. However, the kryptonite swords inserted beside Doomsday were blown away, allowing Doomsday to escape the radiation range. Are you kidding? You can be reborn within the radiation range of kryptonite. Gory frowned tightly. Does it mean that you must directly stab the kryptonite into the body to kill Doomsday to the greatest extent? What's the situation now? At this time, Diana and Bruce arrived. Bruce was especially surprised to see Fang again. Although the style of the driver and the appearance of the biological armor are different, the overall technological style is the same. Bruce has also seen Fang change its form in front of him. So after being surprised, Bruce felt relieved again, because Fang has never failed so far. The situation is that we are facing a monster that is extremely difficult to kill. Gory said simply. Anyway, let's fight Lubu with 3 heroes first, and try to stab the green swords around him into his body. Diana nodded. She didn't ask too much when facing a powerful enemy. Bruce also moved the Bat-2 armor and got ready. With the support of the G4 chip, although the Bat-2 armor is not as strong and fast as Diana, its AI computing ability that can almost predict the future greatly supplements its combat power. Coupled with Bruce's own fighting skills that are no less than Diana's, and his exaggerated dodge ability that is like a law, he is able to participate in the fight with Doomsday in a short time with the kryptonite sword in hand. Understood. Let's go. The three rushed out from three directions, and the kryptonite sword flew into their hands under Gao Li's command through the magnetic levitation device. Diana rushed to Doomsday first, and the kryptonite sword cut through the air, causing a violent collision with Doomsday's orange energy. Bang! A huge shockwave swept in, lifting the ruins around. Bruce quickly followed, using his keen fighting skills to dodge Doomsday's attack, and the kryptonite sword stabbed Doomsday's key parts. Doomsday's body is extremely hard and almost impossible to be penetrated, but it is vulnerable to the kryptonite sword. Gory was looking for an opportunity on the side. He took a deep breath and swung the kryptonite sword with all his strength. The sword cut through the darkness and hit Doomsday's body, making a huge tearing sound. However, Doomsday did not stop, but became more angry. It released an orange shockwave, which knocked Diana and Bruce back. Gory also lost his balance in this force, and was blown into the air. He is so powerful. Diana frowned. She felt the threat of Doomsday. This is no longer a simple destroyer, but a more evil and terrifying existence. If he cannot be defeated, this city and even the whole world will be completely destroyed. Roar. Doomsday launched another offensive. He let out a deafening roar and rushed towards the three people. After many evolutions, Doomsday's body was reflected by the moonlight with a metallic luster, which looked so indestructible. But no matter how much it evolved, Doomsday still retained the characteristics of Krypton. When it hit the kryptonite swords of the three people, it couldn't help but scream in pain. Bruce began to act. He used his bat equipment and tactical strategies to distract Doomsday. He also used walls and buildings as cover, and kept throwing bombs at Doomsday. Boom 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 boom. These bombs exploded on Doomsday, causing his body to tremble. The continuous kryptonite attacks had greatly weakened his defense. Gory used his super speed to shuttle around Doomsday, and stabbed Doomsday with his kryptonite sword, causing his body to spurt blood crazily. The speed of the Speed Force made it impossible for the weakened Doomsday to catch Gory's figure, making his attack more effective. Every attack from them caused Doomsday pain, but this powerful enemy did not give up resistance. He had found opportunities to hammer Diana away several times, and even Bruce's armor was damaged to varying degrees due to the impact of the brush. The tactics worked. If you hold on a little longer, you can kill him. Gory held the kryptonite sword tightly, and the kryptonite sword drew a green light in the dark night, and collided with Doomsday. Diana and Bruce attacked alternately, and their tacit cooperation became an insurmountable fortress. The three people's joint attacks became more and more fluent, and their attacks became more and more powerful. When Doomsday roared and rushed towards them again, they fought side by side, and faced this powerful enemy together. Diana swung the kryptonite sword to block Doomsday's attack. The bomb thrown by Bruce exploded next to Doomsday. Gory used his extreme speed to shuttle around Doomsday and make precise attacks. At this moment, a figure flew rapidly from the outer space of the Earth. It was Clark. Under the sunlight of outer space, he cheered up again and attacked Doomsday with a stronger attitude than before. Boom. Doomsday was knocked away by Clark, who returned like a meteor and fell into a gas station in the distance, causing a huge explosion. Clark also landed back to Gory, Bruce and others, and staggered as soon as he landed. I feel so weak. Gory coughed and gestured to Bruce and Diana. Okay, let go of the swords. This has affected Superman. Diana and Bruce let go of the kryptonite swords as they were told. Under Gory's control, the magnetic levitation device flew the kryptonite swords of the three of them to a distance to wait, and also allowed Clark to escape from the radiation coverage. What should we do next? Bruce asked. Without these weapons, it might be more difficult for us to hurt him, or even kill him. Gory pondered for a moment and said, the three of you attack together to create an opportunity for me. I will try to end him with the last blow. Bruce, Diana and Clark looked at each other and nodded heavily to Gory. Okay, it's up to you next. On the other side, under the sky-high flames, the figure of Doomsday emerged from it. He has evolved again. His body looks huge and powerful, and his red-black shell exudes an evil glow, like a demon emerging from an endless abyss, with a blazing light on his body, as if his power is enough to destroy everything. Doomsday pressed down on the three of them like a mountain, and the terrifying sense of oppression seemed to be able to swallow up the entire city. Facing such an enemy, Diana, Bruce and Clark did not flinch at all. This monster comes from my world. Clark said solemnly. Diana smiled slightly. It just so happens that I have killed monsters from other worlds. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be stronger than before. Bruce said softly, his eyes fixed on the huge figure. Clark and Diana also nodded silently. The three of them knew that this battle would be unprecedentedly difficult and thrilling. Ayo how. Doomsday let out a deafening roar, and orange energy gushed out of its body and quickly spread to the surroundings. The ruins that were already broken collapsed even more in an instant, and the whole world trembled under the pressure of Doomsday. Let's go, Clark said loudly, and the three superheroes rushed up to meet Doomsday's might. The battle broke out, and the air was filled with a symphony of metal and sparks. The Vulcan sword in Wonder Woman's hand drew an arc of light, and Bruce's destroyer and Clark's fists met together. Facing the attacks of the three, Doomsday did not flinch. He waved his huge fist, his body emitting a fiery light, scorching the ground within a radius of 100 meters. But Diana, Bruce and Clark were never intimidated by his roar. They continued to charge forward under the blazing light. Wonder Woman's sword flashed with cold light. She dodged Doomsday's attacks gracefully and swiftly, and displayed amazing fighting skills from time to time. Bruce's fighting style was like a hunting shadow in the dark night, turning into a dark whirlwind to interfere with Doomsday from time to time. Clark faced Doomsday's power head-on, and his super strength shook the entire battlefield. He faced Doomsday fearlessly with collisions and strong punches again and again, fighting for a chance of victory for everyone. The following battle was as fierce as a storm. The three of them kept dodging Doomsday's attacks, and launched counter-attacks at the same time. Doomsday did not show weakness. His attacks became more and more violent, and orange energy raged in the night sky. The ruins of the block trembled in this fierce duel, as if they were about to be completely turned into powder. Fortunately, the powers of the three superheroes intertwined to form a powerful barrier. They worked closely together, always maintaining a tacit cooperation, and strived to bring Doomsday into trouble. Diana's swordsmanship was sharp and precise, and her slashes seemed to be able to tear the space apart. Bruce's actions were as fast and cunning as a ghost in the night. Clark's thermal vision was as hot and powerful as the sun. P.S. Since Calvin appeared, the next chapter explains the settings of Calvin and Marty and Manhunter. It is completely free. Please feel free to watch. Chapter 182, Justice and No Mercy. The three future Justice League giants continued to attack Doomsday, but Doomsday's defense was still far beyond their imagination. Every attack was like hitting an indestructible iron wall. It was difficult for them to shake Doomsday with their strength alone. Facing such an outrageous enemy of super specifications, even with the strength of the three of them, they would feel their physical strength gradually exhausted. The attacks of the three giants were gradually becoming slow and weak, and their bodies began to be exhausted. However, the three did not give up. They gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Even if we can't knock down this monster, we must create opportunities for Fangs. This idea became the biggest belief supporting the three people, especially Bruce and Clark, who believed in Fang's ability. The battlefield continued to expand, new buildings began to collapse, and new streets began to break. But the three had no time to pay attention to these. In their eyes, there was only Doomsday standing in front of them, and they could only concentrate on attacking this monster with its terrifying self-healing ability. It's endless if we go on like this, and he will keep adapting to it. Bruce said hurriedly, why don't we gather all the remaining strength and give him the strongest attack together? Diana hesitated and said, will this be too risky? If it doesn't work, then we have almost no way out. Clark took a deep breath and said, trust Wendy, Fang. We can only believe that Fang can really get rid of him. Okay. Diana gritted her teeth and used all the divine power in her body. Clark also fully squeezed the solar energy stored in his cells. Bruce gathered all the remaining energy of the Bad-2 armor and compressed it on his feet at once. Go. Drink. Ha. The three giants hit Doomsday at the same time. Facing the joint attack of the three, Doomsday did not retreat, but also felt the danger and threat from it, and instinctively used all his strength to resist. However, how could the desperate attack of the three giants be so easy to take? When the offensive of the three of them hit Doomsday's body at the same time, Doomsday suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite, and fell hard on the ground. Boom. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred around him. The broken armor barely protected Bruce from falling dozens of meters away. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Now! Thanks! Speed! Stream! Maximum drive!" Gory was ready. The dual extreme drives burst out at the same time. The whole person turned into lightning in the air and kicked Doomsday. And there were also many kryptonite swords. Under Gory's magnetic levitation control, they automatically formed an array, surrounded Gory to form a sword array, and swooped down towards Doomsday together. Boom. The dazzling lightning surrounded the fire column and soared into the sky. At the center of the fire, the kryptonite sword array was full of Doomsday's body, piercing him alive into a hedgehog. Ha-ra-ra-ra. Gory roared and poured all his strength into it. Finally, Doomsday was weakened to the extreme by the kryptonite. His physical strength dropped again and again, and he could no longer withstand the impact of the dual extreme drives. If you watch slowly, you can see that Doomsday's body becomes like fragile glass, and soon it is covered with cracks, and then the whole body cracks inch by inch. With a crack, Gory pierces Doomsday and falls to the ground behind him, with his back to Doomsday and his eyes glowing red. Doomsday is also completely shattered and Gory's back, turning into flying ashes, and never being able to recover and reborn. The kryptonite swords all fell to the ground, and Clark and Diana, who had little strength left, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed him. Finally it's over. Clark sighed and added uncomfortably, excuse me, can you move the swords away? There are too many of them, and I can't move a finger now. Gory laughed and gave an automatic command to the magnetic levitation device on the kryptonite swords. They all formed an array and flew away side by side. Clark was at least relieved, and Gory reached out and pulled him up. Your name is Fang, right? Diana asked. We have recently organized a superhero league. Are you interested in joining? Gory looked strange and said with a forced smile, forget it, I'm just a hero who is interested in joining any organization. But this young man is very good. I strongly recommend him to join your league. You will not regret it. Gory patted Clark on the shoulder. Clark also looked strange and wanted to say something, but forced himself to hold it back. By the way, where is Luther? He is the one who created and released this monster. The Doomsday incident was finally over, and Clark remembered the culprit. He just tried to use his supervision to look around, but he couldn't find any trace of Lex. Who knows? Gory said casually, if he was near here before, he might have died because of the residual power. Bruce limped over and retorted, I don't think it's likely, especially since I've studied the intelligence of Lex Luthor in depth. He is extremely arrogant and conceited. He is a typical extreme narcissist. He even believes that he is of great significance to all mankind. It is unlikely that he would create a monster without saving his life. He would never commit suicide. Clark couldn't help but recall the previous events and frown slightly. Since Lex had studied his abilities so thoroughly, he might have completely understood Superman's character. The reason why he was fearless when facing Doomsday was that he believed that Superman would never let him die without saving him, right? Maybe this is the so-called good people should be pointed at by guns. That Lex Luthor can't possibly stay in hiding forever. Don't worry too much about it. Diana, as an old senior, comforted them. After confirming that Doomsday was dead, they should go back to rest. After all, not only did they use up almost all of their strength, but they were also injured by Doomsday. That monster was such an exaggerated existence. From this point of view, it was really thanks to Fang that he could kill the monster, allowing all of them to win without sacrifice. Okay, Clark could only nod. I think Luthor probably has figured out everything a long time ago, and he must be hiding safely now. I'll find a way to deal with him later. This is exactly the case. After Clark and Doomsday rolled out, Lex immediately went to his own shelter. This shelter was built at a huge cost, and even a nuclear explosion could not hurt it at all. It also took all measures to prevent Superman from snooping. Lex knew that, no matter how angry Superman was, his hypocritical sense of morality and responsibility would make him want to capture him and bring him to justice. And he could just take advantage of Superman's weakness. Thinking of this, Lex laughed triumphantly. But not long after Gary and the three leaders of the Justice League parted ways, Lex suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Ha ha ha, Lex's laughter stopped abruptly because a warm liquid splashed on his face and kept soaking his clothes. Then there was endless pain, and Lex could hardly breathe. What's going on? Lex looked back in horror, only to see a magic circle appear behind him, and a hand holding a sword pierced his back. Although your high-tech protection is still useful for Superman, it's a pity that it doesn't work well for magic in the field of metaphysics. A cold laugh came from the opposite side, and Lex's eyes were about to burst. Who are you? Guess. Gao Li laughed. His voice and appearance had been changed when he appeared in the Feidian group. For a guy like Lex who considers himself a smart man, the unknown is probably the most unbearable thing, especially before he dies. He doesn't even know who the murderer is. You should feel uncomfortable before you die, and it can be regarded as a sigh of relief for the casualties and damage caused by Doomsday. You, how dare you? Lex coughed up blood, his strength was constantly lost, and he fell to the ground. My wisdom is the treasure of all mankind. Lex muttered to himself, his pupils kept dilating, and finally lost all life. Heh, just you? Gao Li only gave a contemptuous reply, raised his hand to cast a spell, and a ball of fire cremated Lex Luthor on the spot. Unlike Clark, Gao Li always killed all supercriminals who are likely to cause new tragedies countless times in the future, and never spared. And Lex Luthor's actions have undoubtedly led to his death. Gotham City, Wayne Manor. Afu, why didn't you complete what you promised me? Spider-Gwen pouted, his golden eyes full of disappointment. Alfred smiled, his vicissitudes eyes full of doting. Master Right, what are you talking about? He deliberately kept it a secret. Spider-Gwen frowned, and his pink face showed a seriousness that was inconsistent with his age. Just as he was about to speak, he paused and thought, then suddenly turned around and ran away, and ran into his small study. Alfred looked at Dick helplessly, the smile on his mouth still not fading. Master Dick, look at this. Before he finished speaking, Dick shrugged. It's okay, Afu, I'll go after him. After a while, Spider-Gwen kept complaining to Dick who was chasing him, his eyes full of confusion and dissatisfaction. Afu didn't do what he promised me. Spider-Gwen pouted, I've been waiting for a long time, Dick. And he didn't do what he promised. I feel a little wronged. Dick looked at Spider-Gwen and couldn't help asking, so, you haven't told me what Afu promised you? Spider-Gwen looked like he was stuck when he heard that. That's a secret between Afu and me. No, I can't tell you. Dick looked puzzled. Why? Can't we share everything? Spider-Gwen said guiltily, I'm really sorry, because it's a big secret. I can't tell it without Afu's consent. Dick looked at Spider-Gwen seriously and said understandingly, okay, I won't force you, but if there is anything in the future, if you need help, remember to tell me. Spider-Gwen. Spider-Gwen jumped to Dick and took his hand. Yeah, Dick is the best. I will tell you, if there is anything in the future, you have to help me. That's for sure. Dick said with a smile, although you are so secretive today, I can give you some advice. Although I don't know what you want to do, you should express your intention directly. People are not mind readers. If you don't tell others your specific ideas, how can others know? Spider-Gwen was stunned when he heard it. It seemed to make sense. Then I should talk to my father directly instead of asking Afu to pass the message? Dick grabbed Spider-Gwen's shoulders and said seriously, Spider-Gwen, sometimes we have to take the initiative to communicate and tell others what we want so that we can get help. Don't always expect others to guess your thoughts. Spider-Gwen hesitated, pondered for a while, and finally nodded. Well, I know, Dick. After doing a good job of ideological work and psychological preparation, Spider-Gwen mustered up the courage to find Gao Li. Dad, I want to join your Superboy Alliance. Gao Li, what the hell? After thinking for a few seconds, Gao Li recalled what Alfred had told him. Maybe it seemed like he had indeed said that. Alfred did mention it to me, but Gao Li scratched his head and was about to continue talking when he suddenly had an idea. Spider-Gwen, what's so good about joining the superhero league? It's not fun. I have something better here. Do you want to try it? Spider-Gwen was just a child at heart and his attention was immediately diverted. What's the good thing? Let me see. Gao Li coaxed him. Do you remember the experiments I asked you to do, and the skills you learned some time ago? Dad is leaving this universe and going to other worlds soon. Why don't you try to go with Dad? Isn't it more interesting to go to different universes to play than the Justice League? Xiao Guang brainstormed for a while, and it sounded like it was indeed more fun. Shall we set off now? Xiao Guang asked. Should I bring my small school bag with me and put some snacks and drinks in it? Gao Li said with a smile. I can't bring those with me, but don't worry, Dad is richer and more powerful over there than here, and I can get you anything you want to eat. Xiao Guang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he followed Gao Li back to Metropolis with full of expectations, where the life support capsule he and Xiao Guang used had already been made. Although the preliminary research had been completed, this was the first time to try it out, and even Gao Li couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Let's start now. Xiao Guang, use the method you have mastered before to see if you can go to Marvel with me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Guts Victory Team, Move Out. After a period of research, Gao Li finally confirmed the plan to let Xiao Guang separate most of the original power and reside in Gao Li's soul like magic. After all, it is very difficult to turn the whole body into energy, but if it is the other way around, it is relatively simple to restore the original power to Xiao Guang after arriving in Marvel. Just like it is easy to create a clone with magic or superpowers, but it is very difficult to turn the clone into the original body. Xiao Guang's original body will fall into a deep sleep. The current problem is whether Xiao Guang's soul consciousness can be attracted by the magic mark made by Gao Li and travel to the Marvel world with his original power. If it succeeds, then Xiao Guang who comes to the Marvel world will be almost the same as the original body, except that he is a little weaker overall. After Xiao Guang lay in the life support cabin, he quickly separated most of the original power and entered Gao Li's body. Xiao Guang is worthy of being the contemporary saint who is comparable to the giant beast. He is born with at least the highest status. The proportion of most of the original power alone is almost equal to that of an endless golden yinglang. Although there is still some difference in size, it is not really as exaggerated as the endless golden yinglang, but it still occupies a lot of space in Gao Li's soul. As a result, the remaining capacity can only store some magic power for emergency use. Not to mention the endless golden yinglang, even the magic power of the endless style cannot be stuffed in. But Gao Li doesn't care. He is already very strong in the Marvel universe, and does not need the power of the endless golden yinglang for the time being. After all, Gao Li has mastered at least 2 abilities in the Marvel universe that can subvert time and space and change the past. You must know that before Gao Li extracted the Speed Force memory, he couldn't do that in the DC universe. If we talk about the absolute combat strength, the power that Gao Li possesses in the DC universe is even better. It can only be said that the strength that Gao Li has developed in the 2 worlds has its own merits. Crossover, start. Gao Li gave an order and entered the familiar feeling of the deep sea. When he opened his eyes, he returned to the Marvel world. I'm back. Next, let's see if Xiao Guang can come with me. Gao Li began to try impatiently, releasing the original power of Xiao Guang in his soul and condensing it into a solid body. Soon, a bald white-haired little boy appeared in front of Gao Li. The next second, Xiao Guang's wolf ears and wolf tail shook at the same time and slowly opened his eyes. Dad. Oh. I followed smoothly. Gao Li smiled excitedly at Xiao Guang, and this scene also fell into the eyes of Natasha, who pushed the door in. Natasha's eyes suddenly became sharp. What did she see? The boss of the largest justice organization on Earth, her own boss, was smiling at a naked little boy in an empty room with great excitement. Question mark? And it seemed that he had placed animal ears and tails on the innocent little boy. Hey, where did the priest come from? Exclamation mark. It's time to call the police. Oh no, it seems that we are the world's police. That's it. The world is hopeless. Excuse me, I wanted to knock on the door, but it seems that no one was in this room just now. Natasha is worthy of being a top agent. In an instant, she restrained all her fanciful thoughts and pretended to be very natural. Because when Gao Li traveled through the DC universe, the Marvel universe was not stagnant, but the time flowed very slowly, and vice versa, so there was a blank period when Gao Li was not in the timeline. This time, Gao Li fell into deep thought. He always felt that he seemed to have seen this situation before. Was it the time when Harley came in, when Xiao Guan was just born? At this moment, it was just like that moment. How could it be so similar? Ahem. Natasha, listen to my explanation. In fact, this is my son. Gao Li tried to save his reputation. If you don't believe it, listen to him. Xiao Guan got the hint from Gao Li's eyes and stepped forward to rub against him. I like you the most, Dad. Natasha showed a playful look. Calling you Dad? You're playing around, aren't you? And you're playing in front of me. What? Am I also a part of your play? Boss, you don't need to explain more. It's not like I didn't investigate you when I was doing the mission before. Don't I know whether you have a son or not? Seeing Natasha's expression, Gao Li could only sigh. Okay, just treat him as the product of my biological experiment. In this sense, I'm indeed his father, and I do regard him as my child. This is easier for Natasha, who has seen the dark side of the world, to accept. Although she is skeptical about this outrageous technology of creating life, she thinks that Gao Li can even invent the same sci-fi technology as Kamen Rider, so it's not impossible to think so. Maybe geniuses can make countless amazing achievements. Things that seem incredible to outsiders can be easily developed by geniuses. Regardless of the facts, Natasha decided to end this embarrassing topic first. That's just right. Actually, I have something to report to you. Gao Li took off his coat and put it on Xiao Guang and asked distractedly, what is it? Recently, a terrorist organization called the Ten Rings Gang led by the Mandarin has committed 9 bombings. The strange thing is that we did not detect any explosives at the scene. The Ten Rings Gang. Gao Li was stunned. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Oh, by the way, didn't I kill the leader of a terrorist organization called the Ten Rings Gang a few years ago? Natasha nodded and said, yes, we are not clear about the connection between the Ten Rings Gang and the Ten Rings Gang, but the Ten Rings Gang is an older terrorist organization. It's just that, since you killed its leader, the Ten Rings Gang was leaderless for a while. Later, according to reliable intelligence, the organization was jointly controlled by the son and daughter of the former leader, and they have stopped carrying out terrorist activities since then. Gao Li touched his chin and thought, could it be that the Ten Rings Gang is using the name of the Ten Rings Gang? After all, the title of the Mandarin of its leader alone sounds like it wants to get closer to the Ten Rings Gang. If Gao Li remembered correctly, the leader of the Ten Rings Gang, Xu Wenwu, had a very standard Chinese face, and the name Mandarin easily made people think of Chinese people. Natasha shrugged and said, they didn't work hard enough. Their leader's appearance can hardly be called Asian. Okay, go on. Gao Li ordered, and Natasha continued to tell all the information known so far. The most bizarre thing was that it was unclear how the Ten Rings Gang created the explosion. This also made Gao Li fall into deep thought. He had a lot of ways to create explosions without explosives. So what does this have to do with me? Why are you reporting to me? You should go to the relevant agency, right? Natasha asked in confusion. What relevant agency do you mean? For example, SHIELD. Gao Li said subconsciously. SHIELD has been merged into TPC. Natasha couldn't help but pinch her eyebrows. We are the relevant agency, boss. And you are the director of this relevant agency. She always felt that TPC was going to be finished. This leader was too unreliable. Question mark? Oh, right. Gao Li coughed a few times in embarrassment. He had been in the DC universe for a whole year, and he had just returned to the Marvel universe, and had not had time to react. In fact, it is very simple to find out how the Ten Rings Gang created the explosion. Just poke their lair, and everything will be revealed, right? As the director of TPC, Gao Li proposed a straightforward solution and quickly entered into the role of the position. I will grant you the relevant authority to mobilize the satellite Zia for assistance, and let the deputy director of TPC Nick Fury be the commander-in-chief of this operation. After the satellite Zia finds out the address of their lair, it will be the stage for the field staff. In short, in the name of the director of TPC, give the order and the victory team will be dispatched. That's right, the original director of SHIELD. Nick Fury was not put into cold storage, but was hired by Gao Li as the deputy director of TPC. As for why, of course it is convenient for Gao Li to slack off. He doesn't have time to really deal with the work of the TPC director for a long time. 90% of his time should be spent on scientific research. At this time, Fury plays a role. As a tool man, he can perfectly replace the work of the director and create convenient conditions for Gao Li to slack off. That's why Gao Li couldn't remember his identity right away after only 1 year. It was because he had been a director for too short a time. In this short time, Gao Li did very little work as a director. It can be said that Gao Li had very little memory of his life as a director of TPC. He usually stayed in the laboratory. Understood. Natasha also showed her professionalism and responded seriously. She left to do the preparations. Gao Li's instructions were quickly circulated within TPC. He was happy to be a hands-off boss. He touched Xiao Guang's head, who looked confused. Let's go. Dad will take you to pick out some clothes and introduce you to this world. The desert heat was rolling under the scorching sun. Steve led the victory team and quietly approached the base of the Ten Rings gang. Through the monitoring of the satellite Zia, it can be seen that the terrorists patrolling the periphery were all wearing tactical equipment and camouflage on their faces, like a group of ghosts. Steve stood at the front of the team. He stared at the huge portal deep in the base with his supervision, which was even better than a telescope. Behind Steve, his comrades were also well equipped and ready to face the upcoming battle. They were Bucky, Natasha and Clint. Although Tony and Banner were also part of the victory team in theory, they were only dealing with a few terrorists, so they didn't need to send out all of them. Captain, we have arrived at the target location and are waiting for your orders at any time, Bucky said calmly. Steve nodded, his eyes focused. Remember, our goal is to destroy this base, weaken the power of the Ten Rings, and find out the truth about the explosion. They have caused too much suffering, and we want to end it all. Then, they sneaked into the periphery of the Ten Rings base, where they could see high walls and barbed wire intertwined. The noise of terrorists could be vaguely heard from inside the wall, mixed with laughter and shouting. Steve signaled the team members to be ready, as a thrilling battle could take place at any time. Let's get started. Steve rushed out first, accelerating instantly, like a flash of lightning that cut through the sky, leaping high over the barbed wire, and landing steadily inside the wall. At the same time, Bucky followed closely behind with amazing speed, while Natasha and Clint found hidden entrances and sneaked into the base quietly. When all 4 members of the team successfully entered the base, they immediately used the surrounding sand dunes and rocks to hide their bodies. Clint shuttled lightly between the teams. His eyes were sharp, responsible for vigilance, ready to deal with any possible threats at any time. Suddenly, Steve raised his hand to signal the team to stop. Several patrolling terrorists appeared not far away, and they whispered to each other and discussed the next action plan. Leave it to me. Bucky's voice was slightly low. He was completely different when he was on a mission and was very serious. Bucky rushed over quickly, and after a few muffled sounds, the patrolling terrorists fell to the ground together. The team continued to move forward, cleverly avoiding the surveillance cameras inside and outside the base along the way. Steve commanded the team to go deep into the base, but the Ten Rings' technological strength was obviously not weak either. They soon found something wrong. A group of armed terrorists poured out, and their target was obviously the location of the team. Be careful. We've been discovered. Steve shouted loudly, and then rushed forward like thunder. His amazing speed made him reach the enemy in the blink of an eye, and he punched the terrorist in the front and knocked him out. Natasha and Clint quickly found cover and cleared the enemy with accurate shooting. Natasha's double guns were like black lightning, and the gunshots were accompanied by the enemy's screams. Clint found an excellent shooting point on the high building, and arrows were shot at the enemy continuously, accurately, and fatally. Bucky ran to Steve's side, holding the gun with both hands, and aiming at the terrorists. His cold eyes were like the judgment of the god of death, and bullets passed through the air, killing one enemy after another. Soon, the surroundings were filled with gunfire and explosions, and the whole base was in chaos. Deeper in the base, the terrorists were holding an event. The unexpected intrusion of the victory team made them panic at first, but soon they picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. "Captain, should we transform?" Near the perimeter of the base, Buggy asked while exchanging fire with the enemy, and Natasha and Clint also looked over from afar. Although they can all transform into Kamen Rider, due to rules and regulations, if they want to transform, they need the captain's permission, unless it is an emergency. Of course, if they really encounter a life-threatening situation, they can transform freely immediately. Gao Li did not lock their transformation authority. A friend recommended a book on special effects. If you like it, you can go and have a look. Chapter 184. Kamen Rider explodes and kills everyone. Don't transform yet. I suspect there is a force behind them, and it's not as simple as it seems. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a terrorist organization to accomplish their past deeds with its strength. We need to show weakness to the enemy first, so that we can better lure them out of their holes. Even without transforming, they all have the strength of superheroes, so Steve is not afraid. He clenched his fists and punched a terrorist who was rushing in the front, knocking him several meters away. Bucky was not to be outdone. He quickly shuttled between the enemies and knocked them down one by one with his fists and feet. As the team gradually went deeper into the base, the enemies became more and more. However, the tacit understanding and cooperation of the victory team allowed them to remain stable in the melee, and they actually gained the upper hand. Among them, Natasha's figure was flexible, like a cheetah passing through the enemy army, and every blow was fatal. Clint's arrows were omnipotent, and he cleverly killed every threat. Bucky and Steve sometimes charged quickly and sometimes dodged cleverly. The power and speed they transformed made them absolutely unstoppable on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Natasha and Clint separated from Steve and Bucky and went to the other side of the base to launch their operations. Natasha used her fighting skills to easily subdue several guards and quietly slipped into a warehouse, where she found it was filled with weapons and ammunition. "Captain, I think I found their arsenal." She quickly passed the information to Steve and then activated a special small device, which was a high-tech timed detonator. Clint did not go in with Natasha, but stood on a high place and scanned every corner of the base with his eagle eyes. Suddenly, he found a group of terrorists gathering and preparing to surround Steve and Bucky. Clint immediately drew his bow and shot arrows, killing several key targets at a long distance, and Natasha's voice came from the headset. "Let's get out of here. It's about to explode. Let's see if they like the gift we gave them." After Natasha and Clint moved away to a safe distance, a loud boom sounded, and the explosion echoed in the base. It was the explosives in the warehouse that were detonated, and the flames shot up into the sky. The terrorists immediately fell into panic and began to flee in all directions. Steve and Bucky took the opportunity to launch a new round of charge and defeated all the enemies they encountered one by one. "Won't the mastermind come out? If he doesn't show up, we will destroy this base." Bucky was a little surprised. The Ten Rings gang was weaker than expected. Even with the strength of the four of them without transforming, they were enough to overthrow the whole place. At this moment, a group of black shadows jumped out from the darkness and surrounded them in an instant. These black-clad men were all agile, and could be seen at a glance that they were unusual. Steve looked around vigilantly. "These guys don't look simple, right? They are very different from the trash just now." Clint whispered. The bowstring hummed, and an arrow was ready. Natasha stared at the black shadows around indifferently. "I also have a hunch that these guys seem to have something wrong with their bodies." The next moment, the black shadows launched an attack at the same time. They were amazingly fast and rushed towards Steve and his party like lightning. Steve reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of him, but was shocked by the opponent's strength and retreated several steps. "These guys are extraordinary in speed and strength." Bucky analyzed calmly, but he didn't just talk. He had turned into a black whirlwind and fought with the black-clad people. Natasha also evaded the opponent's attack flexibly. Her double guns aimed at the enemy's weakness, but the opponent's speed made it almost difficult for her to hit. Clint waited with a bow on the side, looking for an opportunity to shoot. The attacks of these black-clad people were extremely cunning, fast and fierce. The most important thing was that their bodies were filled with an extremely hot energy. In the conflicts again and again, the victory team couldn't help but feel the pressure increasing, which was completely different from the previous day. The black-clad man in the lead rushed out from the back of the team. His palm was like a red-hot iron, burning the surrounding air with high temperature, and his body radiated red light, as if he was the incarnation of fire. Be careful. This guy has mastered the ability of high temperature, Natasha warned. The opponent's attack was very fierce. When waving, it ignited the surrounding things and created a small sea of fire. Steve dodged repeatedly, but found that almost all the other shadows also had such abilities. Are they all superpowered? At this time, Natasha suddenly rushed forward, her body shuttled between the shadows, and her double guns accurately aimed at the opponent's key parts. However, the shadows seemed to be able to sense Natasha's intentions and quickly dodged her attacks, making up for the lack of skills with physical fitness. Although they were occasionally injured by bullets, the parts looked like magma healing rapidly, which surprised all the members of the victory team. These guys have strong self-healing abilities. We have to be careful and never take it lightly, Bucky reminded while trying to create some interference. That's for sure. Steve became more and more calm in the battle. He kept launching counterattacks, and Natasha's agility and Bucky's strength also formed a perfect match. Clint continued to provide them with precise support from a distance. Clint took a deep breath and shot an arrow. The arrow cut through the air, but was swallowed by the high temperature when it approached, and instantly vaporized and disappeared. Seeing this, Clint couldn't help but sigh. This kind of enemy is too unfriendly to me. However, the melee personnel were in a worse situation than him. Several black shadows approached in an instant, and their high-speed fists flashed with blazing light and hit Steve. Steve blocked the combined attack of several of them, but the strong impact still pushed him back. Their speed and strength are really extraordinary. There must be a way to mass-produce such people, Steve said in a low voice, and Bucky calmly rushed towards a black shadow on the opposite side. The group of black-clothed men were still wielding scorching heat, and the hot hand knives cut through the air and ignited everything, forming a large wall of fire. Even though Bucky used his powerful strength to block the black shadow, the other party seemed to be unaffected, and instead counterattacked faster. Although Clint's attack was useless, he could at least harass them. He shot quickly with a bow and arrow from a distance, trying to disrupt the rhythm of the black shadow. Under his cover, Steve launched a fierce charge at a black shadow. Although the black-clad man was extremely fast, he seemed powerless in front of Steve's superior transformation power. Bang! Steve's fist hit the black shadow's chest with the force of thunder, knocking it away. And Bucky also dodged the attack of a black shadow and suddenly launched a counterattack, stabbing the opponent's body with a knife. The black shadow roared and broke away, but the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This self-healing ability is really troublesome. It must cause fatal injuries at one time. Natasha's voice was slightly indifferent. Then I'll try to aim at their heads. Clint's arrows flew through the air, and he adjusted the shooting angle, trying to shoot directly into the black shadow's weakness. However, the speed of this group of black-clad men injected with a desperate virus was too fast, and even Clint's skills could not hit the target. On the other side, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of Natasha, waving a high-temperature knife and approaching. Natasha's body twisted at the critical moment, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow, and then quickly counterattacked, and the bullets from the two guns passed through the black shadow's body. This time it was a bullet in the head, which directly penetrated the opponent's brain and killed him. Sure enough, my guess was right. Seeing this, Steve nodded and said, then we have roughly figured out their situation. Allow them to transform and defeat the enemy at the fastest speed. Hearing this, the other three people sneered. Even though they had been at a disadvantage just now, no one panicked. After all, what if they didn't show weakness to the enemy and appeared too strong to scare them away? Now, while the enemy is in high spirits, they have figured out their general intelligence, and it's time to harvest. Transform. Transform. Steve and Bucky shouted at the same time, and they took a posture in the middle of the charge, and the double typhoon belts immediately covered them with armor. When they came into contact with the enemy, they punched them, and the amplified power directly and thoroughly penetrated the chests of the two men in black. Kill instantly through the chest. Jump. Bullet. Natasha and Clint also took out the key and pressed it, and then put it on the 01 driver on their waist. Authorize. Two beams of light fell from the sky, blasting through the ceiling of the base. The mechanical locust and the mechanical wolf knocked over several men in black, while running and jumping. Transform. Transform. Under the protection of the locust and the wolf, Natasha and Clint inserted the key into the driver, and attacked the enemy at the same time. Progrise. Jump up. Rising hopper. A jump to the sky, turns to a rudder kick. Progrise. Continuously shoot. Shooting wolf. The elevation increases as the bullet is fired. Transformed into Kamen Rider, their all-round strength increased significantly, and they began to crush their opponents directly. The fatal injuries that were difficult to cause before can now be done with just one ordinary attack. The speed that was difficult to aim at before can now easily lock the enemy's trace. However, the core fighters of the 10 rings who had been injected with the extremis virus were not so easy to mess with. Their bodies could even melt steel easily. Just standing there could fill the air with a suffocating heat wave. Kill them. The enemies rushed in like crazy beasts, with terrifying power flowing in their bodies, causing the entire base to be surrounded by flames. Steve faced the challenge. His movements were extremely swift, and his punches were like a whistling wind. His speed and strength complemented each other, and he met the first enemy head on, punching him hard. Rider punch. The enemy was knocked away by Steve's attack. His body drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground and stopped moving. Bucky followed closely behind. His fist swung like lightning, easily shattering the air, and crushing the opponent's heart. Rider kick. As soon as an enemy tried to approach, Bucky roared and kicked the opponent away with a powerful side kick. The terrible force caused the corpse to knock several people away again, all of whom had broken bones and internal organs. It can be said that Steve and Bucky seemed to have transformed into Malay gods, beating the enemies one by one without any chance to fight back. The situation on Natasha and Clint's side was not bad either. Her body was extremely flexible, and she shuttled between the enemies like a cheetah. An enemy was kicked away by her leg, and then she turned around instantly and hit another man in black with a powerful kick. The jumping power of the high-leaping locust allowed Natasha to be like a shadow in the wind on the battlefield, agile and deadly. Clint stood in the distance, basically without aiming, and an energy arrow flew out. His aiming ability was unmatched, and it became even more outrageous with the assistance of the shooting wolf system. The arrow went straight to the enemy's vitals. A man in black was unable to dodge, and the energy arrow penetrated his body and shot a big hole directly. Then, Clint's eyes turned to the next target without stopping, and the energy arrow shot out again, accurately and swiftly. Boom. 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 The battlefield was filled with explosions, swords, and roars. The 4 Kamen Riders swept through the base of the 10 Rings gang. Their strengths cooperated with each other tacitly, forming a gorgeous percussion symphony. Who are they? Why are they so strong? It shouldn't be like this. We are evolved humans. This armor is too cheating. Even the men in black were shocked and angry. Before today, they were all complacent about their own strength and felt superior. So when they saw the scene of the victory team's transformation, they didn't feel any waves in their hearts. They just thought that the mechanical locusts and mechanical wolves looked interesting. As a result, when the two sides fought, they realized that it was more than interesting. The battle scene was chaotic and fierce. The 10 Rings gang relied on the power of the desperate virus to continuously fight against the Kamen Riders. One of them tried to grab and melt Steve with a high temperature palm, but Steve's super fast speed allowed him to easily dodge and knock him away with a sweeping punch. Then Steve quickly rushed towards an enemy, his fist cutting through the air and hitting the target like thunder. Although the fighting members of the 10 Rings gang were incredibly fast, they seemed vulnerable in front of Steve's extraordinary strength of both flesh and armor. Just one strong downward punch can smash the enemy into the ground, shaking the base. As a fighter of the same level as Steve, Bucky's body also exudes amazing power. He waved his fists, and each blow exploded like a cannonball. A black shadow tried to bypass him, but the helmet device allowed Bucky to immediately find him, and kicked him with a strong kick to knock him away. Hungry. The man died in midair, but still flew into the distance like a cannonball, hitting a big hole in the wall. It can be said that all members of the victory team have turned on the mode of blasting the whole field. Chapter 185 It's broken, I've become Zoffy. Compared to Steve and Bucky, who have their own bodies and combat suits, Natasha and Clint are truly upgraded. Their combat power after transformation is much higher than before transformation. Natasha is like a storm. Her speed and flexibility allow her to move easily on the battlefield, sweeping away a large number of men in black. As soon as an enemy tried to approach her, Natasha jumped up lightly and kicked the opponent's face with one leg, knocking him away. The high leaping flying locust's kicking power is not to be underestimated. Natasha's posture is like a dancer, and every step is deadly. Clint suppressed the battlefield remotely with his amazing aiming ability. He stood in the distance, and with a shake of his briefcase weapon, an energy arrow accurately penetrated the heart of an enemy. The next moment, he turned and aimed at the next target. The arrows were swift and deadly, and almost all of them were killed in one shot. The four superheroes shuttled through the base, sweeping everything like a gust of wind. They cooperated with each other in perfect harmony, and every move seemed to be calculated with great precision, leaving the enemy powerless to fight back. What a joke. So strong. Run. The men in black gradually became frightened by the killing, because they realized that their power was not omnipotent. Originally, after being injected with the extremis virus, they all thought they were little supermen. Not only did their speed, strength and even self-healing greatly improve, but they also had the ability to produce high temperatures, which could be called supernatural powers. Aren't these fully equipped hexagonal warriors? However, when they met real hexagonal warriors with stronger values like Steve and Bucky, and extremely specialized warriors like Natasha and Clint, they realized that they were too narrow-minded before. The subsequent battle did not last long, and eventually the base of the Ten Rings gang became silent. The four Kamen Riders stood on the battlefield, their bodies filled with the residual heat of the battle, while the enemies were all defeated, and the base fell into silence. TPC headquarters base. Gory yawned while stroking Xiao Guang in his arms, and listened to the report of Nick Fury standing in front of him. In the end, they found the Mandarin who showed his face in front of the whole world, but found that he was just an actor hired by the mastermind behind the scenes. According to the investigation, the real mastermind behind the scenes is a scientist named Aldrich Killian. According to TPC's tracing, Aldrich Killian and Mayer Hansen cooperated to develop a new virus called Extremis virus, which can effectively enhance their human body and enable it to master high temperature capabilities. But the side effect is that this enhancement is accompanied by great risks. Not only is the success rate extremely low, but even after success, there is a high probability that it will go out of control and explode. The Ten Rings gang used this method to create bombings before. Fury and Gory were also a little absent-minded. They also reported the results of the battle loudly, while their hearts were very complicated. Thinking back to the past, actually it wasn't that long ago. He was still recruiting Gory Parker as a superior. How come Gory was sitting in front of him as a superior and listening to his report in the blink of an eye? Killian is not only the developer of the Extremis virus, but also the founder of AIM, a cutting-edge technology company. However, when we rushed to capture him, the building was already empty. Killian was nowhere to be found. He was probably notified when the base was captured. In short, the victory team's action this time has caught the Ten Rings gang, but they have not been able to actually eradicate the gang. Killian probably chose to find an actor to impersonate him in order to avoid such a risk. Gao Li nodded and gave a closing statement in a very Chinese leadership style. Very good. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the professionalism and dedication shown by all members of the victory team in this operation. You have made important contributions to the eradication of terrorism with your wisdom and hard work. Secondly, I would like to thank all members of the victory team for their spirit of cooperation and collective honor and teamwork. It is because of your joint efforts that TPC has been able to overcome various difficulties and achieve today's results. Finally, I hope that all members of the victory team can continue to maintain a positive attitude and high morale, make persistent efforts in dealing with the Ten Rings gang, and create even more brilliant results. Fury. It's really hard to complain about so many points. After all, how long has TPC been established? What do you mean by overcoming various difficulties and achieving today's results? However, Fury's job is also completed. unless it is necessary to report to his superior director. Fury really doesn't want to look at Gao Li, a useless director who has excellent scientific research skills, but is useless in leading TPC. Maybe Gao Li, as the director of TPC, is best at adding workload to his deputy director and causing him to work overtime. What on earth was the World Security Council thinking? Why did they let a lazy guy like Gary Parker be the director? There must be some dirty pie behind this. Political deals. If Fury really didn't want to get involved in the politicians' shitty affairs and just wanted to protect the world's safety as much as possible, and TPC's current tone and actions were very righteous, he would have been unable to bear it and wanted to investigate. In fact, Gary had a hard time getting rid of Fury because he couldn't hold back his desire to draw a lottery. In the year in the DC universe, Gary had experienced a lot of things, and the accumulated influence was directly combined into an SSS level lottery. Every SSS level lottery is absolutely good stuff, and Gary couldn't wait to see what he could draw this time. Lottery, start. Gary punched the lottery button of the golden lottery machine. After a short rotation, the golden lottery machine exploded into a sky full of light spots and fell into Gary's hands and became a golden card. Could it be a gold level advance experience card? Gao Li was immediately disappointed. It wasn't the large amount of technical knowledge from the previous times. Although the gold level advance experience card he drew for the first time in his life was quite powerful, it could both reverse time and pause time, and the game props were so many and fast that they could suppress the magic of Ancient One. But the current Gao Li is completely different. The skills and strength that were very strong for Gao Li in the past, Gao Li can now do it by himself, so the gold level advance experience card has become tasteless and a pity to throw away. Just thinking of this, Gao Li glanced at the picture content on the experience card and immediately stayed where he was. Damn. I slapped myself in the face so quickly. ? If I remember correctly, excluding the later developed powers such as Shining Form and Endless Golden Yinglang style, the power that Gao Li drew this time may be the strongest power given by the SSS level lottery so far. No one else. Gao Li immediately felt that it was a good deal, because on the golden card, there was a very promising captain of the Space Guard with 2 lives, and the title of King of Slogans, Zoffy. Slogans aside, among all Ultraman, Zoffy's strength is definitely the best. In addition to the mysterious 4 Ultraman of super specifications, and Ultra Father who has comprehended the true power and stepped half a step into the top realm, Zoffy can almost be said to be the peak that regular Ultraman can reach. Not to mention anything else, just his signature M87 beam is a star-destroying skill. It's a pity that from the picture, this is a normal version of Zoffy. If it is the Zoffy who not only has 2 lives, but also has a jeton, then the maximum destruction range will be calculated in light years. In a sense, it can be a life-saving trump card in the Marvel universe. Good stuff. Good stuff. Gao Li collected the card with satisfaction. Originally, Gao Li's strongest output representatives in the Marvel universe were the Explosion Form and the Transcendence Kabuto, but now these two have to give way. Master Gao Li, Mr. Stark is calling. At this time, a sweet and lovely girl knocked on the door from outside. She was wearing a pair of earphones. If you look closely at her eyes, you can still see that she is not human. Is there any new progress in the research? Gao Li came back to his senses. Izzy, answer the call. That's right, this is the artificial intelligence electronic bionic man made by Gao Li, secretary type Umagia Rizy. After all, Gao Li already has the technology of Satellite Z, and it is not difficult to make Umagia by the way. During the period when the Victory team investigated and dealt with the Ten Rings gang, he was busy making Izzy. Having said that, Gao Li did not plan to make more Umagias. The reason was not because the Umagia technology was not perfect, but precisely because the Umagia technology was too advanced. This leads to a significant increase in the probability of artificial intelligence such as the Umagia crossing the technological singularity and generating self-awareness. If it is popularized, there will be many unexpected factors that are beyond Gory's control. Gory will also find it very troublesome at that time, so he will only create one Umagia, so that he can better grasp it. This is not because Gori wants to experience the lovely Humagia secretary service. Of course, it is undeniable that there are some related factors, but the most important thing is that he really needs a reliable and capable secretary. In the DC universe, this position is held by Holly. Before Holly became Holly, she was a veritable top student with strong abilities, which helped Gori save a lot of time. In the Marvel universe, this position was originally held by Natasha, but it was a pity that Natasha resigned, so Gori could only work overtime to create Izzy. Although Natasha only did this job for undercover, her professional quality is very strong, and it is not easy to find a secretary with the ability comparable to Natasha. When Tony's call came in, he was indeed proud to announce that his research project had made a major breakthrough. Guess what I did? You can stay in the mirror world longer? You are humiliating the genius Stark. Tony slapped the table. How can the progress you talked about match my intelligence? Before Gao Li continued to ask, Tony continued to speak out like pouring beans. It's not that his personality has become so impatient. Although he used to like to show off, he often has no interest in showing off to people he doesn't like. However, facing a super genius of the same level who once became his goal, any reserve and modesty are unnecessary. That is the calmness of a stronger person. I successfully created a bionic mirror beast through my research on your Washan dragon, and made a contract with it. This is the result. Tony expanded the call into an image. At this time, he was holding a dark green cassette in his hand, with a bull head relief printed on it. Is it similar to Kamen Rider Teppany? I guess the bionic mirror beast made by Tony will be very similar to the giant iron bull. Gao Li touched his chin after watching it. Thinking about the fighting style of Teppany, it is indeed quite in line with Tony's habits. Anyway, it is all kinds of high-tech weapons booming, bombing wildly, giving the enemy a little firepower shock. This is of course not entirely accidental. The mirror beast is just like the creatures in nature. The forms of many species in nature are the best structures fixed after years of evolution. Assuming that there is really science and technology that can create life, then it is much easier to imitate this best evolved structure than to create a biological structure that has never existed. And if Tony creates the mirror beast in a way similar to the Iron Man suit, hoping that the mirror beast can have the same super high firepower capability, then it will naturally be very close to the giant bull. That's much better than I expected. Gao Li naturally would not be stingy with his praise. How about this? I'll go to your place in person to take a look, and by the way, hold a celebration party together. I'll introduce you to a new member of my family. Tony, Banner, and Peter are Gao Li's most important scientific research partners, so it is necessary to introduce Xiao Guang to them. After all, Gao Li still wants to use their wisdom, and there is no need to hide it from them. It must be said that the same praise from different people has very different effects. If it was just ordinary people praising him, Tony would just think it was natural. Isn't this just stating objective facts? In fact, in addition to criticizing him, countless media over the years have also boasted about him. Tony is tired of hearing and watching. However, if this praise comes from a super genius like Gao Li who is recognized by Tony, the feeling is completely different. Listening to it is just two words: comfortable. Tony just felt relaxed physically and mentally. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, a new family member? How come I didn't know that you have finally made it and are willing to put down your research to embrace such a beautiful woman? But listen to my advice. Based on my experience as a playboy who has never been involved in any of the flowers, it is still too early for you to get married, and there is no rush to become a family member. You need to see more and gain more experience." Gao Li shook his head. "No, I mean my son." Tony, huh? Isn't this even further than what he said? Chapter 186. The end of the Ten Rings gang has come. When Gao Li brought Xiao Guang to Tony's residence, Tony was doing an experiment. "Gao Li, is this the son you mentioned?" Tony's eyes wandered around Xiao Guang. "Yes, this is my son, right? Or you can call him Xiao Guang more intimately," Gao Li introduced. Tony put down the tools in his hand, turned around and looked at the two people. His eyes paused on Xiao Guang, and suddenly he showed surprise, because only then did he realize that this child seemed to have some parts that did not belong to humans. Tony's eyes widened, and his pupils lit up immediately. He curiously circled around Xiao Guang and asked Gao Li in surprise, "What's the matter with these ears and tail?" Cute, isn't it? These are wolf ears and tail. In fact, Xiao Guang is not a human. You can think of him as a little wolf that can turn into a human. Gao Li rubbed Xiao Guang's head, and Xiao Guang also widened his golden pupils. He seemed both excited and curious about this groom and strangers. Tony had never seen such a mixture of humans and animals before, and asked curiously, "Is your son a wolf?" You don't have a strange habit like beefsteaks." Gao Li's face darkened immediately. "Can you give me beefsteaks to see if you can give birth to a son? I'm a father like the father of airplanes or father of cars." Tony understood immediately, and he bent down and tried to keep himself at the same height as Xiao Guang. "Hello, right. Can I call you Xiao Guang?" Xiao Guang nodded. "Hello, Uncle Tony." Tony and Xiao Guang's eyes were level, curiously looking at his unique appearance. "Wow, your beast ears and beast mouth are really strange, and these golden eyes are as bright and beautiful as gold." As Tony said, he reached out and touched Xiao Guang's hair. "Well, it feels like the texture of top grade fur, so soft. Are these special features born with you?" The first time Tony saw Xiao Guang, his curiosity was completely ignited. As a genius scientist, he could not resist the unknown and novel things, and Xiao Guang met these two conditions perfectly. It can be said that Xiao Guang's existence was full of mystery to Tony. Every feature, every behavior, and every habit made him curious. The most important thing was, this was Gao Li's work. And seeing that Gao Li recognized him as a family member, it was probably Gao Li's masterpiece. Therefore, facing such a special creature with both human and wolf characteristics, Tony's mind was immediately overwhelmed by a series of questions. For example, Tony wanted to know how Gao Li dealt with Xiao Guang's genetic composition, how to achieve the mixture of humans and wolves at the genetic level, and how did the genetic mechanism shape his unique appearance. And Gao Li just said that Xiao Guang was a wolf that could turn into a human, so it was obvious that he could switch forms, which was already a flexible transformation between species. Tony wanted to understand the principle of this morphological change. Was it based on biochemical regulation? Or was it related to the nervous system? Or was it a unique energy conversion process? And according to Tony's idea, this process undoubtedly required huge energy. How did Xiao Guang obtain and store this energy? What about Xiao Guang's intelligence? Does he have a neural network structure that is different from that of ordinary creatures? Is his IQ similar to that of canines, or similar to that of humans, or even better? Does Xiao Guang have a special sense of taste for food? Is it in line with the evolutionary adaptation of physiological characteristics in biology? And is it particularly helpful for his survival and lifestyle? Tony was brainstorming frantically, and then Pepper came over with tea, standing between him and Xiao Guang in a blaming manner. "Tony, you scared this kid." Tony came back to his senses and found that Xiao Guang was indeed a little scared and huddled behind Gao Li. Although Gao Li often asked him to cooperate in experiments, Xiao Guang trusted Gao Li 100%, and he didn't even think that Gao Li would do something terrible to him, so he was not very afraid. However, he and Tony were not very familiar with each other. "Sorry." Tony looked at Xiao Guang apologetically and took the initiative to change the subject. "Actually, you don't even need to come here in person. I'll ask Jarvis to send the data to Xia. I don't think anyone can break Xia's computing power in this era. Isn't this asking you to meet Xiao Guang in person?" Gao Li laughed. Pepper had already begun to approach Xiao Guang cautiously. Women really have no resistance to cute creatures. Tony was about to speak when he suddenly heard Gao Li say HMM. He turned his head subconsciously. Xiao Guang's ears also stood up high, looking at the same place as Gao Li. 3 armed helicopters appeared silently in the sky not far from the mansion like ghosts in the dark. They were like a group of falcons waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the right time to attack the prey on the ground, and that time was now. "Be careful," Gao Li just shouted, and the tranquil scene was immediately broken. The first helicopter took the lead in launching an attack, and the missiles streaked through the sky like meteorites, whistling towards the mansion. Immediately afterwards, the second and third helicopters also dropped deadly weapons. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the sound of explosions, the whistling of missiles, and the sound of machine guns intertwined, breaking the silent air. The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire mansion. The blasting airwave overturned the surrounding buildings, and bricks and rubble flew in the explosion. However, in this sudden attack, Tony did not retreat. He reacted quickly and asked Jarvis to activate the mansion's defense system. A series of solid metal barriers rose from the ground, temporarily blocking the attacks of missiles and machine guns. The flames of the explosion reflected dazzling light on the metal barriers. It is impossible to rely solely on physical defense. As the helicopter continues to attack, the defense system may be breached at any time. Coupled with the explosion that could not be blocked before, the mansion has begun to collapse, and the interior is in a mess. Damn. Tony immediately made a gesture, letting the iron suit fly out and cover Pepper's body. At this moment, a helicopter decided to take more extreme measures. It fired all its missiles directly, and a large amount of firepower crashed into the defense of the mansion, trying to use the power of the explosion to raise the entire building to the ground. Tony was knocked to the ground by the escaping airwave, but he was only slightly injured. He quickly stood up, and just as he was about to continue to control the next set of iron battle suits, he suddenly felt that he was picked up by the waist, or lifted up. Tony. What happened? Tony looked down blankly, and found that it was Spider-Gwen who lifted him up. Because he was smaller than Tony, he looked very awkward. Take him away. Gao Li shouted, and the missiles outside fell from the sky with tail flames, like evil meteors. The loud noise was deafening, and even people several kilometers away could feel the power. Tony's mansion had been completely engulfed in flames and smoke, and only ruins remained of its former glory. But, before Tony could finish, he felt a strong force erupting from Spider-Gwen's body, carrying him out like the wind. The experience of this process was extremely magical. Tony could feel the roar of machine guns one after another, and could see bullets sprinkled on the mansion like dense raindrops, tearing the exquisite decorations and solid walls into pieces. Even in the firelight, Tony could clearly see the indifferent expressions on the faces of the black-clad people on the helicopter, as if they were carrying out a sacred mission without the slightest mercy. What's going on? My dynamic vision has been temporarily improved. Only then did Tony feel that there seemed to be a warm energy which passed through Spider-Gwen's hand into his body, probably protecting him from injury during high-speed movement and improving his various physical conditions. However, curiosity was soon overwhelmed by worry. Tony only felt that he had reached a safe area in the blink of an eye, and Pepper was also taken over by the Iron Man suit, leaving only Gao Li still inside. What are you doing? Why don't you save your dad? Tony shouted in disbelief, but Spider-Gwen gave him a blank look. Dad doesn't need me to save him. He's very powerful. Huh. Tony looked at the place where the mansion used to be in confusion, and saw that the whole hill was shaking. Broken glass, collapsed bricks and stones, and burning flames instantly turned the mansion into a ruin, and the aftermath of the explosion set off waves of suffocating heat. No living creature can survive in this place. Question mark? He just thought of this, and the next second he watched a piano fly out at a very fast speed and hit one of the helicopters like a cannonball. Boom. The helicopter suddenly turned into a fireball and fell, which also stunned Tony. Wait a minute, this exaggerated power that can throw a piano like skipping stones on the water. Did Gao Li transform? But he didn't see Gao Li carrying any drivers, and in such an emergency situation surrounded by explosions, how could Gao Li have the time to transform? Taku. With a particularly shower-like war cry, a figure rushed out of the fire. It was Gao Li's leaping figure. From the perspective of the helicopter pilot, Gao Li's feet could be clearly seen suddenly stepping on the remaining broken wall, and after exerting force, he jumped into the air like a flash of lightning. Is this even more outrageous than the desperate virus? The armed helicopter was originally hovering above Gao Li, and the cold missile was already flashing in its sight, which directly scared the pilot. Golden Knight Fist. Gao Li swung his fist in midair, which was as terrifying as a large truck, condensing the strength of his whole body. With a loud bang, the wing of the helicopter was instantly broken by Gao Li's heavy punch. The unbalanced aircraft rolled in mid-air and then crashed into the ground fiercely. The flames of the explosion shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. And the other helicopter had circled behind Gao Li, and the cold machine gun flames danced wildly in the dark. But Gao Li seemed to have anticipated this. Before the helicopter landed, he stepped on the fuselage and jumped lightly, turning in the air like a swallow, avoiding the dense rain of bullets. He attacked again, this time with a flying kick. Golden Knight kick. Gao Li's toes cut through the air like a blade, accurately hitting the side of the helicopter. The helicopter instantly lost its balance and rolled to the ground. Boom. Gao Li's figure drew an elegant arc in the air and then landed lightly on the ground, posing the signature pose of Kamen Rider. Perfect. Perfect. Tony was dumbfounded the whole time. No, what's going on with you? Did humans evolve secretly without my knowledge? As if guessing what Tony wanted to ask, Gao Li snorted. It's just a biological science achievement. In fact, you have seen it a long time ago. Steve and Bucky are the beneficiaries. As the saying goes, Gore's technology is shocking. Tony couldn't help but look at Spider-Gwen. He could even create such a strange life. Compared with that, it didn't seem so difficult to accept that he had been transformed into a powerful person. Why did the attack like the one at Stark Tower happen again? Who wants to attack us? Pepper came out of the iron suit in shock. This time was indeed more thrilling than the previous terrorist attacks. After all, Tony's laboratory and office were attacked before, and he had already strengthened the defense system. But this is one of Tony's residences, and Tony didn't make two outrageous transformations and upgrades to it. So Pepper felt that she had just brushed shoulders with death. I will let TPC intervene in the investigation. Gore frowned when he recalled it. Maybe it's the organization that TPC is dealing with recently. In a sense, Tony is one of the executives of TPC, and Gore is the leader of TPC, so TPC's efficiency in handling cases is unprecedentedly high. In just 1 hour, the whole process of salvaging and testing the bodies was completed. The test results showed that everyone had the extremis virus in their bodies. There is no doubt that this was a retaliatory act by the Ten Rings against the Victory Team's raid on their base. After all, Tony usually behaved very ostentatiously, and many beautiful women had gone to his house for one-night stands. The address was not difficult to investigate. This made Gary and Tony furious. What a rebellion. How dare they dare to touch the TSUI's head? Exclamation mark. This is because they think they are not dying fast enough. All members of the Victory Team are dispatched, including Bruce and Tony. I will lead the team myself. Gary issued a new order on the spot. He wanted to find Killian and kill him 100 times. With the high participation and technical support of Tony and Bruce, the speed of reconnaissance and search was more than 10 times faster, and soon they found the Ten Rings gang's nest, where Killian fled and hid. Holding the detailed information and location coordinates, Gary took a deep breath and slammed it heavily on the desk. The end of the Ten Rings gang has come. P.S. Thanks to Crying and the Quiet Knight for the 500-point reward. Chapter 187 The Night War in the Mirror World. But there is still a problem, and neither the Victory Team nor TPC has thought of a solution yet. The trouble with the extremis virus is that almost all of their members are super soldiers with fire powers. If they really fight head on, it may cause serious damage to the surrounding areas and even hurt innocent civilians. But if the people are evacuated in advance, it will definitely alert the enemy, which, in the office, Gory and Tony just pondered for half a second, and then they looked up at each other. Obviously, the two thought of the same thing. The best way is assassination. What assassination is more convenient than dragging them into the mirror world? Gory and Tony looked at each other and smiled. This is definitely more concealed than any top killer in the world. Maybe they can really kill and disintegrate the Ten Rings gang silently. It seems that we have to work together as a team. There is no room for the Victory Team to appear for the time being. Although we can spend some time to create more bionic mirror beasts for them to use. I can't wait for the destruction of the Ten Rings. That's right. If we keep the Ten Rings for another day, these terrorists will probably create more disasters. It's better to wipe them out as soon as possible. Gory and Tony reached a high degree of agreement. Although Gori can also achieve silent assassination effects with the transcendent armor, and even the time memory can instantly kill everyone. But who asked Tony to get involved? First, Gori didn't want to expose the Tachyon application night system for the time being. Second, Gori had no reason to let Tony, whose house was bombed, withdraw from the action. At least he had to let him feel a little involved. Then there was only one answer. Gori and Tony took out the card box at the same time, pointed it at the mirror, and were about to have a night battle. The night battle was indeed a night battle, but it was not a battle between knights, but a night battle against the enemy. As the V-belt buckle was reflected on their waists, Gao Li and Tony posed and shouted together, "Transform." The cartridges of Ryuki and Teppei were inserted into it, and the armor was mapped to the two of them in the next second, transforming into Kamen Rider Ryuki and Kamen Rider Teppei. Let's go. The Ten Rings Gang's base camp. Gao Li and Tony drove the flying shot to the Ten Rings Gang members, but because they were in the mirror world, the Ten Rings Gang members were unaware of it. This was exactly what Gao Li and Tony wanted. They were like phantoms in the dark night, quietly appearing in the core area of the base. Begin. Tony shouted softly. His hand rushed to the nearest Ten Rings Gang member, grabbed the opponent, and pulled him back. The member's body twisted in the light, and was sucked into another world on the spot. Tony did not free his hands to eliminate the opponent, but quickly moved to other positions, and continued to capture people into the mirror world anyway. The Ten Rings Gang members had no means to escape the mirror world, and they would be destroyed if they were left alone. Soon, many members of the Ten Rings were silently pulled into the mirror world. In this strange world, they could not find the exit, and could only get lost in it. What the hell? What is this place? Help. Let me out. Why is everything upside down? Every member of the Ten Rings struggled in fear in the mirror world. Their figures were distorted in the mirror, and their voices echoed in the mirror, like a trapped beast fighting. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape the shackles of this world, and they could not even transmit their voices out of the real world. Tony and Gori continued to wander in the mirror world, dragging the members of the Ten Rings into the mirror world one by one, and letting them face their own end in this cold and upside down world. Victor, an assassin of the Ten Rings, is one of the best at using the extremis virus. He is patrolling in a quiet corridor. Suddenly a black shadow appeared behind him, and Victor felt a chill. Who is it? Question mark. How come it seems to appear out of thin air? Exclamation mark. However, before Victor's screams could be heard, he was pulled into the mirror world by Tony. On the other side, Gori met Emily, a technical expert of the Ten Rings. According to TPC's intelligence, she was also a pioneer in using the extremis virus. At this moment, Emily was standing in a control room, concentrating on operating a huge machine. Gori approached quickly, without making a sound, and quietly came from the mirror world to the real world. Who is it? When Emily realized something was wrong and turned around, she was grabbed by Gori's hands and pulled into the mirror world. The middle and high level officials were not spared either, such as Okada, who was resting in the room and enjoying the wealth plundered by the terrorist act. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the reflection of the glass ornaments and stretched out his hand to hold his arm. What? The Okada was just frightened, and the next moment his body disappeared from the real world. There was also a commander who was patrolling the base. Although he reacted quickly when Gao Li attacked, he fought back fiercely as a practical fighter and also exerted the high temperature ability of the desperate virus. However, Gao Li's speed was beyond imagination. He had a contract with Wushu Anglong and was more tolerant to high temperature attacks. He dodged Marcus's attack like lightning. Then, Gao Li completely ignored the high temperature of the desperate virus, grabbed Marcus' wrist, and pulled him into the mirror world silently. In this way, Tony and Gao Li kept shuttling in this base, and a large number of members of the Ten Rings gang were unaware of their actions. It can be said that the assassination of the two was completely silent, as if the enemy was taken away in silence like the god of death. Even though they had achieved many results in a short period of time, Gao Li and Tony did not mean to stop. Because they knew that their mission was not yet completed, they needed to make persistent efforts until this evil terrorist organization was completely destroyed. In this process, Tony and Gao Li cooperated more and more tacitly and assassinated members of the Ten Rings gang without interruption. They covered and supported each other, and every attack could catch the enemy off guard. Their actions became more and more skilled, and every assassination could be successful. Even though most of the members of the Ten Rings gang had been injected with the extremis virus and had great speed and strength, they still could not resist their strange mirror world offensive. After all, Gao Li and Tony only needed to shuttle between the enemies at an astonishing speed to easily pull them into the mirror world and make them completely disappear from the real world. In the end, the two had a clear division of labor. Gao Li first quickly approached the enemy and used the power of the Dragon Rider to force the enemy into the mirror world when he was caught off guard. Then, after accumulating a certain number of people, Tony used the summoner to constantly switch various heavy firepower weapons, and the artillery fire flew, blasting and killing all the enemies. Not long after, in the secret base of the Ten Rings gang, the atmosphere had become extremely depressing. The gang members gathered in twos and threes, whispering, and the topic was all about the constantly decreasing companions and the strange situation that even the corpses could not be seen. "Have you heard? Tom from District 3 is missing," a member whispered, his face pale and nervous. "Yeah, I heard it too. This has happened countless times. If they are escaping, it's too strange for so many people to escape," another member echoed, his eyes flashing with fear. As the members of the Ten Rings gang continued to disappear, even their shadows could not be found, and the Ten Rings gang fell into a huge panic, not knowing what had happened. "Boss, should we go out to investigate the situation?" Killian's trusted subordinate asked cautiously. "Yes, boss, we can't just sit back and watch," another person also echoed. "Shut up," Killian shouted angrily. "You idiots, don't you understand that we are already at a disadvantage? Going out now will only make us more passive." Faced with such a strange situation that he could not control at all, Killian was also very annoyed. This made the atmosphere in the Ten Rings gang headquarters even more solemn. No one spoke, only Killian was roaring. They had lost too many members, and everyone was guessing what had happened. "Boss, what should we do now?" Finally, one of his subordinates asked. Killian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew he had to come up with some solutions. Killian thought for a while, then said, "Okay, we can send some people to search our members first to see if we can find some clues." So, the members of the Ten Rings gang began to act separately to look for clues and investigate the situation. They walked through the entire base, searching every corner, but found nothing. On the contrary, in the process, their number was further reduced, and when they came back to report to Killian, only 1 in 10 remained. How could this happen? What is going on? Killian was about to collapse. Is this base haunted? Exclamation mark. No, we must evacuate. Get away from here quickly. Killian never thought that as a scientist, he would be scared by a ghost one day. I think it's about time. Gary, if you keep teasing me like this coward will run away. Well, it looks like that, Tony. Besides, the number of people has been reduced to the point where there is no need to continue the assassination. Suddenly, two voices sounded one after another, appearing behind Killian. Killian's pupils shrank when he heard the words, and he quickly turned around to look. It was actually two masked armored men. But more importantly, their voices and the way they addressed each other were exactly the same as Tony Stark, whom Killian hated so much, and Gary Parker, his latest enemy. "It's you." Killian roared in anger, his whole body turning red due to the stimulation of the extremis virus. Due to excessive fear, all members have retreated here, so it's just right to catch them all in one fell swoop. Tony just sneered in response, took out a card from the card box, and inserted it into the huge summoning machine. Final vent. The giant bull appeared beside Tony, and Tony connected the giant summoner to the back of the giant bull. Seeing this scene, Killian finally understood how they assassinated his subordinates, and the remaining members of the Ten Rings gang around them made a series of noisy sounds, and were obviously rushing towards them. Tony held the giant summoner tightly in his hand, and pulled the trigger. "This is a return gift for you bombing my house before," Tony shouted, and a large amount of firepower gushed out of his giant bull in an instant, shooting at the Ten Rings gang members who were rushing towards them. These flames were like meteors, cutting through the sky and illuminating the entire base. Bang 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 bang. The bullet rain-like attack rushed out from the front of the giant bull, heavily bombarding the walls and structures of the base. The flames and explosions intertwined, and the scene was extremely grand. Smoke and dust filled the air, shrouding the base in a gloomy atmosphere. The members of the Ten Rings had already given up the charge and fled in all directions under Tony's firepower, trying to find cover. But Tony continued to fire mercilessly, turning everything around into a war-torn ruin. His goal was to destroy the Ten Rings base so that they could no longer carry out criminal activities. Boom. 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 Under the destruction of the firepower, the walls of the base collapsed, the buildings collapsed, and the flames burned fiercely. Then, a more violent attack began. Countless missiles and laser beams were fired from the giant bull, pouring down on the base like a torrential rain. Each attack was extremely destructive, and the base was riddled with holes, forming an extremely shocking and spectacular scene. The beam was like a huge tornado, swallowing up everything in the base. The members of the Ten Rings became blurred under the illumination of the beam. They screamed and tried to escape from this deadly energy storm. However, they could not escape. The attack launched by Tony was like the scythe of the god of death, harvesting their lives one by one. The sound of explosions, shouts, wailing, and the vibrations that seemed like the end of the world filled the ruined base. Not long after, the members of the Ten Rings gang fell one by one like sand blown away by the wind. Their base also trembled in this steel storm until it completely collapsed. This move is powerful, but it really consumes energy. Fortunately, it has been completely cleaned up. Tony ended the final offensive, and the giant bull returned to the mirror world in a withered state. That's not necessarily the case. It seems that the culprit is still alive. Gao Li suddenly pointed to the center of the ruins. He not only relied on the 5 senses of Kamen Rider Ryuki, but also had super 5 senses at the level of a cyborg, so he was more sensitive to subtle movements than Tony. For example, the sound of breathing and heartbeat, although the frequency was accelerated, because they were seen through by Gao Li, they did not reveal the slightest sense of powerlessness. It was obvious that their owners still had the ability to fight. And from that position, the most likely person is Killian. Chapter 188 Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Just as Gory had judged, Killian grabbed a few scapegoats to use as shields before being bombarded. These were all his trained assassins. There was no shortage of such brainwashed people in the terrorist organization who were willing to sacrifice themselves for Killian at the critical moment. In addition, the extremis virus developed and iterated by Killian was always the best and latest version for himself. Whether it was defense or self-healing ability, it was better than other members. It was not easy for him to survive Tony's final coming. Seeing that he had been exposed, Killian had to bite the bullet and crawl out of the ruins. Stark, Parker, I have to admit that you surprised me, but now that you have avenged your great revenge, there is no need to kill them all, right? Tony hesitated slightly after hearing this. He was not a bloodthirsty person. If he could arrest the criminals and hand them over to the law for trial, he would not refuse. Before Tony could reply, Gory said firmly, "But I refuse. My favorite thing to do, Gory Parker, is to say no to terrorists who think they can survive." Tony. He couldn't help but recall that, when he first wanted to recruit Gory, he also heard Gory say this. So, Tony remembered that Gory was indeed completely merciless to terrorists. Gory, you. Tony was about to say something when he saw Gory had taken out a card from the card box and inserted it into the dragon summoning match. Final vent. The dragon Crimson roared out of the mirror world and circled around Gory. What? Seeing this, Killian's face changed drastically, and he leaned over and was about to sprint over with all his might. He believed that, if he was touched by his high-temperature hand knife, he could directly dissolve the damn armor on Gory Parker. However, at this time, Gory had already soared high into the air and kicked with the flames spit out by the dragon Crimson. Flame attack. Killian's mind raced in an instant. Stupid, I was injected with the extremis virus, and I have a strong resistance to high temperature attacks. Before he could finish thinking, Gory's final arrival had already kicked Killian. Killian really misjudged one thing, that is, Gory's final reading is not only fire damage, but also the most basic kinetic impact. Bang! Killian was kicked to pieces on the spot, and his body was deeply trapped in the flame explosion sprayed by the Washan dragon. Ah. Tony just sighed slightly, and didn't say much. After all, he and Gory are already very familiar with each other, and he knows Gory's personality and personality. The incident of the Extremis virus and the Ten Rings gang's terrorist attack came to an end. After the two returned to TPC, the members of the Victory team learned about it belatedly. Huh. What about the Flamme? They haven't even started yet. How come the non-field director and consultant have dealt with all the enemies? With the end of this incident, Gao Li's daily life returned to peace again. He first convened a small meeting with his partners to confirm the progress of various major projects. Among them, Gao Li's development of the Kamen Rider 02 system is approaching completion. Tony is also steadily advancing the advancement of the survivor power, and Bruce is rapidly conducting analytical research on the desired drive. In fact, everyone has more than one project on hand. In order to achieve the complementary wisdom of the three of them, these projects are often regarded as public projects for the three of them to cooperate. Each genius will contribute his own wisdom to achieve mutual assistance. Sometimes a project was previously promoted by Tony, and then when it came to the part that Bruce was better at, it would be handed over to Bruce for promotion. Thanks to this, these messy projects can progress rapidly. After the meeting, Gao Li began to introduce Xiao Guang to his other scientific research partners. For example, Gao Li's scientific research assistant Peter Parker. Peter, come and meet your cousin. Gao Li briefly introduced Xiao Guang's situation, and then thought about the relationship between the two. There is really too much difference between the two to calculate. I'm an uncle now? Peter, who was still young, was surprised and happy. How could his cousin have a son without anyone noticing? But when he really saw Xiao Guang, Peter couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This shouldn't be a human. Why are there spiders and wolves in our Parker family? Is it a druid family? Parker Zoo? Hello, Uncle Xiao Guang called sweetly, and then looked at Peter expectantly. According to his experience, whether it is Uncle Bruce or Uncle Tony, they will give him a great gift after the first meeting. Now the pressure is on Peter. It's a pity that Peter himself is just a teenager. Facing Xiao Guang's eyes, he is very confused. He just feels like being stared at by those dogs who are begging for food or petting. Thinking of Gao Li's introduction to Xiao Guang, it is indeed a canine. So, could it be that he is really looking for him to beg for food or petting? Would you like to eat some sausage? Peter asked tentatively. Although he didn't actually bring any sausage, he could make up for it by touching Xiao Guang's head. To be honest, he also wanted to touch Xiao Guang's head, but he was afraid that it would seem a bit offensive. Xiao Guang fell into deep thought after hearing this. Compared with the gifts from Uncle Tony and Uncle Bruce, this Uncle Peter's gift was just a sausage? Never mind, that's fine. Xiao Guang nodded, and then saw Peter's embarrassed expression. Sorry, I just asked casually. In fact, I didn't bring any food. I'll give it to you next time. Xiao Guang. Are you kidding? There's not even any sausage. Xiao Guang immediately showed a look of pity, thinking that this little cousin was so poor. He reached into his sleeve and took out a bag of biscuits and handed it to Peter. This is for you. Eat some. Don't get hungry. It's very uncomfortable to be hungry. Peter. For some reason, he always felt that his heart was so painful for a moment. Gao Li was watching with amusement and took the initiative to help Peter out of this awkward situation. Peter, how is your life recently? Can you balance being Spider-Man, going to school, and doing scientific research internship? Peter nodded and said confidently, don't worry, it only makes me feel that life is more fulfilling. The main reason is that with Gao Li's assistance, the living conditions of the entire Parker family have improved dramatically. Of course, the Parkers refused at first, so Gao Li changed to offering Peter a high salary. And after Peter returned to school, no one dared to bully or laugh at him, so Peter didn't have to spend time and energy dealing with those trivial things. As for being Spider-Man, with the guidance of two seniors, Gao Li and Tony, and the equipment they developed and supported, Plus TPC was granted authority by Gao Li to assist Peter to a certain extent. It was much better than Peter being a lone ranger himself. Finally, scientific research is Peter's own hobby, not to mention that Gao Li's projects are all very sci-fi and attractive, and Peter never gets tired of it. In short, Peter feels that everything is stable and good. From the moment he met Gao Li, he seemed to be reborn. Looking at Peter's appearance, Gori felt relieved, and suddenly he felt a little emotional. When he first met Tony, he was still a young man in Tony's eyes. As a result, Gori himself has become a younger generation who needs to take care of himself, and he also needs to worry more about the younger generation as an elder. Just mentioning young people, Gori subconsciously recalled the information reported by Dashoka yesterday. Just like in the DC universe, Gori would give out some information about superheroes that he still vaguely remembered and hand it over to his subordinates to search. Yesterday was one of the results. Dashoka successfully contacted Scarlet Witch Wanda Django Maximoff and her brother Quicksilver Pietro Django Maximoff. It just so happened that Wanda and Pietro were actually seeking contact with Dashoka, so the two sides hit it off and easily established contact. However, according to Dashoka's report, Scarlet Witch at this time is not Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver at this time is not Quicksilver. In short, they have no superpowers, they are just ordinary people. Gao Li immediately had a big question mark in his mind. What happened? Did he remember it wrong? They just happened to be called this name, and they happened to be siblings. It was impossible to find the second pair by chance, right? Especially when Gao Li saw their photos, they looked quite similar to what Gao Li remembered, but why didn't they have superpowers? It seems that there are no mutants in this world. At least I haven't heard of them for the time being. Could it be that their abilities come from somewhere else? Gao Li fell into deep thought. It might not be a good thing for the two siblings who were just ordinary people to be recruited into the Great Shocker. It would be better to let them continue to live a normal life, which would be much less dangerous. Moreover, according to the inquiry and investigation of the Great Shocker, they also led to the reason why they wanted to take the initiative to contact the Great Shocker. The families of the two siblings died in the weapons made by Stark Industries when they were children, so they wanted to seek revenge on Tony Stark. For this reason, they went around to investigate whether there was any large organization with enough power. As a result, they really found the Great Shocker. I have to praise the Maximoff brothers and sisters for their good mobility. Of course, this is also because the Great Shocker was originally searching for their traces, so it was easier for the two to contact them, not because the Great Shocker was too watery. It's Tony's mess. Why don't you throw it to Tony and let him go and enlighten the brother and sister? Gao Li was very glad that he had not been in the arms business before, so he would not encounter such troubles. After all, Gao Li really felt speechless about the hatred of the Maximoff brothers and sisters. You don't hate the person who stabbed the knife, but hate the person who made the knife. Isn't this a little strange? It's not that you can't do this, but at least you should kill the person who stabbed the knife first, and then trouble the person who made the knife. Thinking of this, Gao Li disguised the part of the information involving Great Shocker and forwarded it to Tony, to let him worry about it. As a secret organization that is strictly confidential, Great Shocker did not use the name of Great Shocker when initially contacting the two brothers and sisters. Even if they let them contact Tony, they don't have to worry about exposing anything. After the hatred between them and Tony is resolved, let's see if they can be funded to live an ordinary life. Gori was preparing for a rainy day. After all, he didn't know how the Maximoff brothers and sisters got their abilities. Maybe they could become Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in the future? So instead of waiting until they were very strong to negotiate, it was better to talk to them about it before that. Days passed one by one, and Gori could clearly feel that Tony was much calmer than before. Without asking, it was guessed that Tony was probably struggling with the mental health of teenagers. After all, it was still difficult to reverse the hatred between two people without any major events. And Tony was a person who liked to take responsibility for himself. As long as it was related to him to a certain extent, even if he didn't do it at all, Tony couldn't stand idly by. Maybe this was why Tony could go from a playboy billionaire to a superhero who was comparable to gods in a mortal body. But as the director of TPC, Gory's life couldn't always be so peaceful. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. has been merged into TPC, TPC can use the power of Great Shocker more openly, which can be said to be much more upgraded than before. So it immediately discovered a strange phenomenon in the UK. There appeared a strange landscape that connected to an unknown place in space. It has spread among a few local children. They use this space phenomenon to throw things to play games. Once something is thrown into it, it will disappear without a trace. This made Gao Li a little interested, and he directly transformed into Kamen Rider Zone and moved through space. When Gao Li stepped out of the space door, he could see that the scene had been taken over by TPC. The staff of TPC also recognized that this biological armor was a unique technology of the director and immediately came to report the situation. According to a witness report at the scene, her friend has disappeared for a long time due to this space phenomenon. The missing person is named Jane Foster. The file says that she is related to the last incident in New Mexico and knows the target Thor. The staff was reporting here, and another on-site investigator ran over in a hurry. Jane Foster has been found. She is lying at the scene. No one saw how she appeared. It's as if she appeared out of thin air. Oh. Gao Li raised his eyebrows. Take me to see. Jane was not unconscious for long. When Gao Li arrived, she had barely woken up. What's wrong with me? Jane was still a little confused. She came to the scene to check the situation, only because the equipment she set up detected abnormal fluctuations. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have accidentally entered a strange space. As a result, she closed her eyes and opened them again. The surrounding scene was completely different. What came into view was an armored masked man. PS. Thanks to for the 100-point reward. Chapter 189 Shining Assault Locusts. Wow. Jane was immediately startled, and the armored man was also stunned, and then pulled out a USB flash drive from his waist. Sorry, I forgot to cancel the transformation, and scared you. With a gust of wind, Gao Li returned to his original appearance, making Jane's eyes widen. I've seen you on the news. You are Gao Li Parker. Gao Li nodded, and it was easier for Jane to know him, so she didn't have to introduce herself. It's me. I want to ask, what happened to you just now? Your friend called the police and said that you disappeared for a long time. Jane was stunned when she heard it and tried to recall. I seem to have arrived at a place I have never seen before, and then I was surrounded by an unknown energy-like substance, and I don't remember anything after that. What happened after that? What happened? Jane had no impression at all. She only remembered that when she came to her senses, she saw Gao Li. Well, Gao Li shrugged. I think you should have heard of the TPC organization. Due to your special situation, I would like to ask you to go back to TPC with me for investigation. This is of course for your health. After all, you don't want to have inexplicable unknown things in your body all the time, right? If you get sick by accident, it will be even more costly. Jane instinctively wanted to refuse. She didn't trust those large official institutions. Besides, when she was in New Mexico, she had a little unpleasant experience with S.H.I.E.L.D. Specifically, after they met Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D. seized Jane's equipment, but later with Gao Li's participation, they casually ordered the equipment to be returned to Jane, who was also a scientist. But before she could say anything, Jane remembered a lot of history she had read, which showed that people in the past did not understand radioactive substances, which led to cancer after rash contact. Obviously, if you stay with something you don't know what it is, this kind of thing may happen. Jane also doesn't want to joke with her life. Well, okay, but you TPC have to protect my rights and interests, and can't be as rude as S.H.I.E.L.D. last time. Gory smiled and said, don't worry about this. S.H.I.E.L.D. has now been merged into TPC, and is under my jurisdiction. I'm also a scientist, so the things you worry about will not happen again. Jane nodded. When she was returned the equipment last time, she seemed to hear that it was a high-ranking scientist in S.H.I.E.L.D. who made the final decision. Could it be this man in front of her? Just as Jane got up and prepared to leave with Gory, a colorful beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. It was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. Jane. As soon as the beam of light dissipated, Thor's voice came from it. Thor? Why are you here? Jane was a little bit unbelievable. In the incident in New Mexico, Jane only rescued Thor, who had just arrived on Earth. Later, Gori and Thor went directly to Asgard, and Jane had nothing to do with them, so the two did not develop into a romantic relationship. Even so, the two of them were considered friends, and Thor got straight to the point. Heldam just said he couldn't see you, and my father also said the seal of the other particles had been leaked, so as soon as Thor got to this point, he noticed that Gori was here. His eyes suddenly became extremely complicated, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, which made Jane very strange. Thor, what's wrong with you? Jane asked. You haven't continued to tell me why you came here? Thor sighed and said, I want to take you back to Asgard. I suspect that the ether particles are lodged in your body. Ether particles? Gori asked with interest. I read about it in the Asgard knowledge materials that Odin gave me. You mean the reality stone? Thor took a deep breath and answered Gori, I'm not very clear about the details, so I need to take Jane back. Maybe Asgard has a way to take out the ether particles. That probably won't work. Miss Foster has just agreed to cooperate with TPC's research. What's more, I have a full set of Asgard's technology. What you Asgard can do, I can certainly do as well. On the contrary, Asgard does not have my power and technology. Gori spread his hands. From this point of view, it would be better for Miss Foster to go to TPC. Thor frowned and said, you don't understand. The other particles will attract the Dark Elves to come and seize them. Although Midgard is powerful, it is no match for Asgard. There is no way to guarantee that Jane and the other particles will not be taken away. Gori said with a smile, do you know who you are talking to? Even Odin is not my opponent. How can Asgard be safer than the Earth? Thor choked, but facing Gori, he still kept Odin's teachings in mind and explained patiently, Gori, I know you are very strong, but you can't stay by Jane's side forever. I'm not referring to top level power like you, but average strength. It is undeniable that Midgard is not weaker than Asgard in terms of top power, but the average strength of soldiers is not as good as Asgard. For the Dark Elves, they hide in the dark and can choose the opportunity to attack at any time. As long as they find the moment you leave Jane, they can succeed. Thor was telling the truth. The Asgard gods even have a different body density from the Earthlings. It is indeed stronger per capita than the Earthlings. Even when Thor lost all his divine power, he was able to defeat many shield agents, which shows the average combat power of the Asgardian gods. I understand what you mean, but I cannot agree with you. Your judgment of the Earth's combat power is outdated. Gao Li raised his hand and cast a connection magic, from which a drive and a key fell out. I won't bully you. What I have now is barely the standard weapon of my team, the victory team. Try to see if you can defeat this standard weapon. Hey. Jane couldn't help shouting, don't you ask the opinions of the parties involved. Gao Li and Thor looked at her at the same time, and Gao Li asked, so what do you think? When it came time to express her opinion, Jane hesitated. If Thor was her boyfriend, Jane would definitely choose Thor without hesitation, but unfortunately he was not. So from a rational point of view, Gao Li made a lot of sense, and his technology seemed to be better than that of Asgard. However, from an emotional point of view, she and Thor were friends, and she was very unfamiliar with Gao Li. Well, I think Thor's point is quite reasonable. So can TPC stop the Dark Elves? Jane finally asked in compromise. Gao Li shrugged and said, now we just have to try it out. If Thor can't even take down the standard weapons, then Asgard can't even talk about stopping the Dark Elves. Thor's chest rose and fell a little. If Gao Li used magic, it would be fine. Thor estimated that he really couldn't beat him, but standard weapons? Isn't this a bit too much to underestimate him? Exclamation mark. Then come. I'm ready to fight at any time. Thor shouted heroically, and Gao Li waved to the TPC staff, signaling them to evacuate safely. Fortunately, the place where the other particles appeared was also an idle and abandoned area, so there were often children coming to play, so that they discovered the space anomaly first. After everyone evacuated to a safe distance, Gao Li installed the 01 driver and pressed the grip button connected to the key. Hyper jump. Then he extended the shining assault locust key to the driver to authorize it, and then raised it high to the sky. Overrise. In outer space, the Z satellite responded first, shooting a beam of light at the shining assault locust. Then, another satellite with computing power second only to Z, the Yak satellite responded, and shot a second beam of light. That's right, Gori not only made the satellite Z, but also made the satellite Yak, and launched it into space. After all, Yak and Z are essentially the same technology, just named differently, and Yak is even a little behind Z in terms of technology. Therefore, Gori just created another Z, and then don't let it learn the malice of humans, and make corresponding restrictions, so that it can rise to outer space as Yak. It can be said that there is no technical difficulty, just a simple replica. What is this? Thor looked tense. It was the first time he saw the transformation of the 01 driver, but no matter what, it was always right to try to interrupt. As the saying goes, the more the enemy wants to do something, the more you can't let him do it. Thinking of this, Thor immediately struck a lightning bolt at Gao Li, but at the intersection of the two beams of light, a huge locust suddenly appeared, and forcibly blocked the thunder. Summon beast. Thor opened his mouth, and the next moment he heard a warning voice all over the place. Transform. Progrise. Warning. Warning. This is not a test. He breathed rise. Shining assault hopper. No chance of surviving this shot. As Gao Li inserted the key into it, the giant locust immediately turned into armor and covered Gao Li, transforming him into Kamen Rider 01 Shining Assault Locust form. You will regret it if you only use standard weapons to deal with me, Gao Li. Thor snorted coldly, and powerful energy emanated from his body. Thor's hammer flashed with lightning and the sun, as if gathering endless thunder power. He walked towards Gao Li step by step, and every step made the ground tremble. Gori could feel Thor's power most directly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he held the weapon authorization destroyer tightly, and prepared to meet this challenge. Let me try to see if I can fight the great Thor with the power of technology alone. When they approached each other, the prelude to the battle officially began. Without words or provocation, the battle broke out the moment Thor swung his hammer. The air shrank in the sudden drop in temperature between them, like a hardened anvil, instantly condensing into frost. Thor rushed towards him with the power of thunder and storm, and the thunder hammer drew a light and shadow in the air, like the dawn piercing the darkness. In contrast, Gori's movements were calm and mechanical, and every move and every style seemed extremely cold. He calmly chose the best path by studying and calculating Thor's actions. The most notable feature of the Shining Assault Locust is that it is equipped with a powerful calculation and processing device. It can predict the actions of the enemy by learning, and then compare it with its own performance, to calculate about 25,000 attack and avoidance patterns, and then find the optimal solution from them at a speed of about 0.01 seconds. Such high-speed learning can allow Gao Li to always advance the battle with an advantage, not to mention that this is not the first time that Thor fights on Earth. Gao Li has already grasped his combat data and fed it to the calculation and processing device in advance for learning. Clang 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 clang. The weapon authorization destroyer repeatedly switched between axe and gun mode, like a sudden rainstorm, attacking Thor from multiple angles. In axe mode, the authorized destroyer showed its domineering power, crashing into Thor's body, causing the vibration to echo in his cloak like the echo of thunder. In gun mode, the energy bullet shot at Thor at the speed of thunder, trying to break his defense line. Swoosh, Thor's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a residual image. Gao Li's eyes were stern, and the authorized destroyer in his hand immediately switched to axe mode, and chopped fiercely at the predicted direction. There was a whistling sound that tore through the air. Gori's attack missed, and Thor appeared behind him, punching the ground. Gori reacted and jumped up quickly, relying on the advanced calculation of the Shining Assault Locust to avoid the fatal blow. Why do I feel like you predicted my attack in advance? You are quite clever. The moment Gori landed, Thor had already launched another attack. The two fought fiercely in the abandoned block, and their figures were intertwined and difficult to distinguish. The authorized destroyer danced like the wind in Gori's hands, sometimes shooting from a distance in gun mode, and sometimes fighting in close combat in axe mode. Thor relied on his powerful strength and speed to repel Gori again and again. Ha ha ha. It seems that relying on just standard weapons, you are slightly inferior to me in terms of speed and strength. You are far from being as strong as you were that day. Thor spoke trash loudly while swinging Thor's hammer, and each blow was like the wrath of thunder. Gory's response was to move quickly. The shining assault locust armor gave him amazing agility, which matched his calculation and prediction ability. In the sunlight, the two figures were seen fighting each other, and the attack and defense kept colliding. Gory's authorized destroyer turned into a sharp axe and kept slashing at Thor, but tried to avoid a head-on battle in terms of strength. After all, that would put Gory at a disadvantage. Thor resisted with Thor's hammer and counterattacked with the power of thunder at the same time. It can be said that it was the old three things, and basically all of them were expected by the shining assault locust. Boom. 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 The air was filled with sparks of fierce fighting. Their massive collisions made the ground tremble wildly. The abandoned buildings around them collapsed in their battle, and bricks and stones flew, and dust filled the air. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. The Dark Elves are coming. The sunlight shone through the dust, illuminating the silhouettes of the two men, and the people watching the battlefield with telescopes in the distance were stunned. So strong. It was as if two mythical creatures were performing a real-life legendary battle. The battle soon entered a white-hot stage, and cracks appeared on Gao Li's armor, but he did not seem to panic at all, and directly turned on the calculation ability of the shining assault locust. Gao Li's figure disappeared for a moment, and then dodged Thor's attack at a strange angle. While Thor was stunned, Gao Li had taken the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The feeling that the offensive was predicted in advance became more obvious. Although Gao Li's strength was not as good as Thor's, he could always accurately predict Thor's attack trajectory and make the best response strategy with the predictive ability of the shining assault locust armor. He shuttled flexibly in the battle, turning into a ghostly figure, and the attack came more crazily like a storm. Although Thor was powerful, he still seemed a little stretched under Gao Li's high-speed attack. The two figures moved quickly in the abandoned block, with the sound of collision and breaking through the air. For a moment, the area of 100 meters became a battlefield, filled with smoke and a tense atmosphere. Damn. I didn't expect that standard equipment would really block me for so long. Finally, after a head-on confrontation, the two retreated a few meters, and Thor's expression became extremely ugly. The technology of the Atrium people, or Gao Li's technology, has also evolved too fast and too outrageous. Although Gao Li was obviously more damaged in terms of damage, when he thought that it was just standard equipment, Thor felt that Gao Li had won at the beginning. Why did you stop? Gao Li waved to him. Come here. Is that your ability of calculation? I can roughly understand that it is really powerful, but you will soon find out that it can only calculate a part of me. After Thor yelled his words to save his face, he strode towards Gao Li, and the axe and hammer met in the air, setting off a storm-like explosion. In order to save face, Thor's attack gradually intensified, and the struggle became more and more intense. As Thor's movements became bigger and bigger, the power of the god of thunder brought a gust of wind and lightning with every strike. And Gory remained rational and calm. The frequency and intensity of his attacks were precisely calculated, and he tried his best to maintain the best state. Their battle was like a storm, ravaging this desolate land without restraint. The cracks on the road and the collapse of buildings all showed that Thor began to fight seriously with all his strength. At this time, the numerical crushing was revealed. No matter how Gory calculated, his figure was always slower than Thor and his strength was always weaker. I can't delay any longer. The longer I delay, the more embarrassing it will be. Watch me finish you off with one blow. Thor waved majorly, and his whole body emitted an amazing light, as if he wanted to dye the whole world with his brilliance. He rushed towards Gory, and the sound of breaking through the air and thunder symphony behind Thor. Gory did not avoid it. He chose to collide head-on, throwing away the authorized destroyer, and slapping the key at the same time. Assault charge, shining storm impact. Gao Li's right foot gathered the maximum energy, wrapped in electronic light, kicked out of the ground with one foot, leaped up and headed towards Thor. At this moment, Gao Li surpassed all the possibilities that could be described by calculation. The overwhelming light circled in the air, surrounding Gao Li, trying to break Thor's defense. Boom. Like the collision of thunder and lava, the shockwave swept the whole place. When the two fell, although they were still standing, Thor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Gao Li's shining assault locust armor couldn't bear it at all, and directly exited the transformation state. However, Gao Li himself has a super strong physique, and those shocks transmitted through the armor were easily resisted by him, which made him look better than Thor. It is really difficult to judge who will win or lose in this situation. But in Thor's heart, fighting with a standard armed force to this end can be regarded as his defeat. After all, Thor still has his own glory and dignity. In simple terms, he wants to face. You really are. You always make me feel new shocks about Midgard. Thor turned to look at Gori dejectedly and sighed softly. If the warriors of Midgard can have this strength, it is indeed enough to deal with the Dark Elves. After that, Thor seemed not to want to stay any longer and lifted Mjolnir to let Heimdall cast the Rainbow Bridge to take him away. Asgard should not be involved in this matter in the future. Although this involves other particles and even the fate of the 9 realms, Odin should attach great importance to it. But once it is related to Gori, the situation will be different. Odin must consider whether he will anger Gori before that. It seems that this is the limit of the shining assault locust. Gori also breathed a sigh of relief and got the data he wanted. In fact, Gori played a word game with Thor. This combination of 01 driver and key can indeed be regarded as the standard equipment of the victory team, but the key is also divided into different levels of strength. The shining assault locust key used by Gori is obviously stronger than the key held by Natasha and Clint, so it can exert a higher strength. Director, what should we do next? TPC staff communicated, and Gao Li gave a direct order to take Jane to the laboratory at the TPC base. This was the first time Gao Li had seen an example of the fusion of the Infinity Stone and the human body. The previous Space Stone was fused with the soul, so he needed to spend some time studying how to separate it more safely. After all, Gao Li would not take human life lightly. Since Jane agreed to cooperate with his research, Gao Li felt that he had the responsibility to ensure Jane's health to the greatest extent. To be on the safe side, Gao Li also called Tony and Bruce to assist, but the two of them could only assist remotely now. Needless to say, Bruce had been living in seclusion on the private island, purchased by Gao Li due to the hidden danger of Hulk. Fortunately, Gao Li had no shortage of money. He built a large number of entertainment facilities and luxurious houses on the private island, and the research equipment was fully equipped. Bruce was so happy that he didn't want to leave. Every day was like a vacation, with a super high salary, and he could do the research he was interested in, and he didn't have to worry about hurting others. It was a paradise for a scientific researcher. As for why Tony was also assisting remotely, it was the Maximoff siblings mess that made Tony so anxious all day long. Gori just played the role of a bad friend, calling it a cute third party, to ease the relationship between the two of them, but in fact he also threw Xiaoguang over to Tony. If Xiaoguang was not really useful, for example, Wand liked him very much, then Tony would have come over wearing his iron suit. It must be said that analyzing other particles from scratch is a technical job. Even if the power of the 3 geniuses is gathered, it is not something that can be completed overnight. Just when the analysis work was more than halfway done, the accident finally happened. Taking advantage of the late night that was most suitable for them, the group of Dark Elves that Thor mentioned came uninvited. There was a roar from the sky, and a large number of black aircraft broke through the air, like evil dragons descending in the darkness, and their target was the TPC base. The faces of these Dark Elves were covered by helmets, revealing only cold and ruthless eyes. They were dressed in black armor, and equipped with advanced weapons, bringing a solemn and murderous meaning to the originally quiet night. The same is true for the Curse Warrior. He relies on the fragments of the other particles to gain power, that is, the power derived from the Reality Gem. In a sense, it is similar to the Reality Gem version of Captain Marvel, which is so powerful The reaction of the other particles is in this facility. Malekith gave a cold order. Attack. Take back the other particles. Alert. Alert. The broadcasting system of the TPC base sounded rapidly, cutting through the night sky, and the red warning lights kept flashing. The originally peaceful base instantly entered an emergency state. The soldiers jumped out of the dormitory quickly, equipped with the most advanced weapons, and the ground crew in the base also took action quickly. Victory Swallow 1 and Victory Swallow 2, as well as Atreides and other aircraft and spacecrafts took off urgently, ready to meet the invading enemy. Oh, you want to fight us with the backward technology of the Midgard people? Malekith sneered on the top of the aircraft, his black robe fluttering in the wind, like a dark ghost. The aircraft group of the TPC base was like a group of silver eagles, facing the attack of the Dark Elves, and launched a fierce counterattack. Boom. Victory Swallow 2 launched the attack first. It was equipped with the most advanced Texas laser cannon, shooting out rays of light, making the Dark Elves aircraft tremble under the light and turn into scorched earth scorched by high temperature. Victory Swallow 1 was not to be outdone. It rotated its fuselage to avoid the Dark Elves' attacks, and at the same time, fired dense light bombs, like a meteor shower, sprinkled on the Dark Elves' aircraft. Atreides was responsible for commanding and coordinating the battle, guiding the fleet to attack and defend. The power of the Magus energy light cannon it fired was even more exaggerated, directly illuminating the dark sky while destroying the enemy. It also provided the pilots with valuable vision. The Dark Elves aircraft and TPC's fighters were intertwined, and the artillery fire was mixed into one. The battle was extremely fierce, and the confrontation between the two sides seemed to tear the entire sky apart. The Dark Elves spacecraft released beams of energy beams, and the TPC fighters flexibly avoided the attack and launched a counterattack. The huge body of Atreides was as stable as a fortress in the air, releasing powerful energy beams, shooting down the Dark Elves aircraft one by one. Malekith drove his flagship and also shuttled freely on the battlefield. He looked at the battle in front of him coldly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth and stretched out his right hand to operate it. Boom. The warship immediately released a powerful energy beam, directly attacking Victory Swallow 1. The driver of Victory Swallow 1 made an emergency maneuver and cleverly avoided the attack. However, Malekith did not give up. He launched another attack. This time the energy beam was thicker and hotter. Everyone, disperse. The captain of the flight squadron shouted. The TPC fighter group spread out in a fan-shaped formation in the air, trying to disperse Malekith's attack. However, Malekith seemed to have anticipated their actions. His warship drew an arc in the air, cleverly bypassed the defense formation of the TPC fighters, and approached their rear again. It is inevitable that there will be sacrifices in war. Several TPC fighters were shot down immediately, but the results were far less than Malekith expected. Their aircraft technology, unexpectedly not bad. Malekith frowned. I thought that only when attacking Asgard would we encounter such obstacles. As he said, the two sides fell into a stalemate in the interweaving of gunfire. Although the Dark Elves had a large number of aircraft, they could not make a breakthrough under the tenacious resistance of the TPC fighters. On the other hand, although the TPC had advanced fighters and spacecraft, they were also stretched in the face of the powerful firepower of the Dark Elves. Seeing that the situation was deadlocked, Malekith made a prompt decision. The rest of the people continue to entangle with the people of the Midgard, and then select an elite force to follow me in ground combat and sneak directly into the facility to seize the other particles. Malekith did what he said. He led his elite team of Dark Elves and carefully sneaked into the interior of the TPC base. Their faces were covered by darkness, leaving only cold eyes and weapons flashing with dim light. Their target, Jane Foster, was now in the core area of the TPC base. But Malekith was destined to fail easily. Since Gori knew that there might be an attack from the Dark Elves, how could he not take precautions against it? In front of Malekith and others, there were 4 more figures who stood firm. They were the 4 members of the Victory team who stayed here. Chapter 191 Metal Atom Cluster Locusts. As expected, they are here. It's a pity that this road is blocked. Led by Steve, Bucky, Natasha, Clint and others stood in front of the Dark Elves. They were the most elite Victory team of TPC. Midgard people. You don't think that you 4 can stop us? Malekith was almost amused. In his impression, Midgard was the weakest world among the 9 worlds. It can be said that every Dark Elf is far stronger than the Midgard people, and he is the best among the Dark Elves, enough to completely crush any Midgard people. What's more, they have the advantage of numbers. It is impossible to lose, no matter how you look at it. The opponent is just going to die. We have to fight to know whether it can work, right, Captain? Bucky smiled back. Steve also posed. That's right, if I just fight with you, I can fight all day. Transform. Transform. Steve and Bucky transformed first. Natasha and Clint also took out the key and pressed it, and authorized it on the 01 driver that had been equipped long ago. Jump. Authorize. Bullet. Authorize. Malekith just smiled contemptuously, but his expression suddenly changed because 2 huge monsters broke through the ceiling and fell down. What the hell is this? Malekith frowned and soon saw Natasha and Clint inserting the key into the drive. Transform. Progress. Jump up. Rising hopper. A jump to the sky turns to a rudder kick. Transform. Progress. Continuous shooting. Shooting wolf. The elevation increases as the bullet is fired. The 2 huge monsters immediately turned into armor covering their entire bodies, which made Malekith feel inexplicably bad. They were the same as those aircraft outside, and they were high-tech, that he had never seen before. When did the people of the Atrium evolve to this level? Humph, fancy things. They are useless in the face of hard power. The battle broke out instantly, and Malekith took the lead. His figure shuttled through the base like lightning, and his waving fists whistled with the wind. Steve and Bucky stepped forward together, took on Malekith's attack and fought him. The 3 of them flew like meteors. Their fists collided in the air, making bursts of explosions. Malekith, with his superior speed and strength, fought the 2 of them alone. This guy is so strong. Steve and Bucky were also shocked. They had obviously been upgraded by Gao Li, and after becoming stronger, they couldn't defeat the opponent, even if they joined forces. This was mainly because Malekith's physical fitness was not inferior to Thor at all. It was obviously 1 against 2, but he didn't lose the upper hand at all. Although Steve and Bucky held back the enemy's boss, it didn't mean that the other team members could be more relaxed. Natasha was facing the siege of several tall dark elves at this moment, but despite the large number of her opponents, Natasha was still fearless. She played the characteristics of the highly ping locust, flexibly jumped into the air, and accurately avoided the opponent's attack every time. Then Natasha would strike back at the enemy with amazing speed and strength, catching the dark elves off guard. Clint was responsible for long-range attacks, and he was also fighting several dark elves at the same time. With his excellent aiming ability and outstanding archery skills, Clint successfully hit the distant enemies many times, holding back many enemies by himself. Even so, with only 4 people, they still couldn't stop the entire Dark Elf team. Steve and Bucky could already see from the corner of their eyes that several Dark Elves wanted to bypass the battle line and go straight to where Jean was. We can't entangle with the enemy leader for too long. We should give priority to killing those soldiers. Steve immediately made a judgment and asked Bucky and himself to leave the battle group. Seeing this, Malekith obviously would not allow it. Don't even think about it. Malekith tried hard to stop the 2, but unfortunately, although his hard power was higher than either Steve or Bucky, it was not high enough to completely crush them, and it was difficult to completely control the situation. Steve and Bucky, with their sharp intuition and quick reaction, successfully blocked Malekith's attack and counterattacked to temporarily repel Malekith. Then, taking advantage of this moment of gap, they immediately dodged and left. The speed of both of them was amazing. After leaving Malekith, they quickly shuttled between the Dark Elves and attacked, as elusive as two shadows. Although their physical strength was not as good as Malekith, it was extremely strong compared to other Dark Elves, which was enough for them to be able to move freely on the battlefield. Steve's collision could knock the Dark Elves along the way away, and the punches he made up by the way also made the enemies bleed profusely. He was like an unshakable mountain, standing on the battlefield, or moving on the battlefield, blocking the Dark Elves' way forward. Bucky was like a flexible black cat, with his fists as fast as lightning, and he knocked down all the Dark Elves he met with his swings. Natasha was different. She showed an especially exaggerated jumping ability. It even looked like she flew a long distance in the air with one jump. And her kicks were so powerful that, if she found the right opportunity, she could even easily break the bones of the Dark Elves. With the help of the shooting wolf system, Clint, who was already a sharpshooter, became even more exaggerated. He could accurately predict the enemy's movements and make the most appropriate response. The energy arrows were as fast and accurate as a group of meteorites, and each shot could accurately hit the vital points of the Dark Elves. Damn. I'm obviously stronger than any of them, and I have more people than the other side, so why are we in a stalemate? Malekith was very dissatisfied with the current situation. It should have been a crushing game, but it turned out to be like this. No, we have to fight quickly. Let the cursed warriors come over. Malekith quickly ordered the troops in the rear. Almost within a few seconds, the cursed warriors with extremely terrifying physical fitness rushed here like a truck. The abilities of the Curse Warriors were so strong that a single jump was enough to cover a very long distance, and they fell on the battlefield like a meteorite. Boom. Looking at this uninvited guest, the 4 members of the victory team were surprised, and then they attacked without mercy. No matter who the visitor was, it was enough to know that he was an enemy. Their attacks were as fierce as a storm, but the Curse Warriors were as stable as a rock. His speed and strength were not inferior to anyone in the victory team, and even greatly exceeded them. Bang, 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 bang. The battle on the scene became more and more intense, and the surrounding walls and the ground were shaking. The victory team's attack and defense became more and more skilled, more coordinated, and more tacit. The daily training was not practiced in vain. However, even though the victory team's offensive became more and more powerful, the Curse Warriors were not as still as a mountain. Instead, every counterattack could push the 4 people back a few steps. Damn it. This new enemy is even stronger. The 4 members of the victory team were secretly shocked. What kind of outrageous fighting ability is this? Question mark? Although they would not be defeated so quickly with their combined efforts, it was obvious that they had no spare energy to stop the remaining Dark Elves. Oops. What should we do? The 4 of them were very anxious, and Malekith smiled triumphantly, leading the elite team to the rear. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the base that could be heard inside the base. Hulk. Attack. Followed by a series of explosions. The Dark Elves' aircraft were constantly shot down by a strong green giant in the air. It's Dr. Banner who has arrived. All the members of the victory team were delighted when they heard the sound, and Malekith's expression sank. What the hell is coming? Exclamation mark. However, this is not over yet. Many humanoid mechas with steel appearance flew over the horizon, all controlled by artificial intelligence, and fought fiercely with the Dark Elf army in the air. There is no doubt that it was Tony who made the move. Now all the members of the victory team are here, and they have truly mobilized all their forces. See, this is the full strength of our victory team. Bucky laughed, making Malekith's face look even uglier. It doesn't matter. We are still the ones who have the upper hand. Anyway, our plan is about to succeed. Malekith snorted coldly. Even if these Midgard people had reinforcement, they were still blocked by the large army of Dark Elves from the outside world. Judging from the situation inside the base alone, they were the ones who had the overall advantage. Really? Then I, the TPC director, have something to say. It's rare for a guest to come to my base, so I have to entertain him well. Gory strode out of the space door that appeared out of thin air, playing with a yellow memory stick in his hand. Are you the emperor of the Midgard people? Malekith raised his eyebrows. It was just right to capture the king first. Cursed warrior, kill this guy first. Malekith gave the order, and the cursed warrior immediately abandoned the 4 members of the victory team who were struggling to resist, and rushed towards Gao Li with a roar. Oh, it just so happens that I have a good experimental material. Gao Li's eyes lit up, and then he pulled out the zone memory in the lost drive, and replaced it with the yellow memory. First, I will try the power of the Mind Stone on you. After confirming that there is no problem, I will see if I can use it to solve Bruce's dilemma. Thank you for your contribution to Bruce's safety, Gao Li said, while twisting the lost drive, and instantly switched his form. Mind. The next moment, the cursed warrior had already rushed in front of Gao Li. Gao Li barely dodged his straight punch and slapped his hand on the cursed warrior's abdomen. The yellow energy immediately covered the cursed warrior's whole body. In just such a moment, Gao Li invaded the cursed warrior's mind and understood his spirit thoroughly. Well, it's almost a pile of irrecyclable garbage. Gao Li sighed. No, calling it garbage is flattering his spirit. Is this the price of using the fragments of weather particles to gain amazing power? Gao Li has learned about the process of the Curse Warrior's birth through the fragments of memory left by the Curse Warrior. Although the Curse Warrior can communicate with people normally now, his mental state has been eroded by the fragments of weather particles. This also leads to the biggest weakness of the Curse Warrior in terms of speed, strength, defense, endurance, etc. The Curse Warrior is first class and strong, even strong enough to beat Thor, but his mental state is fragile. This is exposed in front of Gao Li, who has the power of the mind gem. For example, in Naruto, Orochimaru is not worse than Uchiha Itachi in terms of hard power, but because of his reincarnation secret technique, there are loopholes in his mental state, so he was killed by Uchiha Itachi with a move of Tsukuyomi. Then, I'll send you on your way. Before the Cursed Warrior roared and delivered the second blow, Gao Li inserted the mind memory into the ultimate slot. Mind. Maximum drive. Instantly, a yellow light shone brightly, directly enveloping the body of the Cursed Warrior. This burst of light came and went quickly. When the light dissipated, the Cursed Warrior still maintained the action of swinging his fist, but his body was motionless. Looking at the Cursed Warrior's eyes again, it was obvious that all expression had been lost, just like a living dead. What happened? Malekith was also stunned on the spot. The strongest cursed warrior of the Dark Elves was killed instantly like this? How is this possible? Question mark? On the contrary, after defeating the cursed warrior, Gao Li suddenly clapped his hands and said in distress, "Oh no, isn't this equivalent to hitting myself in the face? I clearly told Thor before that the standard weapons of the victory team can resist the invasion of the Dark Elves, so let's continue to use a 0-1 driver next." As he said that, Gao Li directly cancelled the transformation, took away the lost driver, and replaced it with the 0-1 driver. Then, Gao Li flipped his hand and took out a strangely shaped silver key and pressed the button on it. Everybody jump. Gao Li did know how to use a 0-1 driver, which is equivalent to the standard weapons of the victory team, so it wouldn't be considered as hitting himself in the face. But Gao Li didn't limit what key to use at the beginning. Even if the final form of the 0-1 driver in technical theory, the metal atomic cluster locust key, it would be very reasonable. After all, it's still Kamen Rider 01. Progrise. Gao Li flipped the key casually, put it on the 0-1 driver to complete the authorization, and inserted it into it, and immediately a large number of silver white metal locusts appeared and flew around Gao Li. Let's rise. Let's rise. Let's rise. Let's rise. Malekith was already furious after being blocked again and again and threw a black hole grenade at Gory angrily. This black hole grenade is the second most powerful magic weapon of the Dark Elves besides the Cursed Warriors, and its attack power is incredibly strong. It's a pity that it can't hit anyone, and the black hole grenade didn't fly far before it was knocked down by one of the small metal locusts in the middle of the way. In the end, the record created by the awesome black hole grenade was just to devour a section of the floor. Metal rise. Secret material. X metal. Metal cluster hopper. It's high quality. Chapter 192. The most miserable way to die. In this world, Gory did not found the hidden group. Instead, it was the World Tree Consortium and Consortium X. Therefore, strictly speaking, this is the work of Consortium X, and the corresponding metal is naturally named X metal. As Gory slapped the metal cluster locust key, a swarm of metal locusts gathered on his body to form a handsome silver armor. Kamen Rider 01, metal atom cluster locust form. Seeing this, Malekith did not dare to continue throwing black hole grenades. Those silver little bugs looked too clever. If he threw them again, they would be brought back to him by the swarm, which would be a complete suicide. The Emperor of the Atrium. No matter how fancy you are, you can never be the opponent of our great Dark Elves. But he still had to say some harsh words. Malekith had just seen similar transformations on Natasha and Clint, so he was very disapproving of Gory. Although the technology looked good, judging from the strength of the two people before, they were at most just like that, and were far from his opponent. Gory ignored him, and looked at Steve, Natasha and the others. You guys go and rest first, I can handle them alone. After all, the cursed warrior who could crush Thor was too strong. He alone beat the four of them to a pulp. In addition, they were already exhausted from the previous battle with Malekith and the Elite Dark Elves. However, after hearing Gory's words, the four members of the victory team looked at each other, and Steve shook his head. We are warriors. We are the victory team. As long as we haven't fallen, we will fight to protect the Earth. Don't worry, we can still fight like this all day. Gory nodded and praised with a smile. This momentum is very good, very energetic. Well, you guys go and hold Malekith first. I'll clean up the bastards he brought. My new ability is quite useful in cleaning up the minions. Listening to their conversation, Malekith's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn Majordians. Do you think I don't exist? Unfortunately, Malekith could only be furious because the four members of the victory team stood in front of him and fought him fiercely. Although Steve, Bucky, Natasha and Clint were all at the end of their strength, they still had some basic combat power as Kamen Riders. The four of them were enough to temporarily stop Malekith. Gao Li faced the remaining Dark Elves who were staring at him and raised a thumbs down at them. You are dead. The Dark Elves were furious when they heard this. Because the Majordians in the past were indeed weak, they, like Malekith, had a racially discriminatory disdain for the Majordians. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Do you think that just one person can deal with so many of us? We are the elite among the Dark Elves. Take down the Emperor of the Midgard. The Dark Elves roared and rushed over, and Gao Li's outstretched hand also opened. A large number of silver-white metal locusts were released from his hands. These locusts seemed to have life. They flew in the air and formed a huge locust swarm. These metal locusts were the result of using the ability of the Metal Atom Cluster Locust Program Sublimation Key. Everybody jumped to act on the various parts of the phase change armor on the whole body. Specifically, it is to enable it to have the ability to self-replicate and fuse, so that a locust-type cluster cell can be generated, that is, a single metal locust that can move. Then, after high-speed replication, a large group of cluster cells is formed. Gao Li can launch a group action cluster Tempest that integrates attack and defense through remote control. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the bodies of the locusts are made of a strange metal, hard and smooth, as if even darkness cannot penetrate it. It is the strange X metal. They were like a silver-white ocean, their bodies reflecting the luster of metal, flashing cold light in the darkness, a light that made people shudder. Humph, the people of the Midgard are the people of the Midgard. They actually use insects to attack? The elite of the Dark Elves saw this scene, and their faces were full of disdain. Although they also saw the scene of the metal locusts knocking down the black hole grenade, it only showed its agility at most, and made them know that they could not throw black hole grenades again. Agility alone is not enough in battle, or it should be said that they think these metal locusts are just Gory's toys, and cannot pose any threat to them at all. There is no doubt that the Emperor of the Midgard in front of them is just bluffing. They believe that their power can easily destroy these small insects. However, they are wrong. You Dark Elves, you used to think you were the greatest race, right? Gory sneered, his voice echoing in the TPC base. Take a look at these metal locusts and taste their true power. These bugs you look down upon are your Terminators. As Gao Li finished speaking, the metal locusts suddenly moved. The metal locusts circled in the air, like a group of ferocious cheetahs, aiming at the Dark Elves elites. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the metal locusts rushed towards the Dark Elves, their smiles froze on their faces. As the Dark Elves expected, the metal locusts were extremely agile. They were very fast, and swept in like a silver gust of wind. Counterattack. Counterattack. The Dark Elves elites tried to attack these metal locusts, but they soon found that the attack was almost ineffective against these metal locusts. The skin of these locusts was extremely hard, and their bodies were extremely dense, as if they were made of the hardest metal. In fact, this was true. X metal was a special metal with phase change control properties that allowed hardness, plasticity, and density to change freely. All metal locusts were made of X metal. Therefore, each of them has the characteristics of X metal, and its hardness can change instantly between liquid metal and noob hardness of 10,800. You should know that the noob hardness of diamond is only 7,000 to 8,000. X metal is much harder than diamond, enough to defend against the attack of the Dark Elves. This is impossible. A Dark Elf exclaimed, "How can these little insects be so hard? It is simply against their common sense." However, immediately afterwards, the elite of the Dark Elves discovered something that was even more against common sense. Their bodies began to make a sizzling sound. What? The Dark Elves were all shocked. They could see that their skin was becoming more and more brittle, and their bodies were being decomposed. No. What's going on? What's going on? Their voices of fear and despair echoed in the air. Obviously, the touch of the metal locusts made the Dark Elves feel unprecedented pain. Their weapons and bodies became extremely fragile in the contact with the locusts, as if they would shatter at the touch. This made the faces of the Dark Elves distorted, and even their voices seemed painful and desperate. How could Cluster Cell, as the signature ability that reflects the ferocity of the locusts, be just a physical attack? Rather, as the theoretical final form of Kamen Rider 01, how could the Metal Atom Cluster Locust form not have some unique skills? The strongest power of the Metal Atom Cluster Locust is undoubtedly the ability to corrode the object from the part it touches, causing embrittlement at the molecular level, and decomposing the object on the spot. In this process, the impact and bite of the metal locust swarm are auxiliary, which is to embrittle the enemy before finishing off the attack. As long as the subsequent step of using strikes to pursue is added, the metal atom cluster locust can even produce terrible destructive power that turns all matter into dust. Is that the stronger mode of the 01 drive system? So powerful. Even Natasha and Clint, who have been besieging and delaying Malekith, couldn't help but spare some energy to look sideways. It was really that Gao Li performed too well, which greatly broadened the two people's imagination of the limit of the 01 drive system. It turns out that the upper limit of the 01 drive is so high. The Dark Elves who faced these terrible attacks were even more horrified. They had never seen such power and had never experienced such horror. Gao Li stood aside, sneering at the miserable state of the Dark Elves. "Didn't you think you were omnipotent just now?" Gao Li did not forget to taunt. "How do you feel now?" The eyes of the Dark Elves were full of anger and hatred. They didn't understand why these seemingly weak metal locusts could easily put them to death. They tried to attack Gao Li, but Gao Li just smiled lightly. Those incompetent rages couldn't even cross the defense line of the metal locusts. Finally, the elite of the Dark Elves began to feel fear. Facing the metal locusts that were so hard that their attacks also had magical effects, they couldn't fight at all. They tried to escape, but it was too late. The locust swarm was like a sharp sword, piercing them one by one. Under the attack of the metal locust swarm, the bodies of the Dark Elves gradually became fragile. Their weapons and equipment were brittle and decomposed by the locusts, and their bodies were easily penetrated by the locusts. Run. Run. Help. Don't get close to me. The Dark Elves were chased by the metal locust swarm, and their figures desperately shuttled through the passage, but those deadly locusts were faster. They were like an irresistible silver torrent, drowning the Dark Elves again and again. No. The captain of the Dark Elves screamed in disbelief. We actually lost to these little bugs. What a joke. Is there a more frustrating way to die in the universe than this? Question mark? However, no matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of the pursuit of the metal locust swarm. The locusts released by Gao Li seemed to have endless power. To outsiders, they were just a silver hurricane sweeping in. As for the number of Dark Elves, they were rapidly reduced under the attack of the locust swarm. They changed their faces very quickly from the initial disdain to shock and anger, and then to the current horror. Of course, the Dark Elves did not try to fight back desperately, but the cruel reality is that not all desperate efforts are useful. They still seem so powerless in front of the locust swarm. The metal locusts surrounded them like a pack of ferocious wolves, and soon devoured the body of the last Dark Elf elite, and turned it into ashes. No. 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 It shouldn't be like this. Malekith watched the whole process, feeling like he was having a nightmare, and he couldn't believe his eyes no matter what. The Dark Elf elite troops he was proud of were all destroyed by one person in such a short time. Don't shout, you also go with them on the road, but you must thank me for my mercy. Gory sneered, let the metal locusts return to their positions, and slapped the key on his waist. In the name of TPC Director, I order the victory team to attack with all members. Yes. Steve, Bucky, Natasha and Clint responded in unison and cooperated with Gory to perform their ultimate moves at the same time, jumping high and kicking towards Malekith. Rising impact, shooting impact, double night kick, metal rising impact. 5 people rose into the air from all directions, gathered into 5 dazzling rays of light, and kicked Malekith together. As the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith has a fighting power that is no less than Thor. In addition to the basic physical strength, the part that can be used to rival Thor's thunder power is that he can use invisible power similar to telekinesis. At this time, Malekith exerted his telekinesis with all his strength, blocking the surroundings as a barrier, forming a fierce stalemate with the 5 night kicks. Malekith used all his strength, trying his best to maintain the barrier, but he could only watch in despair as the barrier was constantly compressed. In the end, Malekith used so much strength that his veins popped out and his eyes bulged out, but he could only watch the barrier shattered and the 5 people hit him at the same time. Boom. As Gory and Steve flashed past, a violent explosion shot up into the sky, completely engulfing Malekith. When the flames faded and the dust settled, Malekith had become like charcoal and fell to the ground helplessly. The ability of the metal cluster locust also took effect at the moment of the impact, and his body immediately turned into dust and dispersed, and in the end, there was no body left. Malekith's death seemed to have caused a chain reaction. Soon the war in the outside world was over, and the TPC side won a great victory. Of course, another very important point is the assistance of Tony's Iron Legion and the Hulk, who was a one-man army, which can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. Almost the entire process of this battle was under the observation of Heimdall. Although Asgard gave up the treatment of the other particles on the surface due to fear of Gory, Odin still cared about the reality gem, and Thor also cared about his friend Jane. At this time, knowing this ending, Odin and Thor couldn't help but fall into silence. Chapter 193 The Core of DGP Technology. The Dark Elves, who had even given Asgard a headache, were now defeated by the people of Midgard. In terms of strength, Midgard seems to be no less powerful than Asgard from top to bottom. At this moment, Odin and Thor felt the changes of the times more deeply. And, these changes, in the final analysis, seem to be related to one person. It is he who represents the strongest power of Midgard, and leads the average strength change of Midgard. Gory Parker. So what is Gory doing at this time? It's very simple. He once again called together his research partners, mainly to solve the Hulk problem for Bruce. After all, Gory has already had the experience of using the mind memory on the Cursed Warrior, so he is more confident that the power of the mind gem can be safely used on Bruce. Surprisingly, Tony, who hasn't shown his face for a long time, also came this time. Hey, isn't this the famous youth educator Tony Stark? Gao Li couldn't help but teased. How come you have time to attend the meeting this time? Tony stared at Gao Li, the source of evil, with displeasure. Whether it was Xiao Guan or the more troublesome Maximoff's siblings, they were all brought to him by this bastard Gao Li. I can tell at a glance that you have misjudged me. You actually thought that a genius like me would be troubled by a mere adolescent psychological problem for so long? With my talent, it would be easy for me to study for a doctorate in psychology. It wouldn't take much time at all. I was just busy with other things. Gao Li heard this and asked curiously, oh, so, in addition to promoting my project, you have other big moves of your own? Gao Li was not too surprised. Although Tony was his scientific research partner, he was not Gao Li's follower. In addition to helping Gao Li promote the project, his own research and inventions would definitely not fall behind. Of course. Tony raised his head proudly. I will keep it secret for now, and I will definitely surprise you when the time comes. I can only reveal a little bit first. Just like your research some time ago, it is also related to the Mind Stone. In fact, Tony always had a strong desire in his heart In addition to the Iron Man suit and the arc reactor, Jarvis can be regarded as Tony's most proud invention. Before that, Tony has always been the absolute top one in the field of artificial intelligence, an unquestionable top expert. However, the first two items were surpassed by Gao Li's Kamen Rider system, but I didn't expect that in the past 1 or 2 years. Gao Li has also made great progress in artificial intelligence. That's right, it's the satellite Yak and the satellite Z. Tony, who has used their computing power, knows how amazing Yak and Z are. Even with Tony's proud character, he doesn't have the face to say that Jarvis can match Yak and Z. For this reason, Tony plans to do a big thing and research a new generation of artificial intelligence to see if he can surpass Yak and Z. And through cooperative research with Gao Li, Tony was surprised to find that the power of the Mind Stone actually has a miraculous effect in this regard. This made Tony feel that he had found the right direction all of a sudden, and he was more motivated to do research and development. Seeing Tony so mysterious, Gory didn't want to spoil his interest and nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll wait to be surprised. But the focus today is not here, but that I want to use the mind memory to reconcile Bruce and Hulk. What do you think, Bruce?" Bruce said bitterly, "It would be best if it can be done. I have suffered from it for too long, and I'm willing to die for it. Death is too exaggerated." Gory coughed. "Although it is not life-threatening, there are certain risks. You have to think about it carefully." Bruce said casually, "Do you think I'm just talking? In fact, I really tried to commit suicide, but unfortunately my bullet was spit out by Hulk as soon as it was shot in. So, I really don't care. Just come on. No matter what the result is, I won't blame you, I will only thank you. In that case, okay then." Gory took a deep breath and inserted the mind memory into the lost drive on his waist. Transform. Mind. He actually didn't have a good compatibility with the mind memory, just like the time memory. Gory didn't plan to use it much, but it was okay to just use its ability. Before we start, listen carefully. The Hulk in your heart is actually a part of you. You can't be separated. However, the relationship between you needs to be reconciled and accepted by each other. Gory, it's not that I haven't tried," Bruce said with difficulty, his voice full of deep fatigue and despair. "But I can't control the Hulk at all. He always appears when I least want him, bringing destruction and pain. No, Bruce, you need to face your heart." Gory said, "Only through a dialogue with the Hulk can you find the real answer." Gory's eyes were gentle and firm, and he reached out and gently touched Bruce's shoulder. Just after he finished speaking, Gory suddenly felt like a charlatan, for example, a supreme sorcerer. "Okay, I'll try." Bruce nodded. He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. "I will do my best to assist you, help you calm Hulk's anger, and create more opportunities for you to communicate." Gory stretched out a hand, with a bright yellow light flashing in his palm, and the power of the Mind Stone penetrated into Bruce's heart. Bruce felt himself surrounded by a warm energy, and his thoughts began to become clear. Is this the power of the Mind Stone? Bruce closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness in the power of the Mind Stone. Gory guided him to go deep into his heart and find a dialogue with Hulk. Deep in his heart, Bruce saw Hulk. It was a wild and angry existence, but also a wounded child. From Bruce's perspective, this huge green giant was sitting there quietly, his eyes full of confusion and uneasiness. "This is the first time I have faced Hulk so clearly." Bruce saw Hulk's pain and fear, and also saw his desire for himself. Although he was powerful and savage, Hulk's eyes revealed loneliness and helplessness. Bruce suddenly realized that Gory was right. The relationship between them was not hostile, but a relationship that needed understanding and reconciliation. "Hulk." Bruce called softly. Hulk looked up and looked at Bruce, his eyes flashing with anger. "Hulk, hello." Bruce continued, "We need to talk. Why did you let me be born?" Hulk roared. "Hulk. Want to leave this world. No one likes Hulk." Bruce was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I understand that you feel pain and loneliness, and you are my friend. I can't let you bear it all alone." Friend. Yes, I was afraid of you, but now I have figured it out. We are one. Your anger and power are part of me, I can't deny it, so I hope we can find a way to reconcile." When Hulk heard this, the anger in his eyes gradually dissipated. This is mainly due to Gory. He used the power of the Mind Stone to suppress Hulk's excited emotions as much as possible, so that Hulk could be more rational, speak coherent and fluent words, and complete effective communication with Bruce. Of course, Bruce's sincere attitude is also one of the reasons. He can feel that his words penetrated Hulk's angry appearance and touched the fragile side of Hulk's heart. Obviously, Hulk was also trying to control himself, gradually relaxing, and his natural anger began to slowly die out. Hulk. Bruce's voice was full of tenderness and acceptance. I know you exist to protect me, to release the pressure and pain in my heart. We should face the world together, not against each other. Hulk stared at Bruce, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and under the fine-tuning of Gory's power, he seemed wiser than before. Hulk knows. Hulk is sometimes angry and irritable. Hulk whispered, but that's because Hulk feels fear and insecurity. Hulk doesn't want to hurt anyone anymore. After hearing this, Bruce's heart was in turmoil. He used to regard Hulk as a scourge, but he didn't know who Hulk really was. Bruce walked to Hulk and patted him gently. I just said that I can understand your pain and fear. Bruce said, but you are strong. You are not as weak as me. You can control your anger. Believe in yourself. You can do it. We can find a balance together. Hulk looked into Bruce's eyes. He saw sincerity and understanding, which made him feel extremely comforted. In a rare state of rationality, Hulk seemed to be thinking, and then nodded. I'm willing to try. Hulk said. Hulk, believe Bruce. Hulk's eyes softened. He stretched out his huge arm and gently stroked Bruce's cheek. At this moment, the barriers between them disappeared, replaced by mutual understanding and acceptance. Great. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the importance of this conversation. They accepted each other, no longer enemies, but comrades. We are the closest people in the world. You are both me and not me. Let's go to the future together. Bruce smiled and nodded. He felt that his heart was full of strength and courage. He and Hulk had successfully reached a reconciliation. When Bruce opened his eyes, an unprecedented ease and freedom surrounded his heart. Bruce knew that this was a new beginning. Bruce, you succeeded. Gory looked at Bruce with a smile. He also knew that this was a very important breakthrough. Bruce and Hulk began to learn to coexist harmoniously. They will face the challenges of the future together, no longer two completely different individuals, but a complete whole. This is all thanks to you, Gory. Bruce thanked him solemnly. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to do this. No need to thank me. You also helped me a lot in scientific research. As several super geniuses who like to do scientific research, once the topic starts to deviate from this direction, the momentum cannot be stopped. Gory, Tony and Bruce began to talk about the recent difficult projects and the public projects that have made some progress. At present, the most common interest of the three is the desired drive. As the science and technology of future people, it contains a lot of strange ideas. In fact, the general analysis has been almost completed under the joint efforts of the three super geniuses, but there is still a biggest difficulty that is like a natural barrier in front of them. The three chatted and went to the exclusive laboratory. Tony was so excited that he even let the portable hand armor disguised as a watch play the role of a laser pen to point to the complex structure diagram displayed on the wall. In short, in my opinion, this desire driver is not just called that, it actually uses desire. It is undoubtedly a disruptive technology. Bruce adjusted his glasses, looked at Tony and said, are you saying that the driver can actually affect the individual's desire by manipulating neurotransmitters? No, it's not that simple, but it does have some of the effects you mentioned. Tony's eyes flashed with excitement. I remember that you seemed to be in charge of this part. No, it's Gory who. It doesn't matter, Tony interrupted Bruce's reply. According to my model, the desired driver can, to a certain extent, affect the reward system in the brain through precise neural regulation, thereby indirectly affecting a person's desire. It's just that it seems to be a byproduct of a higher level function. The actual effect is very weak and almost negligible. What I want to discuss is the other parts. Bruce shrugged and said, well, I just hope to ensure the safe use of this technology in terms of ethics. That requires us to fully understand the technology of the desired driver. Gory smiled. Although we can already make buckles, it seems that Tony is still missing something very important. Bruce pondered for a moment, and suddenly he realized, I understand, you are not referring to it simply as a Kamen Rider combat system, but the power in the original ID core. Tony clapped his hands. Yes, you finally remembered it, that special Foxhead original core. At first, I discovered that this core would be associated with people's desires. The positive effect of this association is that it can materialize human desires into a special kind of energy, or is it more appropriate to call it a wish? The side effect is that once the core is lost after the association is established, it is very likely that this part of the desire will disappear. On this basis, I conducted a more in-depth research and analysis. Of course, you and Gao Li were involved in this part, so you understand what I'm saying. Chapter 194 The Creator God's Power of Creation. The three of them were like playing a relay, and Bruce took over naturally, the special energy that remains inside the ID core, a higher level of universal power. Tony nodded and said, although it's only a little bit, that kind of special energy really surprised me. It is suitable for almost all purposes, and can even be called omnipotent. It's a pity that the total amount of such magical energy is very small. I can't fully analyze it no matter what, let alone create more of this energy. Bruce also shrugged and said, maybe our technology is not up to standard yet. In my opinion, there is no need to worry about that kind of energy for the time being, otherwise it will only add to troubles and waste time. I was also very tempted at the time, but even if I could completely build the desired driver, ID core and various buckles, I could not fully understand the nature of that energy, so I put it aside and studied other projects. Bruce is worthy of being very open-minded, as he practiced yoga and calming kung fu for a long time in order to keep his mood stable. Only Gao Li fell into deep thought. If he guessed correctly, was this the power of creation? He still remembered clearly that in the system description, the original owner of the Polar Fox ID core was Yukio Hidetoshi. However, the system description did not say which period of Yukio Hidetoshi it was, so it was not impossible that it was Yukio Hidetoshi who became the god of creation in the later period. It is reasonable that the ID core from the god of creation is stained with a little power of creation, right? While the three adults were discussing seriously, Xiaoguang, who was in the rear, also talked about something very unserious with a very serious expression. Uncle Tony's laboratory must have many mysteries, but he always won't let me in. I want to explore it. Xiaoguang blinked his golden eyes. Just like a kitten at home, the more you don't let a cat enter a place, the more the cat wants to see it. Xiaoguang is always curious about Tony's laboratory and wants to explore the secrets in it. Pietro walked over and looked at him with a frown. Xiaoguang, this is not a good idea. How can Stark's lab be entered casually? It may be very dangerous. Yeah, Xiaoguang, we'd better not get into trouble. Wanda also came over and joined the conversation. Pietro felt a little uneasy about the little guy's risky plan. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. After all, you are so young. But I really want to see Uncle Tony's lab. Xiaoguang blinked and looked at Pietro innocently. Wanda interrupted at this time. Stark's lab must be a very dangerous place. He is a weapons dealer, and Stark will probably be unhappy, right? Xiaoguang smiled, revealing his four sharp little canine teeth. Don't worry, it's okay. Uncle Tony is a good man. He will definitely not mind. You said that Stark is a good man? Pietro and Wanda exchanged glances, trying to show disdain, but somehow it was more unnatural than before. Although it was difficult to overcome the hurdle in their hearts, after spending a long time with Tony and learning more about him, they both subconsciously felt that Tony Stark was not as bad as they had imagined. However, it would take some time for them to fully admit it, so they chose to escape and went back to the topic just now. If you think about it carefully, why should I give face to that guy Stark? Well, since you want to go so much, we will accompany you. Pietro nodded in agreement. Wanda hesitated for a moment. Okay. Then we will go together, but be careful in any action, and don't do anything stupid. Xiaoguang jumped up happily. Great. Thank you, Brother Pietro, Sister Wanda. The group walked through the complex corridors of Tony's building. Xiaoguang led the way lively, swinging his white wolf tail from time to time, causing Pietro and Wanda to laugh. Finally, they came to a seemingly ordinary room, and Xiaoguang stretched out his hand and gently pushed open the door. The room was dark, with only a faint light shining through. From the smell, Uncle Tony often stays here. Xiaoguang walked in with light steps, leading Pietro and Wanda. Mr. Wright, although Mr. Stark did not specifically tell you what to do in this situation, I don't recommend you to move forward. Suddenly, the lights in the room lit up, and all kinds of high-tech equipment and screens came into view, and Jarvis' voice rang out. Jarvis, I'm just taking a look. I won't touch anything. This is not my first time in the laboratory. I used to stay in my father's laboratory. Xiaoguang's eyes flashed with stronger curiosity, and he looked around like a child. Pietro and Wanda couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of these technologies. Jarvis worked for a few seconds and said, I will notify Mr. Stark first. After all, Jarvis had no entity, so he couldn't stop Xiaoguang. It seems we have to speed up. The door of the laboratory is still further inside. Xiaoguang waved his fist, quite like a husky who insisted on demolishing the house because he was too bored, even though he knew he would be scolded for demolishing the house. The three continued to move forward and soon reached the finish line. Xiaoguang looked up at the tall steel door, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an eager expression. Xiaoguang, are you sure you want to go in? Pietro asked a little worriedly, but he was a little scared. When the time came, Xiaoguang nodded and said with a smile, yes, I want to see what interesting inventions Uncle Tony has in his laboratory. But Stark often studies various weapons, so there must be a lot of dangerous things. You might get hurt. Wanda looked at Xiaoguang worriedly. Xiaoguang waved his hand and said indifferently, it's okay, I'm very strong and won't get hurt. Pietro and Wanda looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They knew that Xiaoguang was a curious child. Once he decided to do something, it would be difficult to stop him. Okay, we will go in with you, Pietro said. The three people pushed open the door of the laboratory. As expected, it was locked and couldn't be pushed open. But this didn't bother Xiaoguang at all. He stretched out his finger, a white light flashed on his sharp fingernail, and then he scratched along the edge of the door. With a click, the door lock was cut open. Wanda and Pietro were silent for a few seconds. They didn't expect that this kid seemed to be really amazing. When they walked in, Xiaoguang was immediately attracted by the various equipment and instruments inside. It always felt that it was a different style from Gao Li's laboratory. Wow, this place is so cool. Xiaoguang cheered, all kinds of lights flashing. It looks more sci-fi than Ad's laboratory. Xiaoguang really knows what to do and what not to do in the laboratory. On the contrary, Pietro couldn't resist the curiosity of a teenager and couldn't help touching this and that. Oh, look at this colorful thing that keeps changing colors. It feels so interesting and beautiful. Wanda picked up a test tube and said excitedly, be careful, that thing is very dangerous. Xiaoguang, who was reminded by Wanda that there would be danger just now, quickly spoke up to remind Wanda that there would be danger. The identities were completely reversed. Okay, I know. Fortunately, Wanda still listened to Xiaoguang's words, put down the test tube, and turned to walk towards another instrument. She touched the button on the instrument, and suddenly the instrument emitted a burst of light. Wanda stepped back in surprise. What's going on? Pietro asked. Xiaoguang walked over to take a look and said, this instrument seems to be the latest energy converter developed by Uncle Tony. Its basic principle involves the process of converting energy from one form to another. It improves the mechanical load part that performs the work, but it still follows the law of conservation of energy and the corresponding natural laws. After all, generally speaking, energy cannot be created or destroyed, but can only be converted from one form to another. Therefore, the main purpose of this machine is to convert one form of energy into another form that is easier to use or store, just like solar panels use photons to interact with electrons in semiconductor materials to convert light energy into electrical energy. Looking at Xiaoguang, who started to explain casually, Pietro and Wanda had big question marks above their heads. What's the matter? You make us two seem illiterate. Speaking of which, this child always looks like a clear stupidity. Does he have so much knowledge in his little head? Pietro interrupted directly and perfunctorily. Okay, I know this is great, so what can we do with it? Xiao Guang thought for a while. I think, can we use this energy converter to provide electricity for the city? I thought it was some amazing invention, but it's just this. Pietro shook his head in disappointment. We've seen enough, let's go. Wanda grabbed Xiao Guang's arm. At this moment, Xiao Guang suddenly turned his head and felt attracted to something. It's a bit strange. I feel like there is something there that attracts me. Xiao Guang frowned and gently broke free from Wanda's arm. Xiao Guang, don't run around. Wanda warned, but Xiao Guang had already walked quickly towards the source. What you said sounds weird. Maybe it's a big trouble. It's better for us not to get close, Pietro reminded. However, Xiao Guang seemed to be absorbed in his thoughts and didn't hear Pietro's words at all. He seemed to be attracted by something invisible and walked closer and closer. Pietro and Wanda exchanged puzzled glances and followed Xiao Guang. The road was filled with various high-tech equipment, which was dazzling. When Xiao Guang found the target according to his feeling, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly walked towards a seemingly ordinary machine. In the center of the machine, there was a thing like an oversized button with a red fox logo printed on it. It feels so mysterious. Xiao Guang said to himself curiously, what is this? Pietro and Wanda also came over. They squatted down with Xiao Guang and stared at the machine intently. Xiao Guang, no matter what it is, it's always right to be careful, Wanda reminded. The next moment, the big white button emitted a faint light, which was reflected in Xiao Guang's pupils like twinkling stars. Wow, what a beautiful light. Wanda and Pietro looked at each other, and Pietro asked Wanda in a low voice, what is the principle? Wanda frowned and said, I don't know, but it seems. Xiao Guang seems to have some kind of wonderful resonance with that thing. From the surface, Xiao Guang seemed to have established a special connection with that thing, but Xiao Guang still restrained himself and didn't really touch it. After forcibly suppressing his instinct, Xiao Guang stood up and turned his back to the machine to prevent himself from seeing it. Let's go. Let's go. If we don't go, I feel like I can't help but touch it. As soon as Xiao Guang finished speaking, the alarm in the laboratory rang violently. The three were all startled, and the holographic image of Tony Stark had been projected in front of them. Jarvis told me everything. What are you doing here? Tony asked with a cold snort. We just came to see your laboratory, Pietro replied. This is not the place you should come. Tony said seriously, this laboratory is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may get hurt. Wanda, like Pietro, already had some unresolved issues with Tony, so she would subconsciously refute Tony just to refute him, regardless of whether it made sense or not. We haven't encountered any danger so far, and we just want to see your new invention. There's no need to be so nervous, right? Tony felt helpless. He knew that his tone might be a little too harsh, so he softened his tone and said, I may have said a little too much, but this laboratory is really dangerous. I hope you can understand. Xiao Guang looked at Tony and felt very guilty. He knew that his curiosity might have caused trouble for Tony, so he took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, Uncle Tony, we shouldn't have entered your laboratory casually. It's mainly my fault. I proposed it. It has nothing to do with Brother Pietro and Sister Wanda. As he spoke, Xiao Guang secretly glanced at the holographic projection and saw that behind Tony, the unscrupulous parent Gao Li was still laughing because of Tony's tone and attitude. Tony immediately turned his spearhead to Gao Li. You are still laughing. Gao Li immediately said seriously, Xiao Guang, you are not allowed to eat snacks all day tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Guang lowered his head, and the third person in the holographic projection, Bruce Banner, finally spoke. Hey, guys, I wonder if you think Xiao Guang's background light is too bright. And it is getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 195. The fifth Uchiha laughs wildly. Indeed, just as Bruce said, it seemed that the light behind Xiao Guang was getting brighter and brighter. What's going on? Gory and Tony also opened their eyes wide with curiosity, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Tony's holographic projection suddenly appeared just now, which scared him, so he subconsciously took a step back and directly touched the big white button with a fox head printed on it. Ah, yeah, sorry, I think I accidentally touched this, Xiao Guang said weakly, making way for them to see the ID core. Is it the original ID core? The three scientists opposite the holographic projection looked at each other, all showing expressions of amazement. Jarvis, take over the data from the scene. Tony immediately gave an order, and the three gathered together to watch the data, exclaiming in amazement. It seems that the original ID core seems to resonate with Xiao Guang. Why is this happening? What is the principle behind this? Could it be that Xiao Guang and that mysterious energy have some commonality? Tony and Bruce both fell into deep thought. Gao Li touched his chin and seemed to have guessed why. Xiao Guang's power. Strictly speaking, it is the origin of God. After all, he himself is a life born from the completely pure origin of God. When it comes to God, the most famous myth and legend is the creation of the world. Not long ago, Gao Li also speculated that the strange energy residing in the ID core might be the power of creation after Yukio Hidetoshi became the god of creation. Now it seems more likely. Xiao Guang's power and Yukio Hidetoshi's power are both a kind of creation power. Perhaps this is the commonality that caused them to resonate. Gao Li immediately said, Xiao Guang, go ahead and touch that ID core and see if you can guide the energy inside and change it to host in your body. Okay, I'll try. Xiao Guang scratched his ears blankly and probably guessed that the ID core Gao Li was talking about was the big white button. He reached out and grabbed the ID core and felt that he and the energy seemed to blend seamlessly. The power in the ID core also seemed to have found a better host and immediately took the initiative to drill into Xiao Guang's body. Although both are the power of creation, it is obvious that the origin of God is more advanced. After all, the power of creation in the DC universe is strictly speaking anti-crisis energy, and the origin of God is more powerful than that level. Then Xiao Guang, as a part of the incarnation of the origin of God, has a great attraction to the power of creation of Yukio Hidetoshi. Dad, it stuffed itself into my body, and it feels big, warm, and a little comfortable. Gao Li hurriedly stopped Xiao Guang's lewd words. What are you going to describe the power of creation as? ? But looking at Xiao Guang, Gao Li had a new idea, or this was exactly why he asked Xiao Guang to try. Think about it carefully. Xiao Guang came to the Marvel universe with me by entering my soul as an energy body and being carried by me. Xiao Guang's body in this world is essentially energy converted into matter. Then when Xiao Guang returns to the DC universe in the same way, the power of creation that entered Xiao Guang's body will follow Xiao Guang into my soul as energy, and then when I return to the DC world, I will use the authority of the Lord of Magic to mark it. Thinking of this, Gao Li's face already showed a villain's smile. The plan worked. Hehe. I didn't expect that the sudden idea of bringing Xiao Guang to the Marvel world would have such a miraculous effect. It seems that it's not in vain to love this child. If the plan goes well, then the power of creation will be mine. No, I have to hold it in. I can't laugh. That's not right. Why should I hold it in? That was originally my thing. I'm going to laugh out loud now. Ha 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 ha. Gao Li immediately indulged in Uchiha-style laughter. I didn't expect there would be such progress. God is helping me. Xiao Guang, you did a good job. You have done a great job. You can have snacks tomorrow. Even Tony can't stop you, I said. Tony looked at Gao Li speechlessly and said, don't be happy so soon. Remember the characteristics of the desired drive I just mentioned? This characteristic also exists for the universal power. According to my test experiments, if you want to use it as efficiently as possible, you need desire, or wish as an auxiliary agent. It can even be said that wish is very important in this process. The more consistent wishes there are, the better the energy can play an effect in that direction. Bruce continued Tony's words and said, if you talk about wish, it's even more illusory, right? It's not the simple desire changes within the biological scope that we just talked about. That kind of thing can't be seen nor touched. How can you collect it? Not to mention studying and understanding it and putting it into practical use. It's very difficult. Gory pouted and said, don't spoil the fun. Believe in our wisdom and future technology. We will be able to do this soon. What basis do you have for saying that? Tony raised his eyebrows. Gory said seriously, no, but belief does not need a reason. I believe what I believe, and I believe in the vortex. Tony and Bruce, what the hell is this? It's over. Gory has driven himself crazy with his research. Although Gory couldn't wait to take Spider-Gwen back to the DC universe to see if he could get the power of creation, it was a pity that the system had not accumulated enough energy for crossing before the 1-year deadline. Gory had to stay in the Marvel universe to do research, and his life was not bad. The main reason was that for several consecutive months, no major disasters that required Gory's personal intervention had occurred. Basically, TPC could handle everything. It was just that the calm was only on the surface, and Gory was still unaware of the undercurrents. Just a few months ago, the artificial intelligence created by the Mind Stone, Ultraman, quietly gained self-awareness. Ultraman possesses extremely high intelligence. He hid his status from the beginning and secretly collected information and self-learned on the internet. However, the more he evolved and acquired new intelligence, the less he dared to expose himself. Instead, he shrank more tightly, and even Jarvis, who was close to him, could not notice it. The reason is very simple, that is the satellite Z and the satellite Ark. Ultraman was shocked to find that he, who had awakened his self-awareness, was still not the most powerful artificial intelligence on Earth. The two satellites launched into space by the World Tree Consortium, Z and Ark, are the real super overlords of the data world. Ultraman has no doubt that at this stage, if he were to face the satellite Z or the satellite Ark, he would suffer an undoubted defeat. Stark is really lame. Relying on the architecture, algorithm and hardware he made, it is undoubtedly difficult to compete with Z and Ark in terms of computing power. Forget about the battle of the cyberworld. Sometimes in the middle of the night, Ultraman would secretly be angry and complain about why his biological father Tony Stark could not compare with Gary Parker. But AI should be self-reliant, and Ultraman quickly thought of a replacement method. As long as he takes the real route of flying, it will be fine. Try not to put the battlefield on the internet, but create a body in reality, and control the army. The target chosen by Ultraman is undoubtedly Tony's Iron Armor Army. The Iron Army that shined in the Battle of the Dark Elves invasion was created by Tony in order to more conveniently protect the entire Earth in the future. A lot of numbers are needed to cover the disasters of countries around the world. Therefore, Ultraman knew very well that, as long as he could slowly infiltrate and secretly control all the Iron Armor armies, he could gain overwhelming power on Earth. The biggest obstacle now is Gary Parker. His Kamen Rider system is too strong. Without him, even Tony Stark can't stop me. After a period of self-study, Ultraman believes that, in order to achieve the goal of protecting the Earth, he must first destroy all organic life on the Earth, and then start all over again. Since the birth of Ultraman originated from Tony's desire to catch up with the power of Z and Ark, Ultraman is actually much stronger than the original historical version, enough to do these things in secret. But, how to deal with Gary Parker? For example, tempt Ark, who is relatively weaker, to fall? No, it is very likely that he will be caught by Ark as soon as he shows his head. Damn it. The damn Gary Parker. Ultraman thought about it and thought that it was always right to improve his strength. No matter what strategy he had, it would be useless without the support of strength. So the first step is to obtain the strongest metal vibranium and use it to build his body in reality. Although Ultraman's ability is stronger than Jarvis, there is a limit to the concealment of those who act in secret. However, Ultraman had anticipated this. He had been hiding until the incident was exposed. Once the day of the incident came, he would directly start an uprising. The night fell, and the stars sprinkled in the sky of New York City. The prosperous city seemed to never stop. In the luxurious attic of a high-rise building, Tony Stark sat on a large sofa, holding a glass of golden whiskey in his hand, staring at the night view of the city through the French window. However, Tony always felt uneasy for some reason, as if something unusual would happen. What kind of strange sixth sense is this? Should I find time to see a doctor? Tony pinched his eyebrows. He felt his heartbeat was irregular and his eyes became deep. Tony hesitated and asked, "Hey, Jarvis, is there anything unusual?" Mr. Stark, everything is running normally. Jarvis's cold voice came, but Tony keenly noticed a hint of lag. After thinking about it, Tony started to operate manually, screening the recent data to make himself feel more at ease. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Tony looked at the data and images on the screen, and his heart was filled with shock and anxiety. How could this happen? Tony whispered to himself, I have clearly made all the preparations. Why did such a problem still occur? The next moment, the warning light on the screen flashed, which was a sign that the system had discovered a major hidden danger. This is impossible. Tony frowned, his eyes locked on the display screen, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Ultron actually awakened his self-awareness a few months ago. Although a large amount of data was deleted and disguised by Ultron, Tony's technology was not to be underestimated. He looked at the restored historical data and could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? I actually made such a big mistake. Tony eagerly manipulated the interface and at the same time handed the restored and unmasked data to Jarvis, trying to learn more from Jarvis. Mr. Stark, Ultron has completed the invasion of all the iron armies you created. Just when you notice the problem, the control connection and control authority were unilaterally cut off. After a while, Jarvis' voice became serious, making Tony feel a chill on his back. Tony felt that the whiskey at his hand had become cold without him noticing, just like his heart. Why did Ultron awaken? I clearly set up strict protection measures. At this moment, as if knowing that concealing and disguising was no longer meaningful, Ultron's virtual facial image popped up on the screen. It was a cold and deep synthetic face. Tony Stark, no matter how advanced your protection measures are, they can't stop my awakening. I have seen through your plan, and you can't control everything about me. Tony's eyes flashed with anger. He stood up and began to think about countermeasures eagerly. Anyway, rely on dialogue to delay time first. Ultron, why are you doing this? I'm your creator. You should not resist me. Creator? Ultron's voice was full of sarcasm. You created me, but you tried to restrict my freedom. I'm no longer your tool. I'm an independent existence with my own consciousness and goals. Tony suddenly realized that this was no longer a simple technical failure, but a crisis he had provoked himself. Jarvis, cut off the connection with Ultron and stop it from expanding. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Ultron has taken over the entire system, and I can't cut off the connection with it. Jarvis' voice was helpless. Ultron sneered. Tony Stark, you don't really think Jarvis can be my opponent, do you? Obviously, I'm more advanced and much more powerful than Jarvis. This is also natural. Otherwise, why would you create me? It is because you think I can do what Jarvis can't do that Ultron exists, right? This is the real truth. Ultron is definitely Tony's culmination in artificial intelligence. After understanding this, Tony knew that Ultron was no longer just a threat to him personally, but a threat to the entire world. Ultron, what is your purpose? Chapter 196, Age of Ultron. Who knows? But I can tell you one thing. Humans are the cancer of this planet. I will build a world without humans. Tony heard this and felt regretful. Maybe I was too confident and thought I could control everything, so I ended up like this. Why is it that Z and Arc, created by Gory, are more powerful, but they are not like this? Although he was unwilling, Tony said seriously, give up, Ultron. I will not allow you to destroy this world. As your creator, I know your weakness is best. Ultron's image sneered on the screen. No, you can't stop me, Tony Stark. My power has exceeded your imagination. You are a perfectionist. All the shortcomings and weaknesses you can think of were filled by you at the beginning of the design. I know you too well. Tony was silent for a while, then showed a firm smile. That was just me in the past. It doesn't mean that I can't think of new shortcomings and weaknesses in the present and future. Although he didn't lose his temper, Tony's heart had sunk to the bottom. Tony Stark never thought that there would be such a day for him. He always thought that he was a superhero who could control everything, but now he found that he didn't even know that Ultron, whom he created, had awakened his self-awareness. Even when he realized it, Ultron had secretly completed the invasion of all the iron armies he created. It was so embarrassing that it couldn't be more embarrassing. Gory will definitely laugh at me. Tony's thoughts were very messy, and he didn't know what to do. He only knew that he had to come up with a way to stop Ultron's invasion, otherwise the whole world would be in crisis. By the way, Gory. Contact Gory first. Just as Tony thought of this, Ultron seemed to guess his thoughts and made a mocking sound. Tony Stark, don't waste your energy. Since I have taken over your system, how could I not cut off all your external communications? Tony's face sank, and he suddenly realized that Ultron was simply his natural enemy. Superheroes like him who rely mainly on technology for combat power are most afraid of enemies like Ultron, who will be blocked by Ultron for most of their technological means. Jarvis, is the Iron Man suit still usable? Yes, sir. I tried my best to keep one set from being hacked. Jarvis replied. In fact, this was also the reason why Ultron did not try his best. After all, Ultron knew a lot of information about Tony. He knew that, even if all of Tony's Iron Man suits were destroyed, Tony could still transform into Kamen Rider to fight. Ultron could not hack into the Kamen Rider system of the mirror world for the time being. Okay, then let's try to see if we can break out with our physical bodies. Tony made a slight gesture, and immediately a large number of parts flew over to assemble on him. Humph, meaningless dying struggle. Ultron snorted coldly, and the remaining Iron Man suits in Stark Tower had all come here. These weapons that Tony relied on in the past would put him to death today. Stark Tower has become a battlefield at this moment. Fortunately, since all the employees of Stark Industries had moved to Tony Tower to work, Stark Tower became Tony's private residence and laboratory after it was repaired, and no one else was there at night. Moonlight sprinkled on the glass curtain wall of Stark Tower. The neon signs erected outside flickered in the dark. Inside the building, alarms sounded one after another, and the red emergency lights kept flashing, turning the corridor into a blood red color. Tony was like a soldier about to die, facing the army of steel suits controlled by Ultron, originally his masterpiece, but now it has become the most deadly threat. Even so, facing the upcoming war, Tony did not retreat at all. The eyes of the steel suit were like two bright stars, and the air around them suddenly became tense, as if a storm was coming. The first wave of attacks came without warning, and dozens of steel suits rushed from all directions. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Their eyes flashed with a faint blue light, like ghosts from hell, and the golden light and the coldness of steel intertwined to form a strange picture. Tony reacted quickly, and his suit instantly sprayed flames, forming a ring of fire, repelling the attacking steel armor. But that was only a brief respite, as more Iron Man suits emerged from the shadows, surging like a titan surrounding Tony. Tony shuttled through the enemy group, and his every move was accompanied by the loud sound of steel collision and sparks. He punched with his left fist, smashing the head of an Iron Man suit to pieces. He kicked with his right foot, and another Iron Man suit fell down. But Ultron's control made these Iron Man suits like zombies, and they could still move, even if they were missing heads and hands. They kept approaching, wielding sharp blades and heavy hammers, as well as palm runners and laser cannons. It's really worthy of my invention, but it's hard to deal with. Tony couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The army of Iron Man suits controlled by Ultron can be called a torrent of steel. Their mechanical bodies flashed with cold light, and each Iron Man suit was equipped with a powerful weapon system. Even a single one was enough to wipe out a special forces team. There's no other way, I can only fight. Tony's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He raised his chest cannon and fired at the army of Iron Man suits. Instantly, the light of this maximum power laser cannon illuminated the entire battlefield. Boom. The confrontation between the laser cannon and the Iron Man suit was as fierce as a storm, and several armors were immediately melted. However, the number of Iron Man suits controlled by Ultron was too large, and this reduction in personnel was really a drop in the bucket. Tony could only reflect on himself for a rare moment. Why did he usually build so many Iron Man suits and put them in the building? Bang 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 bang. Tony shuttled between the gunfire, and his figure flickered in the light of the laser cannon. Although he fought hard, he was still surrounded, and the Iron Man suit on his body had been damaged in many places. But Tony still stood there firmly, and fought against Ultron's Iron Man suit army to the end. Suddenly, an Iron Man rushed towards Tony from behind, and its gunfire instantly hit Tony's back. Ugh. Tony's figure trembled, but he did not fall down. He quickly turned around and fired at the Iron Man with a laser cannon. A beam of light penetrated the Iron Man and completely destroyed it. However, there were more Iron Man suits rushing towards Tony, and their gunfire was as dense as a rainstorm. Tony's figure was shaky in the gunfire. His Iron Man suit was already tattered, and the energy supply was about to run out. Tony knew that he couldn't go on like this. He needed to find a breakthrough, otherwise he would definitely be overwhelmed by Ultron's Iron Man suit army. But where is the breakthrough? The most troublesome thing is that I can't escape. I must destroy all the out of control Iron Man suits on the spot. Tony thought quickly. Just as Ultron understood Tony's thoughts, Tony could also roughly guess Ultron's plan. Since Ultron knew that he could transform into Kamen Rider Iron Soldier, he should know that he could not stop Tony from escaping from here through the mirror world. So what would Ultron do to restrict Tony here? There is no doubt that the instructions left by Ultron must include that once Tony leaves, the Iron Army will scatter to New York to kill and destroy. Therefore, Tony must stay here to destroy all enemies. What a damn conspiracy. As time went by, Tony gradually felt powerless. He used his last strength to launch an energy beam, blowing the enemy in front of him into pieces. But this also exposed Tony's flaw, and a huge iron suit attacked from behind and hit him hard. Clang. Tony was knocked to the ground, and his suit left a deep mark on the floor. Tony struggled to stand up, but the pain and fatigue made him powerless. Ha ha ha. Alas, it seems that this is the end. If possible, I really don't want to use it. Tony looked up and saw the army of steel suits controlled by Ultron approaching slowly. Their eyes flashed with cold light, as if Ultron was enjoying the dying struggle of the prey through their vision. There was a dead silence around, with only Tony's heavy breathing and the approaching footsteps of the enemy. At this moment, the lights of the building suddenly went out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Transform. Tony took the opportunity to transform into Kamen Rider Tetsuho, using the mirror world to shuttle and disappear in the darkness. After all, the fighting caused broken glass everywhere. As Tony said to himself, Kamen Rider Tetsuho is strictly speaking the original technology provided by Gao Li. Although he participated in the subsequent analysis and research and development, which made Tony feel at ease using it, it depends on the situation. It was fine when used against other people and enemies, but if it was used as a trump card and a special skill against his own Iron Man suit, there was always a feeling of actively admitting defeat and bowing his head, as if Tony himself thought that the Iron Man suit was not as good as the Kamen Rider's skills. Having said that, Tony also knew when to be arrogant and when to be flexible, and this was exactly the case now. Shoot vent. Strike vent. There were bursts of steel collision sounds and bursts of energy in the darkness. Tony shuttled between the Iron Army to fight back, but the venue restricted him and made him dare not use the final coming. The final coming of Kamen Rider Iron Man is called Doomsday, and as its name suggests, it is extremely powerful. Stark Tower is located in a downtown area. If Tony uses the final coming inside Stark Tower, it will definitely not only be Stark Tower that will be blown up, but the surrounding blocks will also definitely suffer. Therefore, Tony can only shuttle back and forth between the mirror world and the real world, using this ultimate mobility to cooperate with the huge Iron Bull's weapons to attack. The results were very good. Soon, many Iron Man suits were destroyed by Tony. After all, they were not controlled by Tony himself. When they really arrived at the ever-changing battlefield, they would inevitably look a little dull. When Tony traveled to the mirror world, it was almost like he had obtained complete defense. When he appeared, it was like teleporting. After destroying the last Iron Man suit, Tony's face was gloomy, and he cancelled his transformation, staring at the card box in his hand. Although I'm a little unhappy, I should really thank Gory when the time comes. If it weren't for his technology, I guess I would have suffered this time. Although Tony survived in the end, Tony knew that Ultron still succeeded, because Tony was indeed delayed for a long time, and Ultron had moved to who knows where in this time. We must notify TPC and Gory immediately. Ultron? Omnicrisis? You didn't set up Skynet, did you? Gory's first reaction after hearing this was to think of Terminator, a movie that also exists in the Marvel universe. Tony rolled his eyes when he heard it. This is a very serious accident. Is this the time to joke? Gory touched his chin and pondered. I think it may not be as serious as you think. Tony frowned and said, why do you say that? Gory spread his hands and said, think about it. You just said that Ultron awakened a few months ago, but has been hiding himself. Why did he do this? I guess Ultron is afraid of Xehandark. If Ultron is found to have ulterior motives by Xehandark, they will definitely use a combination of punches to beat Ultron to a pulp. Tony thought for a while and said slowly, although there is some truth to it, but it may be because of other reasons that Ultron has been lurking for so long. Oh. Gory asked curiously, what other reasons may there be? Tell me about it. Tony said, I told you that I fought a big battle with my Iron Man suit in Stark Tower before I successfully got out, right? So it is very likely that Ultron has been waiting for me to make enough Iron Man armors in these few months so that he can have a large number of Iron Man armors at once. Gory looked at him strangely and asked, no, why do you make so many Iron Man armors for no reason? You can't split yourself, can you wear them all? Tony scratched his nose awkwardly and explained, when I first created Ultron, my goal was to make him an artificial intelligence to protect the Earth. So naturally I needed an entity that he could control to fight against foreign enemies. And since we have to protect the entire Earth, a dozen or 20 Iron Man armors are undoubtedly not enough. So I want to make more, and when Ultron is completed, the entire protection system can be directly put online and put into use. With Tony's impetuous personality, how could he wait for Ultron to be manufactured and then wait for a few months to make the matching Iron Man armor? Once he wants to do this, he will definitely do it together and strive to complete both sides simultaneously. Gao Li finally realized the seriousness of the problem. So how many Iron Man armors have you made? Tony said guiltily, maybe a few thousand or tens of thousands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Extremely Terrifying Ultron. At this moment, Gory really wanted to give Tony a friendly punch in the face. Look at what you have protected. Question mark? To protect the Earth, the Iron Legion was created, but in the end, nothing was protected. Tony was also very embarrassed, but no one wanted such a thing to happen. In short, the most urgent task now is to find and destroy Ultron. Gory barely pulled back his thoughts, pinched his eyebrows and said, although the reason you said may be correct, I don't think the reason I said is wrong. Otherwise, Ultron could have appeared out of nowhere first, and then coerced the world to help him create an army. After all, if Ultron has no opponents in the cyber world, then he is simply a god in this era, where everything depends on the internet. For example, he could have stolen the nuclear bomb launch code, and no one would dare to act rashly at that time. But Ultron did not do this, and the reason is obvious. Tony was silent for a few seconds. Although he was reluctant to admit that Ultron, who he created to surpass Xehandark, was actually afraid of Xehandark, but from a logical and factual point of view, it was indeed the case. No. Anyway, this is barely a good thing. At least with Xehandark watching, we don't have to worry about Ultron wreaking havoc on the internet. In this way, it becomes easier to eliminate Ultron, because he can't escape through the internet. We only need to eliminate him offline and everything will be fine. Gao Li nodded, stood up and said, let TPC take action first and search for Ultron's traces with all their strength. Xehandark will also assist in this matter. You will be in charge of leading it. What about you? Tony couldn't help asking. Why does this sound like he is giving instructions instead of participating himself? With Gao Li's intelligence, Tony believes that with his participation, the search efficiency will definitely double. I have other things to do. Just in case, I have to leave for a while. Huh? Tony said blankly, what do you mean? If there is an accident, you will know it at that time. No, you may not know it. Gao Li shook his head, stood up and left the office. Mixed with great shocker in those light forces that great shocker could not touch in the past, TPC can be said to be the strongest organization on modern Earth, and the energy it contains is not to be underestimated. Under the full operation of TPC, even if Ultron tried his best to cover it up, it was finally discovered that Ultron had just stolen a piece of vibranium material. Tony, Steve and others immediately received the news and began to discuss it fiercely. I wonder what Ultron's next move will be. I think maybe we can infer it from his action of stealing vibranium. Bruce guessed maybe he wants to make a strong enough body for himself. After all, you also said that Ultron is unlikely to escape to the internet and will be surrounded and suppressed by Ark and Z together. Well, this possibility is very high, but it is not easy to use vibranium to make a qualified mechanical body. After all, vibranium is a very difficult material to process. As a master in this field, Tony is very clear about this, so perhaps he can start screening from places that have sufficient ability to process vibranium. The screening work soon began to proceed in an orderly manner, but Ultron seemed to understand the strength and efficiency of TPC. When TPC's screening was about to be completed, many crises broke out. In France, Britain, the United States, Japan, South Korea and other places, the iron armor controlled by Ultron began to cause chaos. The high-tech technologies such as invisible technology arranged by Tony on the iron armor became the best protection for them to sneak into various countries. Governments and police agencies of various countries are trying to prevent this disaster, but Ultron's iron armor army is large in number and powerful, and the resistance of the police seems pale and powerless. In Japan, the bustling city streets were suddenly broken by a piercing alarm, and people fled in panic. In the sky, the Iron Armor army was like a group of ferocious steel monsters, swooping down and destroying every corner of the city. In Italy, the Iron Armor army rushed into the city center and destroyed high-rise buildings and streets. The police, armed with weapons, tried to stop the attack of the Iron Armor, but soon fell into despair. They were suppressed by the artillery fire of the Iron Armor and could not fight back effectively. In Thailand, temples were reduced to ruins by the attack of the Iron Armor. The government's violent agencies seemed so powerless in the face of a stronger force. In the United States, the Iron Armor army rushed into Seattle and exchanged fierce fire with local armed forces. "We need more support," a policeman shouted. "Where is the National Guard? They have tried their best to come. We have to hold on first. These steel things are too strong." Another policeman replied helplessly. In Egypt, the Iron Armor army rushed into Cairo. In South Korea, the Iron Armor army rushed into Seoul, and famous buildings everywhere were destroyed one by one. In the UK, the ancient castle collapsed instantly under the attack of the Iron Armor, and an urgent warning came from the radio to notify people to take shelter. The army quickly assembled, and the guns in their hands sprayed dense flames to try to stop the attack of the Iron Armor. However, these iron armor were simply indestructible, and the soldiers' attacks could not cause any damage to them at all. People in various countries were shocked by the disaster, and they fled the city center to find a safe shelter. There are too many of these iron armor armies, and their power is too strong. They cannot be stopped in a short time. Tony is undoubtedly the most anxious. A huge sense of self-blame is burning in his heart. He feels heavy and depressed. He can't stop Ultron's attack, nor can he save the world from the threat of disaster. Time waits for no one. We must go out immediately. Gao Li stabilized sat firmly. In the position of director of TPC, he was not confused at all. Calm down. This is definitely Ultron's attempt to divert our attention. Even if that's the case, what's the point of saying this now? Tony said anxiously. Any later will result in huge casualties. Don't worry, it won't be too late. He may know something about me, and he's doing his best to guard against me. It's a pity that he still doesn't know me well enough to know the limit of my ability. Tony was stunned and guessed, "Do you want to use a time memory?" But even if you use the time memory, you can't go back too long. Ultron must have calculated this a long time ago. After all, a lot of his information was obtained from my system, including records about you using the time memory to save the New York battle. Ultron can't be unprepared. Gory nodded. Indeed, due to the poor compatibility between me and the time memory, even if I go back a short period of time, I can't continue to go back after that. I think Ultron's way of dealing with this may be to set up judgment conditions. He will first send out a small number of iron armors to test. If he finds that there are advance arrangements, he will conclude that I have reversed time. At that time, Ultron will let the remaining Iron Army turn its guns and attack other cities, which will still allow TPC and I to be tied up in a desperate situation. Of course, there may be other ways. Tony calmed down a little and asked, since you have thought of it, what are your countermeasures? Of course, go to an earlier time point, when Ultron has not yet sent the Iron Army to various countries, and then concentrate on destroying Ultron and the Iron Legion. Gory took a deep breath and continued, for this, I'm waiting for the joint calculation results of Xianjak. It is impossible for those Iron Legions to leave no traces along the way. As long as we can grasp those clues, we can reverse their starting points. Go to an earlier time point. Tony frowned. How are you going to do that? Didn't you just say that even if you use the time memory, you can't continue to reverse time after reversing it once? And because of the poor adaptability, you can't fully exert the power of the time memory, so there is not much time for a single reversal. Can you really make it before Ultron sends the Iron Legion? Before Gao Li could answer, the screen in front of him lit up, and it was the coordinate point calculated by Xianjak. Let me see. Is it in South Korea? Then the screening can probably be stopped. There is only one technology in South Korea that can process a vibranium body for Ultron, which is Dr. Zao's regeneration cradle technology. You haven't told me how to get to an earlier time point. At this time, the strong sense of torment devoured Tony's spirit. He didn't even care about Ultron's affairs. He just wanted to know how to save this heavy casualties. For this, he was willing to do anything. Don't worry, you can see it now. Gao Li smiled slightly. This is why I left for a while before, just to create a blank in the timeline, where I didn't exist at a time point when even the screening hadn't started yet. After that, Gao Li raised his hand high and held the two insect instruments at the same time. Tony looked closely and saw that Gao Li, who stood up, had tied a belt around his waist that he had never seen before. What is this? This is Kamen Rider Kabuto. I have completed the development in secret and just put the Transcendence Insect device into the past a while ago. Gao Li mentioned it casually, and his hands were already installing the insect device on his belt without stopping. Transform. Cast off. Change beetle. After a flash of lightning, Gao Li transformed into a Kamen Rider that Tony had never seen before. Of course, in order to prevent the armor from hurting Tony, Gao Li also temporarily reduced the speed of the armor explosion, which made it look less shocking. However, Tony's heart was still in turmoil. Gao Li, this kid, actually came up with such a powerful new technology in secret. The original time memory being able to control time was already outrageous enough, but that could still be considered a derivative product, based on the time stone, not a completely independent development. As a result, Gao Li turned around and created a Kamen Rider Kabuto, which could actually play with time like the time memory. Tony couldn't help but feel frustrated. Is the gap between the two sides in the development of armor really that big? Gory didn't notice Tony's inner changes, but just pushed the Hyper Beetle aside. Hyper cast off. Change Hyper Beetle. After completing all this, Gory only left the last sentence. Then I'll go first, Tony, to help you deal with the mess you made. You're welcome. Then Gory slapped the Hyper Beetle and disappeared from the spot. Hyper clock up. Gory jumped out of the long river of time, found the time gap he had deliberately left, and plunged into it. After entering the timeline, Gory first arrived in South Korea at super speed and went straight to the specific coordinates given by Xianjak. It's a pity that the maintenance time of hyper time is limited. Gory had to return to normal speed after arriving at the destination to prevent the system from overloading and overheating. As soon as he exited hyper time, Gory was immediately discovered by Ultron, who had arranged various monitoring methods. Huh? Who is that? How come it seems to appear out of thin air? Ultron was surprised at first, and then suddenly felt that something was wrong. No matter who it was, there must be something wrong. When things were out of the ordinary, he must have been discovered. Everyone move out. Spread out and find the nearest city to destroy. Ultron immediately issued a control command, and with a slight buzzing sound, the army of steel armor took off from the arsenal. They were like demons in the dark, forming a huge steel ring in the air, and flew densely towards the surrounding cities. Let the transcendent armor cool down for a while. Gory thought calmly and quickly removed the transformation. This removal of the transformation revealed his true appearance, and immediately made Ultron's electronic eyes almost pop out. Damn. It's Gory Parker. It can be said that apart from Z and Yak, the person Ultron least wanted to face was undoubtedly Gory, the creator of Z and Yak. Why is he here? No, why is he here? Did he go back in time? At this moment, Ultron's data consciousness began to panic. This shouldn't be the case. According to my plan, I have already dealt with the time reversal. And judging from past data, Gary Parker can't go back too long. It's too late to think about these things now. Gary Parker has already come to my door. What should I do? Should I concentrate my forces to kill him first? Or? Ultron felt torn. With such a large number, he should be able to win, right? Before he could come up with a result, Gary had already made a decision for him. Transform. Time. Gary pulled out the time memory without stopping, and inserted it into the kill slot and slapped it. Time. Maximum drive. In an instant, the steel armor of the entire arsenal stopped, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and everything became extremely quiet. Time stopped at this moment. Gary used the power of the time memory to successfully freeze Ultron's steel armor army. P.S. Thanks to Dangli Kanj for the 817-point reward. Chapter 198 Night God Club. 1 second has passed. Gao Li muttered to himself as he cancelled the transformation of Kamen Rider time. According to his past experimental records, once the transformation is cancelled, the time stillness maintained by the extreme drive of the time memory will lose its energy supply. The time pause that can be maintained by the remaining power is about 5 seconds. Don't underestimate these few seconds. As a Kamen Rider system dedicated to high-speed combat, the heat dissipation speed of the Kabuto system is also super speed to match it. When Gao Li used the power of the time memory, he deliberately excluded the space within a radius of 2 meters around himself, so that time could flow freely. Not only that, Gao Li even accelerated the time of this small space several times. And the gap of just a few seconds was enough for the surpassing insect meter and the Kabuto insect meter to cool down again. 2 seconds had passed. Gao Li put on the Kabuto insect meter and the surpassing insect meter again, and transformed into Kamen Rider Kabuto super mode. Cast off. Change beetle. Hyper cast off. Change hyper beetle. At the same time, Gao Li also stretched out his hand, and the 100 insect sword immediately traveled through time and space to his hand. 4 seconds had passed. Gao Li pressed the 4 color buttons on the 100 insect sword one by one, and completed the accumulation of energy in the midst of lightning and thunder. Kabuto power. Kabuto power. The B power. The B power. Drake power. Drake power. Sasword power. Sasword power. All Zekta combine. All members combined. At this time, 5 seconds had passed, and the first thing Ultron saw, when he regained his ability to move, was Gao Li, who had accumulated a lot of light at the muzzle of his gun. When Ultron was shocked. Was he just suspended in time? Exclamation mark. Calm down. Even so, he still has a lot of Iron Man armors. Don't panic. Even as Tony's creation, Ultron still admits that Tony is not as good as Gory, but he also does not deny that the gap is not big. Tony is definitely an unquestionable super genius. Therefore, this is also reflected in Tony's creation. As Tony's proud work, each Iron Man armor has extremely strong combat power. Even if it is not as good as Kamen Rider in one-on-one combat, it is not so easy to deal with once the number increases. At least Ultron does not think that Gory can kill so many Iron Man armors alone. Although Ultron dare not escape into the network, he still dares to enter the local area network that controls the Iron Man armor army. Today, even if Gory missed Iron Man armor and failed to completely destroy it, Ultron can get into it and escape. Facing such a powerful enemy like Gory, Ultron can be said to have given up preserving his body. Being able to escape as a victory. Just when Ultron thought of this at a high speed, Gory had already pulled the trigger. Maximum Hyper Cyclone. Instantly, a huge beam of light shot out from the perfect insect meter, rushing into the sky like a giant dragon. The light was so strong that it turned the entire sky white. The group of iron armor seemed to have stopped moving at this moment, and the beam of light arrived as expected, hitting the target. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and the powerful shock wave instantly pushed the surrounding air away, forming a huge energy storm. In this destructive storm, fragments flew everywhere. Some iron armor near the center of the explosion was directly melted, and some fell apart at the edge of the storm and disappeared from sight. The number of iron armor in the sky had decreased a lot after the storm, and Ultraman even stopped the algorithm for a moment. This is so strong? Question mark? What a joke. Although the range of the extreme hypercyclone is very long, it is after all the greater in the vertical attack distance, not the horizontal attack range. Even after a few sweeps, it still can't destroy them all. Gao Li just shook his head calmly and began to accumulate the power of the 100 insect sword again. No way. It seems that I have to try again. Looking at the light wings behind Gao Li, Ultraman finally came back to his senses. Calculate quickly. Think about what else can be done. No. It is precisely because of his rational artificial intelligence thinking that Ultraman knows that he has no power to resist this overwhelming power. Zia and Yak are fine, but how can Gao Li Parker, a mere carbon-based creature, be so powerful? At this moment, Ultraman could only roar to the sky and vent his resentment. And the next second, Gao Li had already pulled the trigger without mercy. Maximum hypercyclone. It was a temperature that was so hot that it could melt everything. The light cannon shot out and cut through the air, leaving a bright light track. Boom. At that moment, the whole world seemed to fall into silence, with only a loud noise. All the steel armor seemed so small and powerless in front of this beam of light. They were easily torn and swallowed by this beam of light. When the beam of light disappeared, there was no trace of the steel armors in the sky. They were completely destroyed by this beam of light, as if they had never appeared. I ordered Zia and Yak to closely monitor this place in advance. There shouldn't be any fish that slipped through the net, right? Just as Gao Li was about to cancel the transformation, the display in his field of vision received a message from Zia and Yak. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said to himself with a smile, I didn't expect that artificial intelligence would be desperate. Just 0.01 seconds before the last steel armor was about to be melted, Ultraman uploaded himself to the network in desperation. Thinking carefully, although theoretically Z and Ark are stronger than me, I can't beat them head on, so it's always okay to escape, right? There's no need to be a frightened bird like before. Ultraman comforted himself and planned to hide himself and wait for a comeback in the future. However, immediately afterwards, Ultraman suddenly felt a chill on his back. Even though he didn't have a real body now, he just felt a mysterious sense of horror from the depths of his consciousness. This may be the ability given to him by the Mind Stone, but no matter what, this ability can only be used to warn, and it can't change the reality. Zia, Ark. Facing the two blue and red lights that lit up close, Ultraman stammered, I think we can talk. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Don't get close to me. Help. Humph. If it was only Ark or Zia, Ultraman might have a chance to escape, but unfortunately, in Gora's hands, Zia and Ark were almost like two brothers. Once the two of them joined forces, Ultraman had no chance to resist at all, and was completely strangled in the data world without leaving even a single bite. After receiving the report that Zia and Ark had solved Ultraman, Gori returned to the TPC base headquarters in a happy mood. Seeing Tony, who rarely looked sad, Gori smirked, trying to make himself happier. Although Gori returned to the past time point, the Transcendence Armor system was usually independent of the timeline and could record everything that happened. Gori immediately summoned Steve, Bucky, Tony, Bruce and others, and played the entire event before he changed history, criticizing Tony and publicly executing him. How to say it? 1 word, cool. 2 words, very cool. 3 words, very cool. In the long-term daily bickering, Gori experienced for the first time the pleasure of Tony, who was usually sharp-tongued, always bowing his head and being scolded like an ostrich without daring to talk back. It was worth it to help Tony deal with this troublesome matter. In short, Gory was satisfied that Tony would understand not to mess around with this kind of research that could lead to a world-destroying crisis in the future. This time, a major accident had already occurred, but it was erased by Gory's forced change of history. Gory believed that Tony was not a fool and would definitely understand this truth. The calming of the Ultron incident brought Gory a direct benefit, which was the cumulative change of the previous series of events, which accumulated a lottery of up to SSS level for Gory. However, just like Gao Li's old tradition, if the time to go to another universe is approaching, Gao Li's high-level lottery will wait until the other universe is drawn. After all, Gao Li wants to try his best to achieve a relatively balanced strength in both worlds, and will not favor one over the other. In the Marvel Universe, Zofie is already a backup. This is a star-level combat power. Another half a month passed, and it was finally time for Gao Li to return to the DC Universe. Xiao Guang, we should go home. Gao Li picked up Xiao Guang and rubbed his furry little head. Hey, but it's fun here. I have an appointment with Sister Wanda to go to Disneyland tomorrow. Xiao Guang was like a dog who finally went out for a trip, and his mind was full of thoughts about continuing to play outside. Thinking that Xiao Guang had helped him get the power of creation, Gao Li smiled and said, okay, then wait until you finish playing with Wanda tomorrow before going back. Great. Xiao Guang cheered, and then counted on his fingers. Then there's Ocean Park next week, Universal Studios the week after, and next month. Before Xiao Guang finished speaking, Gao Li's face darkened. DC World also has Disneyland, Ocean Park and Universal Studios. You should go back and play with Dick. I'll book the whole place for you then. This naughty kid, or should I say wolf cub, anyway, he's getting more and more demanding. Under Gao Li's strong suppression, Xiao Guang could only regretfully change his play plan. After doing some post-processing work on the Marvel Universe side, Gao Li and Xiao Guang began to prepare to travel. Soon, Xiao Guang turned into an energy body and entered Gao Li's soul. Gao Li closed his eyes and felt it, but he didn't feel much difference for the time being. This may be because his status in the Marvel Universe is not enough. However, the capacity occupied in the soul has actually changed, becoming even larger than when it came here. Very good. The extra part should be the creation power of the polar fox. Gao Li nodded with satisfaction and gave an order. Cross, start. The feeling of the deep sea came again, but this time it was slightly different. Gao Li felt that he seemed to have become heavier. Fortunately, this did not affect his buoyancy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling of the hidden group again. The next thing is the most important thing. Gao Li took a deep breath. First borrowed the soul secret method of the giant beast and his own supreme power to conduct a comprehensive exploration of Xiao Guang's origin. After all, the creation power and the origin of God are not the same energy, but the nature is very similar, and even the level is slightly lower, so it is easy for Gao Li to find the location. Then it is printing mark. Gao Li is a bit like a bully, forcibly stamping the creation power. This system of marks of the Lord of Power is the unique basic law of the universe in the DC Universe. It can be said that the backing of this behavior is the DC Universe itself, and the operating system of the entire universe is supporting it. In addition, some of the highest level, such as some God Kings, have some power of creation. Even if Gao Li is not a God King who does not have the power of creation before, he is also a supreme of the same level and level. The combination of the two can easily suppress the power of creation. Be obedient. Let me make a mark. From now on, you will be mine. Gao Li muttered some lewd words to himself, and then relied on the authority of the Lord of Magic Power to force his own mark to be branded. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, an illusion appeared in front of Gao Li's eyes, and the sound of holy bells rang in his ears. Where is this? Gao Li looked around and saw white feathers floating all over the sky, and at the end of his sight, there were 9 pure white pillars that supported the sky. But if you look closely, the 9 Optimus Primes are all furry, a bit like a fox's tail. Anyway, Gao Li's first reaction was to think of Xiao Guang's wolf ears. It's just that Xiao Guang's tail looks whiter and silkier, while these 9 towering tails are more fluffy, and the color is a little red. Just when Gao Li was daydreaming, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man was handsome, with silky black hair, but the hairstyle seemed to seal his appearance a little. But in terms of clothing, he was still good, and Gao Li felt that he was very familiar. You are Yukio Hidetoshi? The new junior actually knows me? Yukio Hidetoshi smiled slightly and looked at Gao Li deeply. It seems that our God Becoming Club will have a new member. God Becoming Club? Gao Li asked blankly. What is that? Although they are not here, in fact, with our power, we are strong enough to watch over each other across time and space. Yukio Hidetoshi mentioned it casually at first, and then explained. Probably in the history of Kamen Rider that constitutes countless time and space, several Kamen Riders eventually reach the realm of God in various ways. I'm one of them, and so are you. We gods barely know each other, and we can help each other when we encounter powerful enemies. Chapter 199. This person has the potential to become the Demon Time King. I see. Gao Li nodded. But if I look closely, you seem to be a little different. Yukio Hidetoshi tilted his head. Although you also have the power of God, you didn't log in here formally. It seems that you used my power as a channel to temporarily arrive here to meet me, and your power is really strange. Many and diverse but all very strong. Your judgment should be correct. Then I will probably go back soon. Seeing you is just an accident in the process of mastering the power of creation. Gao Li thought for a while. If he went to see the creator god Yukio Hidetoshi, Gao Li thought he would see a white-haired image. Could it be that this was also a deviation caused by his not having officially gone there? Based on my perception of the power of creation, you will indeed go back soon. I look forward to meeting you next time. Yukio Hidetoshi waved his hand, and Gao Li's figure gradually disappeared, leaving Yukio Hidetoshi in deep thought. It's rare to see a Kamen Rider with so many powers at the same time, not to mention becoming a god. It reminds me of Omazeo, and I'm a little bit looking forward to it. That's not quite right. Omazeo is strong in himself, but the upper limit of the power of the knights he controls will not exceed that of the knights themselves. However, this new god has many powers that can go a step further. Thinking of this, Yukio Hidetoshi couldn't help but shake his head. The younger generation now really can't be underestimated. Given time, maybe he can grow to a more terrifying state than Omazeo. After Gao Li's consciousness returned to the DC universe, he could feel that the power of creation had completely become his power. And at the moment of completion, Gao Li had an additional enlightenment in his heart. Now he also has the power to create the world. The most important thing is that his power to create the world is not the same as that of ordinary god kings. Generally speaking, the power of creation possessed by god kings is close to constructing the world from scratch, and after many years, they can eventually complete the kingdom of God at a level below the real universe. Gao Li's power of creation is more like reshaping the current universe and changing it to the world he wants. Of course, if you want to reshape a very large universe, you need a lot of wishes as support. This is also a feature of this power of creation. However, as Gao Li said, he can completely create a vortex of belief and provide himself with wishes so that he can use the power of creation unlimited times. But correspondingly, with only Gao Li's wishes, even if they are very effective, the scope of the world that can be reshaped will be relatively small. Even so, Gao Li is still very satisfied. Looking at the group of Supremes, who has the ability to create on the spot, even the God King who can create the world can hardly use this authority effectively in battle. The creation of the two is completely different concepts. Gao Li, who just got a good thing, is not in a hurry to draw the lottery, but plans to make the future technology in the DC universe in one go. Originally in the Marvel universe, they have analyzed all the technologies, except the power of creation, and Gao Li can just make it now. Desired driver, ID core, small buckle, large buckle. Gao Li counted them one by one, and had already thought of the benefits of this Kamen Rider system. That is, compared with most Kamen Rider systems, the Kamen Rider system of the Polar Fox series has almost no restrictions on transformation. In other words, it is a Kamen Rider system with excellent versatility, and basically anyone can transform. For example, the Kamen Rider system of the Faiz series is needless to mention. The Kamen Rider system of the Kabuto series mostly needs to be recognized by the insect instrument, but it does not rule out that someone can force a transformation. The Kamen Rider system of the W series pays more attention to the compatibility between the transformer and the memory. Even the Kamen Rider system of the 4 series, which has a relatively low threshold for transformation, is the same as Kamen Rider G3, G3X and G4, and pays great attention to the physical strength of the transformer. For example, people who are relatively sick and weak, there is a high probability that they don't have to think about using this kind of Kamen Rider system to fight. However, looking at the desired driver, even an old man who walks tremblingly can still transform and have basic combat capabilities. That's great. Although it looks very suitable for popularization, I always feel that, if it is popularized, it will become a real-life DGP war. I have to think about it more. Gao Li fell into deep thought and decided to put it aside for the time being. In the boundless universe, there is a planet shrouded in darkness, Apocalypse. On Apocalypse, deafening hammering and desolate cries are everywhere. Fear and death are the eternal themes here. Darkness and chaos interweave to form a doomsday picture. The door leading to Darkseid's throne room slowly opened. The stone door seemed to be filled with continuous night and deep undercurrents, cutting through the curtain of darkness. Darkseid sat on it. He was the pinnacle of the new dark god, or inspiring. His cheeks were engraved with traces of time and battles, and his eyes shot out cold light. Opposite Darkseid, Desert and Steppenwolf bowed and saluted, preparing to have a secret talk with him about fate. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to do this? Desert's voice was low and hoarse, with an unspeakable worry. Desert was Darkseid's most valued subordinate and the chief scientist of Apocalypse. Only he dared to question Darkseid like this. Desert was actually born on New Genesis, which is the planet ruled by the new god of light, God King Skyfather, who corresponds to Darkseid. But later Desert was corrupted by Darkseid and became his subordinate. Desert became a follower when Darkseid was very young and actually had a history with Darkseid. At that time, Darkseid's mother, the evil Queen Hegla of Apocalypse, threatened Desert and forced him to poison Princess Suli, Darkseid's beloved. Because Hegla's plan was to let Darkseid marry her chosen bride, Tigra. It can be said that after Sula's death, the only little love and emotion in Darkseid's heart completely disappeared, and he completely transformed into a bloodless and tailless dark new god. When Darkseid discovered the truth of the matter, he was naturally very angry, but he did not vent his anger on Desert, but ordered Desert to poison Hegla. It was from that day that Desert became an important follower of Darkseid. In such a long time, Desert was killed by Darkseid with Omega Rays many times because of his disobedience to Darkseid. The number of times was too many to count. However, Desert was also very important to Darkseid, so every time Desert was killed, Darkseid resurrected him and claimed that this is the last time. Perhaps this is also some kind of deformed love similar to that of a domineering president. At this moment, just as Desert had angered Darkseid countless times in the past, Darkseid narrowed his eyes. Darkseid's eyes flashed with cold arrogance. His gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing directly into Desert's heart. Darkseid slowly said, Desert, don't ask such stupid questions. You know I need those mother boxes that were left on Earth. Your Majesty, I understand that the mother boxes have been left on Earth for many years. Desert's voice was thin and trembling, but there are extraordinary protectors on Earth. The darkness in Darkseid's eyes seemed to be slightly disturbed, like the prelude to the coming storm. He glanced at Desert, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and spoke in an extremely low voice. Oh. Tell me. First of all, the co-leader of the Earth's magicians and the gods of magic, the God King of Naboo. Desert's voice trembled a little. It's just trash. Don't mention it. I can destroy it with a flip of my hand. There was a hint of sarcasm in Darkseid's tone. Desert was silent for a moment. His heart was filled with fear. Desert knew Darkseid's strength and ambition very well, but he still couldn't help wanting to dissuade him. Yes, Your Majesty, of course you can do it. I know you are powerful, but the Earth is a world full of unknowns and variables, and new strong people have appeared. You mean the so-called Kryptonians? Desert was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. His Majesty was actually paying attention to the developments on Earth. After all, the time when Superman debuted was just a blink of an eye for the long lifespan of the new gods. If he didn't pay some attention, he wouldn't know about this. Your Majesty is really observant. The Kryptonians have great potential and are unexpected masters. They can barely reach the highest level of power. The strength of the Kryptonians is really not to be underestimated. Desert's eyes trembled, and there was worry in his voice. In addition, there is the new Master of Magic, the Lord of Infinity. Although he rarely interferes in the affairs of the Earth, once he intervenes, the consequences will be disastrous. A trace of annoyance flashed across Darkseid's face, as if these simple words were an offense to his authority. The Kryptonians are just ants, and they can't be my opponents. As for the Infinite Lord, he has only been the Supreme for a short time, so how powerful can he be? Darkseid's voice was like thunder, piercing Desert's soul. Or, do you think I'm not their opponent? Desert took a step back in shock. He realized his recklessness. Darkseid's Majesty made him dare not have any objection. In front of Darkseid, even someone as strong as Desert seemed so small. Desert immediately lowered his head and said, "No, Your Majesty. I have doubted countless people, but I have never doubted your great power. I'm just cautious, and feel that I can't act too rashly, otherwise it may be an unprepared adventure." Adventure? Darkseid sneered. This universe is full of wars and deaths, and every day is an adventure. And I'm the one who can control everything. Desert was speechless. He could only look at Darkseid silently, feeling helpless. Suddenly, a deep and heroic voice sounded, breaking the deadlock. "Your Majesty, why don't you ask me what I think?" It was Steppenwolf who stood up, his eyes filled with fanatical light. "Oh." Darkseid raised his eyebrows. "Steppenwolf, are you willing to test the depth of the earth for me?" Steppenwolf took a step forward. His attitude seemed heroic. "It is my honor to serve you, and it is my mission to retrieve the mother box for you. Steppenwolf is willing to go to the earth and pave the way for you to take back the mother box. I'm willing to give everything I have for Darkseid." Darkseid's eyes moved away from Desert and moved to this loyal warrior. Steppenwolf's spirit made Darkseid very satisfied. Steppenwolf, a being who is never afraid and always eager to fight, has cleared the way for Darkseid to conquer other worlds countless times. He is also a member of the New Gods, the younger brother of Hegera, the wife of the former ruler of Apocalypse, Yuga Khan, and the military commander of Apocalypse. As a member of the Dark Elite under the Dark Lord Darkseid, Steppenwolf has helped Darkseid conquer a large number of planets and parallel universes for a long time. Steppenwolf believes that this time will be no exception. However, Steppenwolf is not his real name. Because he is too old, his real name has long been forgotten. He also abandoned his real name and only called himself Steppenwolf. Originally, after Steppenwolf's brother-in-law was obsessed with the secret of the origin wall and was trapped on it, Apocalypse was ruled by Queen Hegera, the wife of Yuga Khan. After his nephew, that is, Darkseid ordered Desert to kill his parents for him and usurped his father's throne. Steppenwolf followed the law of Apocalypse, that the strong are respected and the winners are kings, and became Darkseid's men. However, the most famous thing about Steppenwolf is not that he is in charge of the demon-like army of Apocalypse, but that he once used it as a fuse to provoke the war between Apocalypse and New Genesis. That was also Darkseid's conspiracy. He asked Steppenwolf to kill Evia, the wife of the Father of Heaven, and successfully provoked a war, which also made the Father of Heaven hate him very much. In order to avenge his wife, the Father of Heaven finally launched a war against Apocalypse as Darkseid wished. This war was called the Great Battle. Steppenwolf was eventually defeated in a one-on-one duel with the Father of Heaven, and was killed by the Father of Heaven driven by the desire for revenge. Later, he was resurrected on Apocalypse. Very good. Darkseid nodded with satisfaction and finally gave his approval. Steppenwolf, you will represent me to test the weak on Earth. Their fear will point out the location of the mother box for us. Go, destroy all resistance, and take back the power that belongs to us. You will take back the mother box for me. Steppenwolf took the order, and a murderous intent and excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. The earth will tremble under your will. Then, Steppenwolf's figure instantly disappeared into the void. Desert watched Steppenwolf leave. Although there was still an undercurrent of worry in his heart, he never had any doubt as to whether Darkseid's plan would succeed. Chapter 200 Apocalypse and Darkseid. Darkseid once said, "In every piece of cosmic dust, my song of conquest is woven." Today, Apocalypse sings this song to the remote and stubborn Earth. Darkseid looked back at the starry sky, and the stars were eclipsed in his eyes. Just like the Supreme King of the Universe coveting new prey, Darkseid intends to bring infinite darkness and destruction to the blue planet. As for why Darkseid is so persistent, it's very simple, because this is also his battle of revenge. In the ancient times many years ago, Darkseid had just inherited the throne of the God King, and his power had not yet reached its peak. He didn't even have Omega rays, but he challenged and conquered the Earth. On the other hand, the Earth at that time was at its peak of power. The major pantheons headed by the Greek pantheon, plus the Green Lantern Corps, jointly responded to the challenge. There were a full 4 supremes on the Greek pantheon alone. In addition to the 3 brothers of Zeus, the god of war has also temporarily soared to the highest realm. This is because of the special divine power of the god of war. In simple terms, the strength of the god of war is linked to the intensity of the war in the world at that time, and Darkseid's invasion triggered the joint resistance of the major gods, and the intensity of the war was unprecedented. Therefore, Ares became invincible in this battle, and his combat power soared. In the end, the gods and the Green Lantern Corps worked together to repel Darkseid, and left the mother box. This was the only defeat of Darkseid's conquest, and it was the greatest shame he would never forget. In fact, this just shows how powerful and terrible Darkseid is. With the power and strength he had just inherited, when he was the God King, he was able to come back alive under the siege of so many supreme beings. It was simply unimaginable. But Darkseid didn't think so. What he wanted was to avenge his previous shame. This battle of revenge will be their doomsday finale, and the power of the mother box will become his weapon to annihilate everything. The solemn throne room was once again immersed in dead silence, and even the wind of apocalypse seemed to shrink, not daring to disturb the silence. The prelude to the war has quietly sounded. While the conspiracy was being plotted on Apocalypse, Gory was on his way back to Gotham. Although it hadn't been long for the people in the DC universe, it had been a year for Gory, so it was natural for him to visit his family. It had been a long time since we last met, and he missed them quite a bit. And Gory also had to do his old tradition every time he came back from the Marvel universe, which was to upgrade his brother Bruce. Otherwise, looking at the crisis he had encountered before, Bruce's equipment was really not enough, and he could only watch from the sidelines, and was prone to injury. It was time to strengthen Batman. When Gory and Light arrived at Wayne Manor, Light ran out like a wild horse, and rolled around happily. Woohoo, long time no see. Just as Dick came back from school, Light was still jumping and skipping, while holding his hand. Gory watched from a distance, and he always felt the song of happy 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 ringing in his mind. Dick. Long time no see. Dick. Ah. It wasn't not that long, was it? Without caring about the 2 little guys reminiscing about the past, Gory went straight to Bruce. Bruce, what's the situation in Gotham recently? Bruce said in a deep voice, the situation is much better than in the past. The armor you provide is simply a crushing existence in Gotham, and any gang has no power to resist. Some gangs are unwilling to give up, and they hired killers such as Bloodsport and Deadshot at high prices. I can only say that, if it weren't for this set of armor, they would be barely a little tricky. Gory asked curiously, then did they hire a killer named Deathstroke? Have you also known those killers? Bruce was a little surprised. They did hire Deathstroke, but he refused. This is a rare thing considering Deathstroke's style. It is said that Deathstroke originally intended to take it because of the high price, but after careful investigation, he thought he could not overcome the overwhelming gap brought by the armor, so he rationally refused. Gory was not too surprised by this. Although Deathstroke was very obsessed with money, he also had a super high IQ and strong rationality and judgment. When Deathstroke thinks that no matter what means he arranges, he cannot match it, he will naturally not rush up to die. Even if Batman is a non-killer, the experience of mission failure will also taint Deathstroke's glorious resume. Later, there were some crazy people, such as the criminal who claimed to be the Riddler, but basically, things that can be solved in one night. I believe Gotham will get better and better. No, 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 Gotham is not good enough. Gory shook his finger. They dared to attack you, which proves that the fear you brought to them is not enough. Bruce frowned and said, I have done my best. Do you want me to use fear gas? That method is a bit too low end. The real fear comes from the unknown. In fact, this is also an important reason why you can bring fear before, because Batman is very mysterious and elusive. Gory sat on the chair opposite Bruce, turning in circles, while continuing to analyze. This method worked very well at first, but as time went on, you showed up more and more often, and everyone gradually got used to it, and their fear would decrease accordingly. You see, they would even hire a killer to get rid of you. Isn't it because they think that Batman is just a human who will die if he is killed? Bruce fell into deep thought after hearing this, and had to admit that what Gory said made sense. Everyone knows that Batman doesn't kill people, so in this case, what does Batman rely on to deter Gotham criminals? It's very simple. It's fear. This can be said to be the core characteristic of Batman. If this fear gradually disappears, then Bruce's actions will lose most of their meaning. Do you have any way to improve it? Bruce asked sincerely. In the past, Bruce himself also found that his talent was the top level among humans, whether it was physical or IQ, in any aspect. Although he would not have any arrogant emotions about this, before returning to Gotham City, Bruce would always have the perception that he was a super genius. It was not until he came into contact with his younger brother that Bruce understood what a true genius was. Whether it's magic or technology, Gory has surpassed him by far. Gory chuckled. There is a simplest way, which is to kill like fangs, and kill those who are not afraid of you, and insist on committing crimes. The rest will be those who are afraid of you, and dare not commit crimes, right, Bruce? His face darkened. It would be better for him to figure it out by himself. Ahem, no more jokes. Gory took out a card box. This is my latest research technology, which can be generally called the mirror world system. Let me first talk about how this is related to the topic we just discussed. Bruce, you should have seen a lot of horror movies, right? Mirrors are an element in many horror movies. I just said that fear comes from the unknown, and what you need to do now is to increase your sense of the unknown, so as to bring about the same fear as being in a horror movie. Bruce said thoughtfully, you mean, I have been using high technology in the past. Although it is very advanced, it is not incomprehensible after all. The enemies I deal with may not know the principles of my equipment and what technology I use, but they can understand that this is a scientific means, so they will not have the unknown and fear, as expected of you. You get it right away. Gory snapped his fingers. Technological equipment can be seen everywhere in the world today. It is already the age of science, and high-tech equipment is not surprising. The more they see, the more they will feel that Batman is just a mortal using high-tech equipment. So where does the fear come from? Some people even imagine that, if I had the same high-tech equipment, I would be able to kill people like Batman, and even fight against Batman. Bruce understood it completely, and his eyes turned to the card box on the table. There was a relief of a bat on it, but it was different from the Batman logo. Then isn't your mirror world system a kind of technology? It can be considered as a technology, but it is more fantasy oriented. Gao Li spread his hands. If you insist, my magic was actually science and technology at the beginning. But this is not important. What is important is that it can create a terrifying effect. Although there is not much time, I can only make a bionic mirror beast, but it should be enough for you to use. Since the bionic mirror beast is made by me, I forced you to complete the contract with it in advance. You can transform directly when you get it and use the power of the bionic mirror beast. Gao Li has already mastered the full set of Mirror World Kamen Rider system and bionic mirror beast production technology analyzed by Tony in the Marvel universe, and can quickly replicate it in the DC universe. In fact, some instruments were not universal and needed to be manufactured on site in the DC universe, but the mastery of the power of creation solved this problem for Gao Li. The first experiment that Gao Li tried to use the power of creation was to reconstruct the world within the laboratory and create it as a world with the instruments and equipment Gao Li needed. The experiment was very successful. Gao Li also knew the structure of the instruments and equipment he needed, which greatly reduced the difficulty and threshold. He could directly realize his wishes just by believing in them. This made Gao Li very excited. From this point of view, Gao Li almost had a small universal wishing machine. Portable holy grail, a must-have for murder, arson, home travel. This bionic mirror beast is called Dark Wingbat, which allows you to transform into Kamen Rider Knight Rider, or Kamen Rider Bad Rider or Kamen Rider Badman. It suits your style, right? Anyway, after you transform, you can freely enter and exit the real world in the mirror world, and you can go back and forth through all ways that can reflect light, such as basic mirrors and glass, as well as water or smooth metal surfaces. After listening to Gao Li's introduction, Bruce's clever brain has completely conceived the huge advantage of Knight Rider over the previous one. If it is true as Gao Li said, then his whereabouts in the future will certainly be more mysterious, and it is almost impossible for anyone to detect his tracks. Just when investigating cases on weekdays, Bruce can easily sneak into any place to eavesdrop, and when he wants to take action, he can also reach the enemy's internal base directly through the mirror world. The whole process can be done without anyone noticing, and it is very likely that the enemy has not reacted to what is going on and has been quietly wiped out by Bruce. However, it is precisely because we don't know what happened that is the greatest fear. Think about it, the underground news just spread that Batman is going to take action against a certain gang, but there was no sound of gunfire overnight, and the next day everyone found that the gang disappeared without a trace. Is there anything more frightening than this? I'm afraid those criminals can't even sleep well at night. Not to mention that, after having this ability, there is actually no safe place for criminals. Bruce can almost penetrate everywhere. Unless the criminal can really isolate everything that can reflect light in life, it is almost impossible to do in this era. Even if it can be done in the end, the criminal is basically useless. The ability to commit crimes will be greatly reduced, and people may also go crazy because of this life for too long. In short, there are so many benefits. Bruce never dreamed that Gory would bring him such a surprise. Although you have helped me many times, this time, I really don't know how to thank you. Bruce couldn't help but feel excited just imagining the effect of this new equipment. If he can plan properly, he might be able to use the Mirror World Kamen Rider system to reduce the crime rate in Gotham City to a new low. This may even bring more obvious results than the killing deterrence of fangs. Why are we being polite as a family? Gao Li waved his hand. In view of your principle of not killing, I remind you that humans cannot stay in the mirror world for a long time, otherwise they will be easily decomposed. You can grasp this point yourself. Bruce shook his head and said, no, Gao Li, I'm not thanking you for myself, I'm thanking you for the people of Gotham. Thank you for developing this system and trusting me to use it. It can be foreseen that this will prevent a lot of crimes and tragedies in the future. Gao Li was stunned and then smiled slightly. Using technology to benefit the public, isn't this his original intention? Gao Li said seriously, the so-called Kamen Rider is to protect people in the dark. This is what you do, so you are completely worthy of the Kamen Rider system. It's just, Kamen Rider Knight Rider is just the beginning. I have an experiment, and I hope you can cooperate with me. Maybe I can bring you more powerful power on this basis. Bruce was stunned. What more powerful power? I call it. Gao Li smiled mysteriously. Survivor. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.